I was worried about this. Oh no, here we go. We're live. Or we're
Hey,
going
and we're
live.
back.
We're back. Yes.
From
Right.
outer
Let's see
space.
what damage we've done there. That gives me a chance to actually
there we
ask
go.
my lovely wife, who's one of the people I really should thank for all of this, to provide me with some food.
Yes, you need to eat and keep hydrated in these long streams.
I've been drinking plenty, and I need to refill this at some point as well. But I am gonna put this on. Be back soon in a minute. Go and get something to eat. Seamless, says Marcus. I don't think anything I've ever done in my life has been seamless. Actually, that was the one video that I was talking about this earlier. The one video that I unlisted, with some really rank soldering and terrible presenting skills in it. The best thing I did in that was at the end, I did like a seamless cut where I made a bit of a joke about it being seamless, and where I went to take a drink from something, and it ended up as me taking away a different drink, wearing different clothes, completely with a haircut and everything, and then going seamless. So that's my proudest thing. I might actually just cut that bit out and make that into a video.
It's always fun trying to do those sorts of little tricks and stuff. I remember spending ages trying to do one for, I think it was the Timekeepers video review, and I tried to have like the chair sort of like me appearing and disappearing out of the chair and stuff.
Oh, nice. Yeah, like the time lapse stuff, that sort of thing. I did a time lapse in the pinball build where I'd ordered loads of parts and they all came at once, all like the buttons and things. And I did a stop motion of all of the things like marching up onto the desk, onto the workbench. It took me hours, and it was just like 15 seconds of video.
Yeah, that's always the problem with some, like you have these ideas in your head. You're like, I can do this really cool thing, and you go to try and film it, you go,
but it's actually going to be quite difficult, and I didn't think it through.
And yeah,
lots of people have come straight back into the chat. We're already about 3/4 of the people that were in there, so that's really good.
Oh, good.
Woo Part 2, there they are. This is so much fun, says Rudy. Hope there is a stream 3. Oh my god, no. If there is a stream 3, it will just be a camera pointing at me on the floor, not moving.
With the cat walking over you.
Yeah. Who's that? Chris Graney says, thank you to your son. He was great in the RMC video. He was brilliant.
He was lovely.
I was so proud of him. I can hear him. He's actually out of this door and into my back garden. We've got a little bit of decking there. It's a nice little seating area, and he spends a lot of time, especially at this time of the day, sitting out there, keeping an eye on his cat, because that's when she usually gets into trouble. And he chatters away to himself, but he cannot stop talking. His thing is he loves talking, and even if you're talking, he'll want to be talking at the same time. And he managed to keep a lid on that all the way through recording This Week in Retro, which took over an hour, and all of the recording for Neil's video as well. Fantastic. I've never been so proud. But then he upstaged us by lifting up the cassette deck at one point, because he thought they're having a good time, so why shouldn't I? I've been paid for the last auction. Thank you, whoever that was. And Neil says the total is £5,983.21. So we're closing in on $6,000. I'm going to have to say a proviso on that, because eBay are going to steal some of our money, so which is just a shame. But unfortunately, the charity Befriending Scheme couldn't get eBay official, status, because it requires all of the trustees of the charity to be signatories to that, and they logistically there's reasons that couldn't happen. But That's just the way it is, and it's going to be a hard, bitter pill to swallow to have to put in a lesser amount, but we're still raising loads of money, so it's really good.
What's already sold is great. What people have put in for the Just Giving is amazing, and part of me is not surprised that eBay makes it a little bit awkward to sort of get out of paying their fees because it's eBay. But
eBay, gotta have your money. Jamie's Hack Shack is here. Maybe I need to donate $65.02, or do I need to pre-check to see what I need to do for it to show up as that in pounds? Yes, that would be nice. Get us over $6,000 before I go to eat. That would be brilliant if you could do that. 12.8%, Lee Smith says, is the amount we're going to lose. Really like the swipe in the recent video where you're right. Thank you, Evil Johnny. He says, I really like the swipe in the recent video where you revealed the populated board. That I was quite proud of that.
It was really. I've tried to do similar myself. I think way back in the beginning, and found it was really difficult, so I didn't really do it again. So yeah, that was just absolutely seamless. It was amazing.
Fortunately, DaVinci Resolve makes that sort of thing really, really easy. So it wasn't. I can't take too much credit because it was actually really easy, but I was quite pleased with the way that turned out. Dag nabbit, the beard is looking good. I think he's talking about you.
I'm gonna guess so. It just keeps growing.
Did you see the Retro Channel Mark earlier? If you watched closely, I hovered over one of his videos and it showed him in the early days. He's got like a full ZZ Top beard going on there.
This one is a bit like that when I let it out of all the bands, but
yeah, you've got the extra pipe, haven't you? So has that got a name?
I don't know. I just sort of put bands in it just to give it a bit of shape, because like I do let it out quite often, but if it's windy, then it just ends up in your face.
Right, so let's get to the end of this chat. Then I'm going to go and grab something to eat, and then I've got when you come back, or when I come back, please don't disappear, because I've got a few videos to show and share with you from people that couldn't be here, and they are fantastic. But it will take me a minute to organise that. But I'm going to grab my food, throw that down my throat, and get back as quick as I can, because I don't want to miss any of this. I'm really enjoying it. We've got Glenn coming up next from CRG, and he's always good fun to talk to.
Oh, he's great. He really is.
Yeah, he's such a nice guy. I always close him. Oh, right. Rudy's got back in. Second that. Thomas did a great job on RMC's video and This Week in Retro. Defo a proud moment. Thank you, Chris. Marcus Glassford has donated, and he's off to bed. And you finally convinced me to part with some cash. It's Australian dollars, mine, but just enough for a couple of snags. So we're up to £6,061.21. Thank you, Marcus. You know how I feel about you. And Chris Graney just chipped in a few pennies to the coffer as well. Thank you, guys. You're all amazing.
Awesome people.
See? Where have I put that window? Can't find it. Oh, there it is. Let's give that a refresh. It's 3,360 on the Just Giving page, which is 83%. And scroll down. Yeah, Chris, Marcus, and Munsey Mark were the last ones. Thank you very much. Oh, look at all those dollaroos. Cheers, mate.
Lovely.
What? No, that can't be right. Let me just refresh something, because someone's just said something in chat. Oh no, he must be. Well, I don't know what's going on there. Maybe it'll appear in a minute. Woo! Bring on 6 p.m. says Glenn. Apologies again, Lee, that I couldn't get my ramblings filmed for you. Looking forward to watching these though. That's from Tech Made Easy Matt, and I totally understand. I know he's going through a bit of a tough time at the moment with work things, so it's all good. Do you do you ever find that you regret how much time you spend on the hobby?
Like initially when I started the hobby, it was like I've got a lot of hardware and stuff that I quite like, and maybe I should start sharing it because I was playing lots of retro games and enjoying that. And then it's weird, as I've gone on, I've realized that I've spent more time making the videos than enjoying the retro hardware. And it's
But
weird how that balance has sort of changed. Like initially, I was
yeah,
enjoying the games, and then was like, I'll go make a video on it. Now it's like I'm having to pick a game, play it, hopefully enjoy it while playing the game again, and then record a video on it. So it's been really weird how things have changed. And
it's the sharing thing, though, isn't it? It's actually sharing your passion with other people. That's the thing, which is the hobby now. It's actually
yeah,
that part of it rather than the thing that you're doing. It's and it's still a worthy thing to do. That's how I feel about it anyway. I've always been um, in in a nice way a massive show off, but not showing off. Oh, I've got this and you haven't. I
mm-hmm.
just like to share things with people. I get really enthusiastic about. I've got this new thing. I've got VR. You've got to try this. It's great. And
Yeah,
sometimes I'm a bit too much. I know this. Jason and Marcus will tell you this. But it's you get so passionate about these things, and you want other people to feel the same
yeah.
way. So yeah, I think that's what we do. Right, it's time. It's time for me to go and eat. So, everybody, I can hear the microwave has finished. I've got something really simple and easy. I just wanted to make it as easy as possible for my wife. So I've got something really simple and easy to scoff down my throat. I will eat that and I'll be straight back. But I'm going to leave this on a be right back message. Thank you everybody for getting us over £6,000. Jason is here, and I'm just about to go. There is just joined the chat. Is my best friend in the world. It's Jason, who I've known since I was 7 years old. Lee indeed is a bit too much, and he is being completely serious there because I am. He's been on the wrong end of that enthusiasm for getting on for 5 decades now. But yeah, we'll be talking more about him later. He's the best friend you could ever wish for. Right. Thank you very much, Ross. You've
No
been
problem.
brilliant.
Happy to be here, and it's you've been doing some amazing work. So absolutely awesome to help you out in whatever way I could.
Cheers, mate. We will do this again sometime. I'm going to put this on to be right back. Thank you very much. See everybody on the other side, and I'll probably get Glenn in soon because he'll want to. I'm sure he'll want to jump in early if he can. But let's get my food done, and then we'll have a look at these videos, and you'll have me to yourself for a little while. So, cheers, Ross. I'll speak to you soon, mate. We're back. All right, we've got half an hour before I have to let Glenn loose in the channel. I've turned. Hang on, 1 sec. Turn off one of the fans. I had to turn a fan on, but the sun comes around on this side of the house, and this is a red brick wall, and it bakes it like a pizza oven all day, and it ends up really hot. And it's not too hot today. It's only 23 degrees, but there's no ventilation, so I've just had to turn the fan on. You'll have to let me know if the noise is too bad from the fan, and I'll probably ignore you. So, welcome Neil to the chat. I see you've joined us properly. Apparently, he's had something on about some museum he's looking after. People visiting. The Metrum has surged ahead. Lee says, "Where are we? We're 84% on Just Giving. Have we got a total? I'm just scanning through. £720 on the Metrum. Looks like I'm gonna get beaten into second place on this one. But Lee's definitely the better Lee, isn't he? There's no way that statement could be wrong. Trying to stay hydrated. It would be cool if could you imagine if that raised £1,000? If somebody paid £1,000 for a ZX Spectrum, then we've just basically ruined eBay for everybody that ever wants to sell a ZX Spectrum. Could it fit? I fit an Amstrad in it or into the Metrum case? I think what you should do, Lee, is make a special edition Metrum case with just the sides cut out, and then he could just put any board in there as long as he wants. Actually, if you've got the last revision CPC 464, it's only a tiny little motherboard. You just can't have the tape deck. The current total is £6,151.21. It's just like perhaps 3 glued together for the Amstrad in a Metrum. Tech Made Easy Matt is Team Lee. Oh no, that's an old total. Now it's £6,193.21. Lovely. Thank you everybody for coming back. We've got almost everybody back. 23 degrees C. It's perfect. I love it when the heat waves can get in the sea. I can't stand them, but anywhere between 20 and 25 degrees, I can live with that. As an old man that can't regulate his own temperature anymore, I live for the days where I don't have to either move around to keep warm or stop moving to asphyxiate. So Dave is just in the bath, so I smell nice for coming on later. He's getting in the bath to make himself beautiful for his part of the stream in a couple of hours, just over a couple of hours. So we've got Glenn now at 6 o'clock. 7 o'clock is Neil. 8 o'clock is Dave. 9 o'clock is Matt from Retrobits TV, and someone called Adrian is coming on at 10. Right, so other Neil, NLK Media Neil, has totaled up the gift aid as well. Bear in mind that some of this total will have to come off because eBay will take some of the fees. As I explained, wasn't possible to get the charity registered with eBay. But the total, including all of the gift aid, is £6,745.70. You're all heroes. It's just amazing. James, it's 16 degrees. He's in Scotland. I love Scotland. I have to say that. Not because it's a dumb thing to say, but because I love Scotland. I think if I would live anywhere else apart from here, that would be high on my list. Anyone else wondering what those googly eyes are under the bench to Lee's left? That's down there. It's a spirit I captured and built into my workbench. The best Lee is a Lee. You bake for our amusement. Can't wait to see all the bog standard Spectrums listed on eBay next week for 500 quid because they've seen what these beauties have sold for. We're disrupting the retro universe. I have some videos to share and I've got to work out how best to do this. I think let's just stop that there. Make that big. The first one's going to be from Reese, but I need to work out screen. There we go. So Reese kindly went on holiday instead of coming on my stream. I don't know. He's just selfish like that sometimes. Sorry, I've got some of my dinner caught in my throat. But he went to the Musée Mécanique. Oh, I can't do accents. In San Francisco, and he sent a video. Now you'll have to let me know if you can hear the audio. I think I need to turn that up a little bit. Okay, this should be good. So can you let me know as soon as possible in the chat if the audio is working? No. No audio. Let's try that again. Oh no, I know what I'm doing wrong. Bear with me. This is the tricky thing. This software is amazing. Stop sharing that. I just have to work out in the control panel. This is so slick, which I have to find in amongst a multitude of tabs. That over there. That back up there. That should be it. Oh, right. So and display off. Why have you done that? Desktop audio. No. Let's turn on another browser. Browser me and guest. Browser. Sorry. Please bear with me. No, that's not the one I want. That's the one I want. Oh, where is it? Ah, that's why. Entire screen. Screen to share audio. Right. Hopefully this won't cause horrendous echo. Copy. Quite complicated. Right, we should be good to go. Should give you audio now. Try it.
Hello, Lee from sunny San Francisco. This is my lovely wife, Catherine. Hello. And we are at the Musée Mécanique today, which is a museum of all sorts of old mechanical arcade machines and that sort of thing. Sorry I couldn't be there for the live stream today, but as you can see, we had a much better offer. But I'm going to show you around the museum because I think it's right up your street. Well done on all the wonderful work that you're doing raising money for the Befriending Scheme. It's a very worthy charity. And yeah, I'll hopefully see you soon. Located on San Francisco's famous Fisherman's Wharf, the Musée Mécanique is home to one of the world's largest collections of 20th century penny arcade games and other coin-operated novelties. Founded by famed collector Edward Zielinski, who started collecting and exhibiting these things aged 11 way back in the 1920s, the museum is now run by his son Dan, who not only runs the museum itself, but is also single-handedly responsible for maintaining the machines and their bespoke one-off components. There's a really nice selection of 80s and 90s arcade cabs with all of the classics well represented, particularly my beloved Atari, who are of course local to California. But they're actually pretty much the least interesting things here. I mean, look at this lamp. It's literally hours of fun. We also found some very cool 1960s Gottlieb pinball tables in fantastic restored condition. The museum is free entry and everything is either 25 cents or 50 cents to play, most using the original coin mechanisms. As you can see, I'm not very good at pinball, but hey, I tried. At least Catherine is half decent at it. Again though, it gets older and weirder. This Bally sharpshooter from 1961 was loads of fun, even though I was absolutely terrible at this as well. The gun fires these metal balls, rather violently, and the aim is to hit the targets at the back. Thankfully it's all enclosed, so nobody lost an eye. I did enjoy this driving game, Williams Road Racer, also from 1961. The aim is to steer the car along this winding track on a revolving drum, with a series of metal contacts keeping track of your driving skills. It perhaps comes as no surprise that I'm not very good at this one either. By the way, arcademuseum.com tells me that there's only one known working example of this in existence, and it seems this is the case for a lot of the stuff that we played with today, so it's a very special place indeed. Of course, Musée Mécanique's roots are in these even more weird and wonderful penny arcade machines, as exhibited at US arcades, travelling shows and state fairs for over 100 years. Stuff like these amazing mechanical dioramas, and a good selection of musical offerings like self-playing pianos, all in full working order and yours to enjoy for 25 cents. The star of the show, however, is Laughing Sal, a larger-than-life animatronic lady who, well, I'll let her speak for herself. Not disturbing in the slightest. Anyway, I hope you've enjoyed joining us today at the Musée Mécanique. Keep up the excellent work with the fundraising, and to those watching at home, I can only say dig deep, because the Befriending Scheme is a fantastic charity doing amazing work to improve people's lives, and Lee is a good egg. Perhaps the goodest. Certainly the eggiest. Like old people trying to take a selfie.
Oh, that was fantastic. Thank you, Reese. I just want to quickly...
Hello, Lee. And exhibiting these things, not actually very cool. Everything 55 cents. This Bally's older and weird.
Game. I actually remember playing that in my youth. They had one of those. I'm pretty sure it was at Clacton. And I can remember that thinking how hard those ball bearings, they are called ball bearings, not metal balls, Reese, how hard they hit the back of the backdrop when they hit. That's such a good video, and what a thing to do, what a lovely thing to do. He's taken time out of his holiday to contribute to the live stream. Reese is definitely one of the goodest eggs, and very eggy. So something just happened in the live stream chat. I'm sure many of you will be aware. Can I? That one was not meant to be that one. Browse me and guest was not meant to be. That was what I was meant to do. Is that the right browser now? I'm just going to say it. Someone's just donated £500 to the Just Giving page. Thank you, whoever that is. That is incredibly generous. It was from Anonymous, and I wish I could thank you by name, but I'm not sure what to say to that. You are you're an amazing person. That's £625 including gift aid. Gary Arno is here. They just wanted to wish you all the very best, sir. You're a true champion, and it's been great to see a lot of familiar names supporting you in your worthwhile causes today. You're all amazing. They are, aren't they? Oh, I'm stunned. So what? Neil is going to be working out what the total is, and frantically scrabbling at numbers to tell us. Oh, the current total is £7,409.49. I was worried about getting to 4,000, and we're not even at the end. There's still 3 machines. Oh no, yeah, that's including the current bid prices of all of the machines that are up for auction. So what have we got next? I haven't got anything in this hour coming up. What's the time? Oh, we've got 10 minutes. I need to show the other videos, but yeah, in Neil's hour we've got some more videos to show. Some more auctions to show. So that was Neil's. I'm going to show Snorkers next.
Hello there, Lee, and all the viewers. Sorry I can't be with you today. I'm off in a world of my own imagination. No, rather, I've got family commitments. But it's a great cause. I hope it's all going well. Now, let's be serious a moment. Growing up, all the boys at my school loved football. I was a fat asthmatic. That's a bit of a problem, because I was rubbish at football. I was usually in defence, which is rubbish. One point they put me in goal, and that game we lost 9-0. So, not a lot of friends gained with football. But 2 things in my childhood did give me friends. Those role-playing games and game books on one side, and on the other, what we're here talking about today, computers. Because all the lads had Spectrums. We all played the same sort of games. We all lent games to each other. We talked about the games. We had fun with the games. We went around each other's houses. We would chat to each other and hang out while playing games. And it was brilliant. Going on from the Spectrum, when we went to secondary school, started out the Spectrum, then all the lads moved on to better computers. I stayed with the Spectrum, but they had fun with the better computers. And we still went round, we played, we chatted, we had laughs, we drank Coke, we watched films. But always there was you could have a game like Pit Fighter, Street Fighter, some sort of racing game, arcade games, always there to bond with, have friends with, to have a laugh with. And at the end of the day, isn't that what really matters? Hope the rest of the day goes well, Lee. Let's make it better.
Slight slip up there, but I'm not going to pull him up on it. Thank you, Snorkers. You are always one of my favourite people in the world, and as Rose Tinted Spectrum described you once when we were talking about you and saying what an amazing and lovely person you are, he called you a lovable lunatic. So that's that one. We've got Timberwolf is next, but I just need to say thank you to Evil Johnny. Is it Evil Johnny? I've lost the chat now. Yeah, Evil Johnny has he's very, very kindly offered to cover all of the eBay fees. So we're not going to lose any money. Thank you. That's just going to make me feel so much better about the whole thing, because that was like a thorn in my side, and the idea that they were skimming some of the charity money off of us. Wow. So the total now current total is £7,584. We've had some more donations from Tube Spanner and Danielle. The Geek Girl, thank you. She's got a lovely channel. She's I think that is the name of her channel, The Geek Girl. You definitely need to go and check her out, because she's doing some brilliant stuff. A really good YouTuber. Yeah, and yeah, he's Clive. Jan Bates is saying that Snorker's Clive Sinclair costume is just brilliant. It's fantastic. Right, let's have a look at Timberwolf.
He asked me to talk about friendship, and me being me, I also wanted to talk about games. Now, unfortunately, I've reached the stage of adult life where there's only one friend that I have around who wants to play games every hour of the day. But if you'd asked me a while back about games and friendship, I'd have talked to you about one game in particular, Big Red Racing. This is not just that I have stood in a car park with a friend talking to the lead developer of this game without realizing this was one of the many things he had programmed. No, this is a tale of two friends in the late 90s, one with an AMD K6, one with one of those unfortunate Cyrix processors. We can't win them all, bonding over this game and its curious mechanics. These days, the menu does feel rather dated, with these figuratively noisy typeface changes and these literally noisy sound samples which play obnoxiously and constantly.
Come on, floor it!
Uh-oh, you're dirty. Why, that ain't my belly button.
Keen students of gaming history, observers of credits, and or people who are just better at recognizing voices than I am, may note that some of these samples were provided by Johnson John, the voice of Duke Nukem. I mean, that doesn't make them less annoying. It seemed cool when sound cards were new, I think. I get over that, and it's a decent little arcade racer. It looked good, it ran fast, even on my friend's unfortunate Cyrix, and most importantly, it had a two-player mode. See? Friendship. I'm getting back to that topic that I tried to start with. Where's that dog? Because this really, while I did enjoy sort of trundling round the levels, what Big Red Racing was really about for me. Firing up the split screen and seeing who could beat who. We even had our own vocabulary for it. These nitro boosts were called Wahoons, named confusingly after the sound sample which plays when you reset your car. I suspect this is an insight into the world of two teenage boys who've spent far too much time watching Monty Python and other absurdist humour. Either that or we were just stupid. We were quite young. Those obnoxious sound samples seemed kind of cool at the time. Looking back at this, I kind of like it as being so emblematic of the period, and not just the sort of knowingly crazy 90s style, but that whole era of split-screen gaming where you had one computer or one console and two controllers, or in the case of the PC, trying to crowd round a keyboard. And hope it was a decent one that didn't have too many issues with N-key rollover, because that would be rather annoying if your friend could cause denial of service on your steering. Going back to that premise of friendship, where's that dog? Highlights something which I possibly miss most about that teenage era, and maybe the early 20s as well, that thing where you invited someone round to your house and they just mucked about on the computer and you played this sort of local co-op and split screen. I don't want to over-egg the purity of this or anything. By our 20s, we had very much discovered beer, and before that, we had very much discovered which of the spirits you could nick from your parents' alcohol cupboard without them noticing. But, it's still enjoyable to play in a way that you kind of don't when you've all got kids and dogs and that. It may not be the greatest game ever, and those sound samples certainly do great to modern ears. But still, you could forge a friendship over it by beating someone with a well-timed Wahoon just before the finish line. I should probably instruct you to put some money towards the charity effort. I think that's the done thing, but failing that, well, thank you, Lee, for having me on, and I hope you get to see many more enjoyable guests. Probably none of them trying to convince you to play Big Red Racing.
Thank you very much, Timberwolf. Another really lovely guy. Anybody that watches British YouTubers probably thinks that Neil is the epitome of an Englishman making YouTube videos, but I challenge you with Timberwolf. Is today working out as expected? Kind of not. No, not at all. Actually, it's going better than I thought in many, many ways. I've got one more video to show you, and you need to remember that Timberwolf recommended or was talking about Big Red Racing, and this is Stephen's video for us.
Hi, so when Lee kindly asked me to contribute to this stream, I thought I would leave it to the last minute. So apologies if it's missing my usual editing flair. As you know, the topic's on friends and gaming. So my mind immediately went to Big Red Racing. Who? Which makes me think of GoldenEye and sitting around with a group of friends, 4 controllers, spying at each other's screens, seeing what they're up to. It was a huge amount of fun with friends. But for me, the pinnacle of gaming and friends comes from the powerhouse console that was the Wii U. So not so retro. But the best thing about the Wii U was you can have group play with all your friends, where one of them has a secret. Sure, you can play online multiplayer and keep those secrets in your own home, but there's something special about sitting in that room with all your friends, sharing a snack, having a laugh, playing a game. That and Nintendo Online generally sucks. And the best game on the system that showed this off for me, and I certainly have the fondest memories of, is Nintendo Land. More specifically, Mario Chase and Animal Crossing Sweet Day. Like a lot of these family Nintendo games, they had quite the ability leveler, meaning whatever your skill level, it's not impossible to play together. And with them generally being team games, it's not as annoying as those other games where a random dice roll can take the person in last place and make them win. Sure, some game snobs may look down on you for playing a virtual game of hide and seek in a Mario hat or running around collecting sweets in a costume. But for me, the best part is it's fun, which games are supposed to be, and I've got great memories of playing it with my friends. Thanks for having me on, Lee, and most importantly, make sure you donate to the great cause. Thanks. Hi, so when Lee, and most importantly, make sure you donate to the great cause. Thanks.
Sorry, I just realised I obliterated the end of his video, which was a really shoddy thing for me to do. Okay, let's go back to... Actually, I'm going to that one because Glenn's going to join us any minute. You can join anytime you like, Glenn. Yes, Wii U, massively underrated console. It's fantastic. I can get rid of these now. Oh, I hate wearing headphones so much. Not because it ruins my hair, because there's not much left to ruin. Let me get this set up now. Control room, that's what I'm looking for. Glenn has just joined the chat. Let me drop you in. You give me a sound check, mate? Yeah, perfect. It's Glenn, everyone.
Hello. How is everyone? What a day this has been, Lee. This has been fantastic. I have been with you from the very start. This is awesome. And who would have thought it? There's a current total, £7,687.79. Unbelievable, mate. Absolutely unbelievable.
I don't know what to say. You run out of things to say because you get all excited because you think, it's probably peaked now. People have given as much as they can give, but that's what do you do? I don't know. I can't thank everybody enough for you. I've seen what the money will be going towards. I've seen the organisation firsthand in action. I've seen the difference it makes to one of the people that goes there, being my son Thomas, and that money is going to make a massive difference for them. I know when I suggested to them that, I let them know that I was going to raise some money for them. I actually asked them, said, "Do you want me to raise some money for you?" And they said, "Yes, please." They were they're in their words, desperately trying to raise some money for some raised flower beds for wheelchair accessible people. This money,
they'll be able to build a full garden. They've never made a few raised flower beds. I remember at the start when we were talking about this, you were looking to raise, what was it, a couple of grand or something, and then I think I suggested to you, why not make it your subscriber total at the time? And that was you. I'd forgotten it was you. I'd forgotten it was you, and I did exactly as you said. I made it 4,000 because I'd just gone over 4,000 subscribers. 4,000, that's right. And I thought, that's a really good thing because I could then say it's about, everybody's giving me £1. Yeah,
we'll average it out.
Yeah.
I keep looking at that number and I can't believe it.
No, it is absolutely fantastic. I'm so happy for you for everything you've been able to do today.
Neil says, "Hi Glenn, hope the eggs were nice. Glad you're not in your pants."
Well, I do have a shirt on. I'll just not stand up. But yes, the eggs were nice, yes.
Oh, is this what you had for dinner?
No, that was breakfast this morning.
Oh, breakfast.
While you were just starting off, I just dragged myself out of bed to
feels like such a long time ago.
Yeah. What was that now? 7 hours?
I don't know. My brain stopped being able to do maths about 2 hours ago.
Yeah.
That's why it's so nice having Neil in the chat and looking after things with Lee's there as well as a moderator, keeping everybody in check. Jan says hello, Glenn. Hi, Glenn.
Yes, hello, Jan.
Fergus.
We really enjoyed his segment.
Yeah, wasn't he great?
Equally, Lee Smith as well.
Yeah,
was
everybody's been
in fact,
great.
Everyone's been brilliant. Yes.
Yeah, Goldfish. He's such a nice guy to talk to. I'm just scrolling back because Phil Sands popped into the chat. Thanks, Phil. Did you see how much your stuff went for? That's he was the one who donated the Inbox Spectrum and the Harlequin board. And you've made such a big difference. Right, so I'll go through to the end of this chat and then we can start talking about other things. Fergus, well done, Lee. Complete smashed your target, obliterated it. I'm currently winning on the Nightmares book. This one. Got this one in front of me.
Good.
I'm going to be reluctant to send this one out because it's a really nice book to read. Mike DX, Wii U was and still is awesome. You can't convince me otherwise. Yep, I don't think anyone could argue with that, can they?
The Wii U, one system I don't have actually. So it's one that I would like to get. In fact, it's one that my son wants me to get because he's a big fan of the Splatoon games, and you can only play the first Splatoon game on the Wii U. There's
a decent chunk of really nice first party library on there that should not be missed. It's a really good system.
Yeah. I'm sure I'll get one someday.
You will. They do pop up now and then. I've got one. I've got one here.
Although I think I just missed their sort of bottom of the market. They were selling for like £40 or so a couple of years ago, but they are starting to go back up in price now.
Yeah, I think I managed to bag one for about £60 last year sometime. That was when I was filling up my. I'd gone from. We spoke about this before. My initial list of all the systems I'd ever owned, and I still had my Wii, to all the systems I wanted, and the Wii U was on that list, and I've managed to pick one up with all of the bits, and they're really nice to. They're still homebrew. You can put some fantastic homebrew on. There's still a currently developed system, so
good
in the homebrew scene.
I'll have to get one at some point.
Definitely. Representing Canada here, 58 years strong. That's Rudy from Rudy's Retro Intel. Someone was Peter from the comments. I get some feel for who is present, but those were some random bits here and there. Oh right. Anyone up for a demographic survey like age, country, etc.? Well, UK 54. You don't
Northern
have to
Ireland and 42.
Oh, you had to think around about that age. I lost a year.
Right.
I thought I can't remember. I think it was like somewhere around 42, 43. When I was 42, I was convinced myself that I was 43. And when I got to close to my birthday and said, "Oh, I'm going to be 44 next year," my wife turned to me and said, "No, you're not. You're going to be 43." And I'd spent the whole year thinking I was 43. So I lost a year. So I had the next year.
You gained a year. You got a year back. You can relive that year.
I'm still in denial already. I don't need any encouragement. The mugs are at £72. Mike DX Lee, so pleased for you, mate. Get the feeling you're going to see that number go way higher yet. Well, I don't want to tempt fate. Lots of people with their ages, so you can read it yourselves. As folks get outbid, the later auctions will start to increase, I bet. Look at that. Look at all those. Most was Tech Made Easy is the youngest I can see there at 39. Yeah, that's kind of my demographic. I have very recently noticed that the male and female gender balance on my channel has tipped over from 100% male to 99.8% male now. So YouTube is finally serving my content to a wider audience, and that's a great thing.
Well, I am 100% male. there's no.
You're not helping this demographic.
No, I'm not. I don't get any female viewers.
My cat has just gone tearing past the door. Right, so, oh God, what an hour. What an hour that was. I thought that was going to be my, like, chill out rest hour, and I've ended up running around.
Got, what, 15 minutes?
With all the excitement as well. I just need to check. Yeah, that's all fine. I'm not going to look at that now. I want to get your channel up so we can see.
No, like, we want to keep people watching. We don't want to scare them away.
It's fine. It'll be fine. Honestly. So how is YouTube doing this? How's Chrome doing this? There it is. There we go. See, yours is the easiest channel.
Yeah, just 3 letters. There it is.
Right, there it is. Am I sharing? Can you see that?
I can see it. Yeah.
Ah, that's good.
Although I'm watching it on our stream, if you know what I mean.
That's probably I'm still sharing my screen. That's why. So I need to stop that. I am reluctant to. Oh, right. That's actually going to be that one. Do that. Share that and CRG YouTube. Share that. It's a little bit complicated. This. Copy that. It does make it nicer because you don't have to watch on the stream. Browser. My screen. We're getting the hang of this.
You'll be an expert at this by the end of the day.
Yeah, those videos make things complicated. Where's my guest? Oh, right, that's because. Oh no, you are there. Where? Oh, I moved you off the side of the screen. That's why. There we go. There you are.
We're back.
Excellent. Right. I just need to find that window again now so I can actually look at it. Right. I've asked a few other channels guests this about their channel. I want to know something about your channel that not everybody is comfortable sharing.
Go ahead.
What's your biggest unlisted video?
Nothing. I don't have any unlisted videos. Everything is there.
It's all there for the whole world to see.
All there for the whole world to see. I've never taken anything down. Never delisted anything. Which is a complete lie, by the way, because I did delist one for a while when it got hit with like a copyright thing.
Oh, okay.
All of that got sorted out and then it went back up again.
I've never had. I've had one copyright thing on mine where I before the real videos I did a live stream and I played Tony Hawk's on the live stream with all the music.
Oh, well, it's got all the music. Yeah, it was actually music that got me as well. I can't remember what song it was. It might have been something from the Commodore 64. I can't remember. It was on a joystick video. It wasn't one that wasn't a video that did particularly well. So I sort of took it down just for the devilment of it, that, you know, these people are claiming money for a song they didn't even write off my video, but I just wound up putting it back on.
Look what he's done to his thumbnail, everybody. That's a classy move. And you've used the big red arrow as well.
The big red arrows in there, yep.
Go bid on the auctions or donate on the Just Giving page. You sneak.
I thought you'd appreciate that.
That's really good. I like your style. Thank you. Total is £7,774.79. He's just I don't know. It's loads of money. Loads of money. That's gonna be amazing for someone. I'm getting to the point now where the brain is willing, but the flesh is weak. And I did during the videos. I don't know if I have to apologise. I was having a bit of problem with a bit of congestion, and it's an old man noise where you do the old snort to try and clear your throat.
Yeah.
And I thought I'd muted the mic, and I did it, and I turned around and saw that the light wasn't flashing. I thought, oh god, that's going to go out on and probably get clipped out by someone. Right. So what time? Oh, we've got none ended. I was going to put an auction in this one, but what I've done for the Alan Turvey games, these games, I've added them to the complete impact, the Blondie one that's going to go out.
Yep.
With
Good
Niels.
Idea. Good idea. Yeah.
Yeah. So, is it that one? No, it's not. It's going out with the sexy one in Dave's section, because it's new games. It's going to be a new spectrum, new everything. So it's new games going in that one. That was the theme on that one. With the Blondie one, there is a box here, which I've lost. That Simon. Where is it? Massive box of games. Oh, it's over there somewhere. There's a big box of ZX Spectrum games that Simon, Ginger Hippie Gaming, donated. They're all going with the Blondie ZX Spectrum, the yellow motherboard, blue silk screen. And there's some great titles in there as well, and it is a big collection. So you'll have everything in that one. You'll have the tape deck, loads of games, and the Spectrum, and a joystick interface. You will be set and good to go. Wow.
Adrian in the chat there is just asking me if I have any Atari ST stuff in the pipeline, any Atari ST repairs. Yes, I have an Atari ST on the wall beside me here. It's in the pipeline. It's been on that wall for a couple of years. I'll get to it at some point. It needs a power supply, as far as I know. But yeah, that will be coming at some time.
Do you say STFM?
Yeah, it's an STFM, yeah.
Okay, they're quite nice to work on, actually. Some of them.
When I got that one, I initially powered it up and the magic smoke escaped. So I'm hoping it's just the power supply.
Right, I'm going to just move myself over to a chair. Good enough.
That's more comfortable now.
Oh, it's been a few hours.
Yeah, you've been on your feet all day.
I've had to make some drastic changes to my workshop, and you've been through this. And it's quite upsetting when you move everything around in a space that you're so comfortable with. My desk is at that end of the workshop, and my PC was in the far corner away from this workbench. And I've had to move my entire desk over to the end of the workbench with my PC on it. And I've actually fallen in love with the idea of having it there now. So after this is all done, I'm going to mount my monitors on a pole, like a what do you call it? A stripper pole, going floor to ceiling, that I can change the height of the monitors, so I can have them at workbench height. or I can swivel them around and have my desk behind and then slide them down the pole in a sexy fashion, and then have them at desk height and still use the same computer, so I can have
Does sound like a good idea.
full power on my desktop. Oh my god, we've got 90 people watching. Oh, I need to move my microphone down. So bad at that. I don't do much streaming. Have you done any streaming?
I've done streaming with you before.
I know we've done a little bit. We
did
a practice.
We did a practice of this.
That doesn't count.
Well, no, then.
Is it something you've been tempted to do, or?
Not really.
No.
No. I don't know. I don't know if hardware repairs, streaming.
It's difficult, isn't it?
It would take,
because
the stream could go on for 4 or 5 hours and not a lot happen, really.
Every time you open up a new machine for a repair, you have no idea what's going to happen, and it's when it's the difference between retro repairs and say game reviews. You can script a lot of what's coming in something like a game review. Obviously, you're going to have surprises, and your reactions will be different to what's going on in the game. But with a retro repair, you could open it up and be nothing wrong. It could just be like a chip that's crept out of its socket, or a bit of corrosion on the power switch. Or you could end up.
I think the only way you could maybe do it is to have a sneaky look first of all and try and figure out roughly what might be wrong with something. But then it's
you wouldn't dare.
No, you never do anything like that. But no, that's it just wouldn't be honest then. So what's the point?
I don't know if you do this. You watch quite a bit of other retro YouTube.
Yes.
Do you judge
watch your channel?
Obviously, you watch every
course,
second.
But as the second it's released as well.
The question is, and I'm going to stare you right in the eye. Do you judge them? Do you look at their channel and say, "You cheated. You knew that was fixed before you switched it on"?
Not really, no.
No, I do.
No. Yeah.
I'm quite a judgy person, though.
You must be very judgmental in my videos. Huh?
Oh yeah, all the time. Mate, you have no idea.
Yeah, well, sure, we do try to help each other, don't we?
We do, yeah, and that's it wasn't something that was around in the early days of my YouTube journey, but
no, absolutely, same with me. I maybe have a couple of years longer than you. I think I started 5 years ago. So
let's have a look. Oldest, 5 years ago you've been going.
Yeah, it was 5 years ago. Well, let's see. We moved to this house in June, and then we just had a lot more space. So I did have a decent collection of stuff at that point. Nowhere near what I have now, but I think it was the August. I randomly decided one day I'm going to start a YouTube channel.
Was it as clear cut as that? It was like it wasn't like, oh, I quite like making a video on this thing. It was, I'm making a YouTube channel.
Yeah, it was just I'm gonna make a YouTube channel. Why not?
Who were you watching to inspire you to do that at the time?
At the early days, it would have been more all software based stuff, and I've always been a big fan of GameSack. The YouTube channel, although you couldn't really say my early videos would be inspired by Joe and Dave and GameSack. Well, Dave's left it now, but those two guys back then, because the style of it is completely different. I did try to take on board themes that they would have used in their videos, but then it sort of made you realize very quickly that, hold on, these guys are spending hours and hours and hours to create a video, to get all these wee effects in and all these different shots into their video. I don't think a lot of people realize just how long it takes. I certainly didn't. I
had some idea. I used to be part of the Ready Player 2 podcast, and I did my stint in the editing chair, and editing audio, like taking out the worst pauses or the fluffs or the bits where people go to the toilet, just took hours. And it's hard on audio because it's like, it's not a visual thing. You have to sit there and listen to it. You can't say, oh, that bit's obviously junk. I don't need any of that bit. You have to listen to every second of it over and over again before you actually pare it down to what it needs to be. But some of my best editing in the past has been that. I did some of my best work in that, and I probably peaked.
No. Well, no, I'd never done any media as such until randomly deciding to start YouTube one day.
Oh, I'm so glad you did. Again, you're one of my favourite YouTube channels. I'm going to say this all the way through. Who have we got left? Apart from Dave, he's not one of my favourite YouTube channels, but he's on one of my favourite shows. But yeah,
you to say.
No, mate. It's you. I mean, you work on machines that I love, and the way that you work on them is in a style that I really admire. And it's the C64. The C64 video has gone out, isn't it?
It has, yes. That went out. That's the last video. It's a fortnight ago now.
That was brilliant. And bringing your own personality into that repair, but doing it in a way that made sense and explained the fault before you started just randomly ripping chips out.
Yeah, well, I sort of jumped in and randomly changed that ULA first of all, thinking, oh, it's got to be that, or the PLA. Sorry, it has to be that. That's going to be the problem here. But I actually did that, edited that bit of it. And in between times, I had watched that talk from Adrian's Digital Basement, from Adrian Black, where he talked about his process. I think it was from what do you call it? The
Canon?
VECF or VF, whatever it is.
VCF.
That there, the talk he went to, or the computer show he went to.
Yeah.
But he talked about his process, how he tries to go through and find the fault before jumping in and changing things. So that sort of inspired me at that point to, right, let's take a step back. Let's try and figure out why this C64 had a black screen.
Excellent video. And another thing, let's go back to where's the browser? That one. Another thing you've really upped your game on is your thumbnails.
Well, I have to give full credit to yourself there.
Oh no, absolutely! You should not do that because it's not, I couldn't tell you how I would do things differently, but yours don't look like mine. You've got your own style and your own delivery, and you've done a great.
Well, I don't mean in terms of copying your style or anything, but in terms of giving me a kick in the backside to improve them.
It's a service we provide.
Yeah.
Right, quick look at the chat. It's things are moving on. The mugs. And that just cracks me up. The mugs are at £92.
That's fantastic.
I'm going on The Apprentice next year. Battle of the Lees. Lee Smith's Workshop is winning and still ahead by £100. Smokecase Spectrum is £620, and the Metrum is £720. That's incredible. Ross has been outbid on, I think, the Metrum, or it might be the other one. Losing 42, Jason. So I want surely that's the last number. Yeah, he's pointing out that 42 would be the last number. I forget, with the Douglas Adams, the love of Douglas Adams. Everybody, Jason's in the chat. I did notice him before I left, and I just wanted to say that he's my best friend. And he's always been my best friend for nearly 5 decades now. We did have a little bit of a break when he was off learning stuff.
That just naturally happens, doesn't it? Yeah,
but we somehow, and I'm so grateful it did happen. We managed to drift back together as friends, and we've been to we apart from the last 3 years with COVID and things, and I've had to physically not go near anybody because of health complications with my sons. We get together every week, and we still get together virtually. Me, him, and his brother Marcus, who was here earlier. And he's been, all of this computer thing. my whole journey through computers, he's been there every single stage of that journey, every single bit of it, right from, I mean, we were friends for years before he got a ZX81, but as soon as he got that ZX81, we were on that. We were all over that like a rash, programming it and getting the most out of it. And then the Spectrum, he sold me his ZX81. And then he got a Spectrum, then I got a Spectrum, and then I didn't use computers or do very much with I didn't have anything from the ZX Spectrum. Went out drinking and being an idiot for a few years.
We all did that.
It had to be done. I had to get it out of my system. And then I got that Commodore 64, and then that's about that time Jason came back into, back from university and was local again to me, and we renewed our friendship. And then I got the Amiga. He got an Amiga. Then I changed to the Amiga 1200. He got an Amiga 1200, and we carried on all the way through PCs, everything, and different games consoles, Xboxes and PlayStations. And it's always been gaming and computers and consoles. The lot of has always been something we've been commonly interested in together. And down here, I can't get it because it's at the bottom of one of the piles, and it's down there because I don't really use it very much, and I really should. Is his Amiga 1200,
right?
That he gave me for Christmas a couple of years ago.
Lovely.
That is how good a friend he is.
Yeah.
He'll be blushing now, and he's quite a shy and private person. He's not like me. Yeah, that's my story of me, Jason, and Marcus. So last time we did a stream, which was a warm up for this, where you helped me iron out some of the kinks. Every time you started talking about friends, I slapped you down.
You did.
Said, no, Glenn, you mustn't, because you can't waste it.
Yep, and I've been thinking about it over the last week anyway. And to be honest, my channel is Casual Retro Gamer, and that is for a reason. I've always been a casual gamer. I'm not hardcore into sitting and playing games for hours on end. Or I'll play a game on easy rather than try to challenge myself to play it on hard. And that's true with a lot of my friends as well, certainly from my youth. So the computers and consoles and all were always there in the background. But we were always out in the park, or, out on our bikes, or walking the streets, or whatever it was. It would only be a rainy day. We would have got together. It would have been my friend Adam, who lived 2 doors down from me, who I haven't spoke to in donkey's years. I've just fell out of touch with him. But, he would have had he had a SNES. I only had a Sega Master System at the time. I can remember we played plenty of Mario Kart and whatnot in his house. But as I say, it was only if it was raining. If it wasn't, we were out and about.
Causing trouble.
Yeah. Well, as you do.
Yeah. That's what young lads are supposed to do. It's how they're built.
But I mean, it wouldn't be until I got to my second college course that you could say that friendships more revolved around gaming. So I would have been, what age would I have been? Probably about 18, 19. No.
Oh, right.
19, 20 maybe. In around that. You know what I mean? But my good friend Scott, who I've only recently just started to reconnect with, that's sort of a great friends with him through tech for a couple of years, and after it for a couple of years, and then we just sort of drifted apart. But actually in the last couple of months, we started trying to reconnect again. But I would have been in his house every Saturday night. His bedroom was in the roof space. I can remember carrying my full tower PC up a set of ladders, trying to carry it into his roof space without dropping it, hooking it up to his TV, and we were playing multiplayer, Quake or Unreal Tournament, or Counter-Strike was very big. We had a Counter-Strike clan for a while even.
That brings back so many memories for me. there's two things that have sparked memories for me there. One was carrying a big monitor to a friend's house. And again, this would be Jason's house when in the Amiga heyday, carrying a massive, it would have been the television, and carting all my Amiga stuff over to his house in the next town, like half an hour away, and setting it up to play multiplayer games, like Stunt Car Racer and Populous and Lotus 2, that sort of thing. Yeah, that really did ring a bell and strike a chord.
Yeah.
And the other one was Unreal Tournament, which
I
sadly
mean, we had the demo version of Unreal Tournament installed on every computer in the technology department in the college, in Bangor Tech.
So about that time when I started playing Unreal Tournament online, our thing was Instagib or Instagib. That
all the modifiers you could put onto it, some of them were hilarious.
So it's just like the railgun, one-shot kills. That's my favorite thing. We played that online, and my friend at the time was bless you. My friend at the time was a guy called Dan Thompson, and he was one of my best friends ever, and he sadly passed away.
Sorry to hear that.
Terrible thing. It was a young man full of life, and we just I would go around to his house and we would set up a couple of computers to play Unreal Tournament on a dial-up modem online together, and it was terrible lag, 350 millisecond pings, and but it was just brilliant.
I can clearly remember playing competitive Counter-Strike with a ping of over 300. I only had
what was it? You
played it at 33K modem at the time.
You played it at college as well.
Yeah.
Did you play online from your college connection with ultra low pings?
No, we weren't allowed to do that. That was pushing our luck a bit too far. So I had to stick to my dial-up modem in the house.
It was something. It was a bit of a bugbear of mine that we would run into people when we were playing Unreal Tournament and Half-Life and things like that. And Counter-Strike, and you would come up against. You would have your dial-up. I used to have ISDN in here when most people had dial-up, so I had a bit of an advantage. But then you would come up against someone that would be at uni with a 10 millisecond ping, and you just didn't stand a chance.
No, you didn't have a chance at all. But sure, that's everyone's the same now. Everyone's got that now. So those days are long past us. We had to aim just ahead of the character you were trying to shoot.
Yeah, you had to predict where they were going to. It made you a better player, definitely.
I did.
The mugs are now
I've mentioned those friends, but I can't leave out my other three, I suppose, main friends, best friends, Mark, Tim, and Chris. Although my friendship with them didn't so much revolve around computers or anything. And as Dave Velociraptor has very, very obviously picked out in the chat, I'm wearing my headphones in DJ style. I only have one ear on the headphones.
That's how I have to wear them.
That's because the four of us, myself included, we were all bedroom DJs, inspiring DJs back in the day. So that's what brought us together as friends.
What was the DJ game? A bit like Guitar Hero. It's DJ Hero. Did you ever get that?
Wasn't it? No, I never had that.
No.
I've got the real thing behind me. What do I need that for?
Yeah, it's true. Although, I played guitar and I still enjoyed Guitar Hero.
Although we do try to set up a games night now. So we do in here, because I've got everything. So I try to get the guys around a couple of times a year. You know how it is. I would love to get them around every month, every week.
Yeah.
But trying to organize things with family and whatnot.
Herding cats.
Yeah. We all get together a couple of nights a year and play some music overly loud and play some old games on the TV, and just a good night.
Friends is I don't know. It's that social aspect of gaming is underrated. I think it's a very healthy thing.
So, Lee, can I just interrupt you? Because I don't know if you've seen in the chat, but you've just jumped over another hurdle.
Oh. 8K.
8K. Speechless.
Holy shit.
Yeah, that sums it up pretty well.
That's
Fantastic
double what I
work.
thought we were going to get.
Yeah, unbelievable. And it's for such a good cause. They're going to be over the moon with us. I'm sure they are.
I need to look at the Just Giving page. I haven't done that for a little while. Let's see if I can find it. Is it that one? Nope. Don't even know where that is. Nope, not that one. Oh, I'm gonna have to open up. I don't want to open up another tab. Surely it's this one will do. Let me just refresh it and then I'll add it. To the oh my god, we're at 108%. Actually, no, I'm not going to share it. It's 108%. It's £4,359, which is over the £4,000 target.
Fantastic.
Jonathan Adams is a great real life friend of mine. Has donated. Here's to you and your wonderful workshop, building, crafting, and making the world around us better, one fixed creation and project at a time. Proud of you, Lee. Oh, thanks, mate. Really, right the feels. 16 minutes ago, Andrew Harwood, happy to chip in to such a worthwhile cause. Thank you so much, Andrew. 31 minutes ago, Hickey131, what a great cause to support. All the best. And 39 minutes ago, love your work today. Brilliant. Keep on. Load quoting from Adrian. And Dan, oh, that's Adrian in America. I wonder if that could be. I wonder if that's an Adrian. And yeah, the Geek Girl, Daniel, the Geek Girl. The Girl Geek from Chicago. You're all good eggs. Hello from Chicago. I didn't know you were from Chicago. And did I say Tube Spanner? Thank you very much. We love your channel and love the cause. Keep it up. And we had, oh yeah, the anonymous £500 donation an hour ago, which
fantastic, very generous.
And their message was happy to support a great cause.
Yeah,
and it is just Jesus. Right, let's quick look at the chat because Neil's added up some stuff. Sold eBay items 590. What? Oh, the sold eBay items. The ones that have gone already are £594.21.
Yeah.
Current bids is £2,366.21. Just Giving 4,358. Gift aid 706. Peter says, when I moved to my first flat, I didn't have furniture, just a mattress on the floor, but I had to have ISDN, both channels, all to myself. Yeah, I had two double ISDN channels, dual ISDN, glorious 128 kilobits. That felt from going from I think 56k modem at the time, where you get, on a 56k modem, you're going to get like 40k download, realistically, to a rock solid 128k. That's kind of what I got. We're about 2 miles from the exchange, so. Bike Delight is in the chat. Thank you for the awesome build vlogs and featuring our Harlequin kit. Thank you very much for making an amazing kit. If anybody wants to make, I said this in a video at some point. It might have been a live stream, but I should reiterate it here. If you want to make, this has got the ZX Max. That's quite an easy build, but even compared to the Harlequin with all its chips that looks incredibly complicated, I would say that this, if you buy the kit from Bike Delight, is the one to go for. It's an amazing value. You cannot buy all of the components for the price that they sell it for, because you just can't. You can't buy those individual chips at a cheap enough price, because obviously they're going to be buying stuff in bulk, and the price will come way down.
It's all through hole as well, isn't it?
All through hole. Really lovely, easy build. Have you made a Harlequin before, Glenn?
No.
Oh, and you caught another one who falsely calling themselves a YouTuber. it's a rite of passage. You can't call yourself a retro YouTuber until you've made a Harlequin. I can say that now because I've made one. You see?
Yeah. Have you made an Amiga 2000 EATX?
I have not.
And you call yourself a YouTuber?
Touche.
But that does look like a really good build, and it's probably the type of thing you'd recommend to someone who wants to try and get into, building a computer from scratch.
Absolutely.
You can buy that kit, you can put it together. It's all through holes, so it's not too difficult in terms of soldering.
No.
If someone gets themselves a half decent soldering iron, you should be able to put it together with not too much trouble.
I think if you can follow instructions, it's there's very, very little that can go wrong with it. It's the kit is so well put together with everything. I haven't got the instructions with me, but the step by step is very easy to follow and really well thought out as well. There are reasons that he says certain things, because I came to parts I thought, well, I probably wouldn't do that. I might want to do this next stage first, but then later on I realized, that's the reason he did that. Yeah. But the other thing, with every single component in its bag, labeled individually, ready to go, it makes it incredibly easy. A bit more chat. I ordered all the parts from top grade retail. Oh, yes, this is Bike Delight. I ordered all the parts from top grade retailers, especially except for the discounted parts, of course. Discontinued parts, of course, that come from China, but all are tested here. I pulled him up on in the video on the quality of the sockets a little bit, because they weren't quite as good as my ones, in my opinion, which is my opinion, but they are fine. They are absolutely fine.
There was nothing wrong with them, though, sir. There wasn't. Not really.
No, it was just down to the way I was soldering, the way I like to solder a socket to a board, by doing a corner and soldering each corner and then pressing from the back while I reflow the joints. If you do that, the pins slide out. If you do it properly and make sure it's against the board first and then solder it in place, you won't have any problems at all, and they are just as good. They are.
And if you're going to try to do it the way Lee described, make sure you don't burn your fingers.
I've done it so many times.
Yeah, I'm sick of doing it.
It's almost like an electric shock now, and you expect it as well. You're hunting around on the back of the board trying to get your finger in the right place, and it's always wrong.
I know.
Rudy says, Bike Delight, you also make fantastic manuals too. Do the Harlequin without sockets? Yeah, you can't because
there's parts under parts, isn't there?
One of the chips is stacked. What's the time? Oh, we've got 15 minutes. Current total is £8,037. Thank you.
Fantastic.
BT asked me if I wanted a second line for the internet. I agreed. Engineer came out, climbed up the pole, back down again the pole, and then fit DAX box, which split the existing line and killed my 56k dial-up. Oh, I remember that. That is horrible. I was really lucky around here because all of this area got really nice copper, but other estates in similar age to mine, they started laying down aluminium lines instead of copper lines.
Right.
And during the dial-up years.
But no, aluminium's no good for it.
Sorry?
Aluminium's no good for it.
No, it's just awful stuff, and it corrodes.
Yeah.
Neil from NLK, he's just built a Harlequin issue 3H, just the one with it's got an IDE on the side of it. He's got a video actually on his website. Ben from Bike Delight, wonder if you could watch Neil from NLK's Media's channel at some point. His recent video on a Harlequin, he's having some problems with his thing. Maybe you could shed some light because he's having some display issues. With fewer sockets. I was more shocked when Lee didn't burn his fingers recently on the STFM. I can't remember that one, but I probably did and just cut it out. It's only so much gore I can show on my channel. Anybody remember supposed internet over power lines that was announced around 2000? Yeah, vaguely.
I know you can get those kits to share your internet in your house over power lines, but I don't recall any.
Yeah, there was a thing
distributing, across the network.
Yeah, I think they did it in like small villages and things like that.
Okay.
Evil Johnny says retro bytes, same at Salford Uni. Occasionally we ran a cable between our flat and the one across the way and had a big old LAN. Oh, LAN parties. Did you was there much of a LAN party scene in your area?
No, not really, actually. I remember we did try to get them going a couple of times, but we maybe got like 4 or 5 people at one point to it, but there was no massive LAN parties. Again, that all would have been around the time when I was in Bangor Tech, so it would have been me, my mate Scott, and it was actually in his house we did it, because he was all into his technology, so he had Cat5 throughout his house. Even back then, although it was only 10 megabit network, but it was still plenty for Unreal Tournament or whatever. So it would have been me and him in his roof space bedroom. There was another 2 guys in the living room downstairs. I think there was a guy in his conservatory out the back. The five of us playing games and shouting and roaring to each other throughout the house. I don't think his parents were best pleased.
What was the game of choice when you were playing at that time? So we can.
I think it would have been Counter-Strike 1.6.
Yeah, well, the best Counter-Strike.
Oh, absolutely.
There's
no other Counter-Strike, is there?
There's something called Go. I think it's like Pokemon now.
Yeah, they all wear silly hats in it now. I remember trying to boot it up not that long ago, and all the characters were running around with stupid hats on. It just put me off.
You're going to really upset Matt, who's coming up later, because he's a big Counter-Strike Go fan. I'm saying that you're going to upset him, so I get away with it. I'm blaming you. So Counter-Strike 1.6, we used to go to like locally organised LAN parties. We went to one in someone had hired out like an empty warehouse thing that we all just slept on the floor after we gave up playing, but just loads of tables around this thing and pushing the power grid in that place to the absolute limit. I actually took a server with me. I was helping a company put together a server, and I thought, well, I'll bring that with me. Massive, great, like tower server with I can't remember what hardware was in it, but it was a ridiculous amount of stuff. The 21-inch or it might have been 19-inch. I forget the size of the eArmor monitor. The Pro Vision or Vision something. I had that flat screen eArmor with the built-in speakers on the bottom.
Yeah.
That thing weighed a ton.
Yeah, actually, my mate Scott, he had the same monitor or one very similar to it. I remember being very jealous of it.
Yeah, the best thing about that was the refresh rate was ridiculously high on it, and it was buttery smooth.
Yeah, that's one thing we lost when we all went to LCDs, isn't it? Because we were all running refresh rates of 100 hertz anyway. Most monitors could get to that easily, and then LCD panels, it'll drop back down to 60.
I know, and we were kind of sold a bit of a lie when that happened, but I still don't regret going to LCD myself. I can see
it saves a lot of desk real estate, doesn't it?
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to lift that monitor now. That eArmor.
That's funny. I have a Sun monitor that I got off a guy, I don't know, a couple of years ago now, and you would swear it is screwed to the floor. You cannot lift it. It weighs an absolute ton. It's only a 17-inch monitor too, and the thing is deep. It is deeper than it is wide. This monitor is huge.
I wonder what's in there. They've got lots of shielding or something, like lead plating.
I have no idea. I've never even tried to turn it on because I don't have the cable for it.
What was that?
Can you still hear me? My computer's just went.
Oh no!
No! I'm gonna have to reset my computer, like.
Okay, don't worry. Take your time. You've got 9 minutes. That's going to give me a chance to look at the chat. Let's go back a bit. Neil from NLK says we're really lucky in Jersey as we have fibres directly to our property, terminated on, and ONT on site. So the only copper is from the ONT to the router. I've got fibre into my workshop now. John says it was totally worth the trouble of setting it up for the LAN gaming. It was mostly Doom 2, Duke Nukem, and Warcraft 2 for us. He must have had an earlier message. Julian, Powerline was terminated at the consumer unit, so you can't share beyond the local ring main. That must have that power over network over power line. Don Supervo has emailed me. This is Neil about his faulty issue 3H Harlequin. Don Supervo has emailed me about the display issue and pointed me towards the chips needed to look at. Really kind of him. He even offered me to send him the machine. I'm almost regretting that I didn't get any problems building the Harlequin because Don Superfo sounds like a really nice guy. The guy that actually put these things together. He's back. All right, I'm going to have to re-add you because you'll be a different browser now. I should have really got this ready. Control room. There you go. Copy. Let's get you back in. There we go. You should be appearing. Hey, what happened there?
Oh, you have no idea how frustrating this is. So there's some sort of weird fault with my computer. It's my graphics card, which is a Vega 64, I think. A Vega, anyway. The bigger one, whatever it is. I can't remember the number. But I don't know why, but occasionally after a few hours use, it will just black screen, the fans will go to 100%, and the only way I can recover it is to reset the computer. But I was still able to talk to you there. The computer itself is still running. It's fine. Everything's fine in the background. I tried all the drivers I can think of. It just randomly does this. It tends to mostly do it when I've been editing for a couple of hours and not saved it. That's its favorite point to crash on me.
It sounds like it would be handy if you knew someone that was good at fixing retro tech. Oh my god, the loudest ice cream van in the world ever has just pulled up outside. Can you hear me still?
Yeah, well, I can hear the ice cream van too.
Why has it got to be that loud? Buy my ice creams or I will deafen you. So yeah, this is something I was going to go into later with Adrian. Doug Saltire says 3 local calls after 8 p.m. So dialed a friend and played Duke Nukem 3D, a map he built of the local library. 1v1 mad fun. What was it like in Ireland for early days of the internet? Were there local charges for the internet the same as in the rest of the UK?
Well, it was still all the same ISPs that you guys would have been using.
Yeah.
So yeah, you got your dial-up at local rate, really.
See, I see these 2 eras that we went through. Just before like the Spectrum came along, the UK was lagging massively behind in computers. The computers just weren't a thing in the home before Sir Clive came along and fixed that problem. And in America, it was a big thing because it was much easier for people to connect things up over there, especially in terms of like BBSs and things like that. Because of their they had local rate was free.
Well, we did have sources in tech, especially when I was in Bangor Tech, because we were all doing it was an HND in software engineering I was doing there. So we were all very much into our computers. But we had sources that were able to get us 0800 numbers for connection to the internet.
That was like a myth around this way. People
so
spoke of that
they only
sort of
worked
thing.
for a couple of weeks, but then you maybe had to pay for your internet for another week until another number appeared.
Wow, what a thing to have.
Yeah, it was very handy.
Right. Ice cream. I scream, you scream, we all scream for ice cream. Thank you, James. James and Anonymous, whoever you are, for your kind donations. There's more donations. A quick look. Got to find it. There it is. We are £4,443 on the Just Giving page.
Brilliant.
That's so well. We did Seb. Did we do? Yeah, he was the last one I name shouted. Congratulations on the live stream from James. Been a great watch in my workshop on a Saturday. Thank you, James. Well done, Lee, MFMI, and that was an anonymous donation from someone in the US because they donated in US dollars. So that's how I know. Can I ask? Right, somebody pointed out in the chat earlier that there's currently 59 likes on this video, and there's 107 people watching. 60 now. Can I ask you to hit the like button, because it is a good chance that if YouTube see a lot of people hit the like, it will spread further. We might be able to raise more money.
Yes, smash that like button.
Smash it. If you like, smash it, or just press it. It's fine because it will do the same thing.
Just make sure you press it an odd number of times.
Yeah. Current total is £8,114.59. There goes my cat for her tea. The mugs, Adrian's telling me the mugs is £122 and the Mectrum £720.
Tell you what, Lee, do you want another mug?
Do I want another mug?
You want that mug?
Oh, mate. Look at that.
I'll send you that and you can put that in with the other two if you want.
Okay, to increase, right? Okay.
See if any. Oh no, I don't know. It might possibly, but with track bids, people might decide not to bid on it.
Might put some people off. Might stand for something really rude in their local area.
Yeah, possibly.
No, that'd be fantastic. Yes, please. Okay, so we've got 3 mugs now. That's got to obviously, right, they're £122 now, which is about £60 each. So if that doesn't go for £180, mate, then the maths doesn't work anymore. So
yeah, that's true. It must have to now.
We've broken the laws of maths. I'm going to like, comment, and subscribe. So the likes are now up to 92. Thank you, everybody. That's really kind. There's obviously going to be a good amount of very kind lurkers that have left the stream on, because like watching a 12-hour live stream is, beyond. I would not expect anybody. I know there are people in here that are going to be here from the beginning to the end, but I wouldn't expect anybody to watch the whole thing. And some people have just left it playing, so that's good. Thank you.
I've been here. And I will be here because I am looking forward to the next couple of guests.
Ah, excellent.
Neil, Dave, Matt, and Adrian, yeah?
Yeah, we've got Neil, Dave, Matt, Adrian coming up next. And in the next hour, in Neil's hour, which is starting now, I'm going to have to kick you out.
Okay.
We've got some auctions ending, so it should start to get exciting now. Start to get exciting. Oh, look, Neil's there. Right, I'm gonna say goodbye to you. Thank you very much.
Thanks for having me on, Lee. It's been great fun.
No, thank you.
And everyone go and donate. Come on. Let's see if we can get it to what? 9 grand? 10? Sky's the limit.
I thought 6 was the limit. I thought 5 was the limit. It's ridiculous. Right, thanks, mate. I really appreciate your help. Cheers.
No bother. See ya.
Bye. Oh. Right, hello, Neil. I'm just going to add you to the stream. It's me. That's my concentrating face. It's Neil, everyone.
Hello, everyone.
Get this party started.
You're not relying on me to bring the excitement, are you?
You sound like you've not got much excitement to bring.
Hello, everyone in the chat. And thank you for having me, Lee. I did
My
see
absolute pleasure.
I did see Holly and Derek and Chris and a couple of other cave dwellers and everyone else in the chat. And Neil from NLK is doing a great job of keeping us updated.
He's a superstar. I tell you, he's right from the start of this whole thing, almost from the start. He was almost there from the beginning. Once he found out that this was happening, he contacted me through Lee Smith and asked, is there anything I can do to help? And he's been there the whole time helping me.
Wow.
Organize so many different things, right from like finding the components for some of the builds. It's just, I could not have done it without him. Absolutely 100% could not have done it without him.
Fantastic. Hello to Glenn in the chat as well. I enjoyed your chat before me. You were talking about free dial-up internet access. Now, does anyone in the chat remember screaming.net? You had to go to a particular computer store to get a CD. You couldn't get it on a magazine or download it. And only if you got that CD, you could install it, and you had the dial-up client. And it was free. I think you could only connect for like 2 hours at a time, and then it disconnected you. And I think I managed, the top speed I ever got was like 0.2 kilobits per second. But using a little client called GetRight, which was for resuming downloads, I downloaded the entire Neo Geo ROM library at 0.2 kb/s. It took about like a month, but because it was free, I just set it to go and left it overnight. So there you go.
I think the first piece of software piracy that I committed online was on dial-up in the evening when the rates were cheaper. I'd never found any of these dodgy free ones that everybody seems to have had access to. I downloaded Mario 64 for to emulate on my PC.
The old Ultra HLE emulator.
Exactly.
So you had a 3DFX card then to make that work? There was a wrapper. There was a glide wrapper later for it, but when it first came out, it was
must have been later
only. That was just incredible when that came out, because the N64 was current at the time, and all of a sudden you're playing Mario 64 at a higher resolution on your PC.
I owned an N64. I had Mario 64.
Yeah.
I had the game. I could play it, no problem. But what a thing, it was just like one of those wow moments when suddenly, that part of technology caught up. Massively and changed everything. And then we got all excited for, if we could get this one, what's the next one we can have?
I think when it first came out, I think Zelda worked to a degree, and Mario Kart, and then everything else had kind of problems, and you just assumed, okay, great, they're going to fix this, they're going to make this better. But then Nintendo came down hard, didn't they? And it all kind of ground to a halt. Nintendo. Yeah. Anyway, well done.
Seen how much
so far, by the way, Lee? I mean, £8,000.
I was just about to say.
That's like every one of your subscribers has donated £2. It's amazing. That is an incredible amount.
I honestly, I said this before a little while ago when it was probably about £7,000.
Yeah.
I can't wrap my head around that. When I started this, I didn't, I thought it's this tiny little thing where we were gonna put a bog standard ZX Spectrum in this case, and auction it off for charity, and then things got out of hand. People got involved.
This is what happens when you approach something, especially in our community, when you approach something with such positivity, things just happen magically. Whether it's offers of help, whether it's Neil coming to help for the day on the chat, whether it's just out of pure coincidence, Heber going, "Oh, we've got a whole bunch of flight cases," and you go, "Right, brilliant. We'll add that to the auction." It just time and time again, for me, for you, and for other people, things just kind of all come together just through positivity in this community. It's such a nice place to be.
Being part of this positive community has changed my life. And things will never be the same again for me after this. I've never experienced anything. I've been in all the hobbies I've had before. I've done all sorts of things in my life. I've never been part of such a wide and generous community as this. There's obviously, it's not always a positive thing. You have to be careful to curate the people around you and make sure that the ones that aren't so positive don't have such a loud voice. But this changed me forever. And today, I really don't know what to say, and it is starting to make me a little bit emotional.
Do you know there's a very real prospect here, Lee, that you might, I don't want to jinx it, but you might make 10k. You might make it. It's possible.
Well,
with the auctions on top.
No, the auctions are part.
Yeah,
of
they're included in the running total. But yeah, you might make it.
That would.
If people dig deep. If people dig deep. And I am one of those, by the way. I've yet to make a donation. I'm not, I will do it after the chat. Put something in the box.
Are you waiting to see how how we get on? If
no, I'll just do it. I just haven't got round to doing it. I'm not, I'm not going to be like I'm the one that's going to put the £10 in to roll it over to something or anything like that.
Oh, I would totally do that
afterwards. Yeah,
I would definitely do that and make sure that everybody knew about it as well. There's loads of people in the chat now. You've boosted our numbers, Neil. Thank you very much for bringing the heat.
I don't know that I've done anything, but okay.
Can I ask? I did this earlier, and we got a bit of traction off of it. Can I ask everybody if you could take a second to head to your favorite social media platform of choice, and find a way to.
I think what we need to do, Lee, is I think we need to like pull a special face for people to screen grab, and then they can post it on social media. Well, what look are we going for?
I think we should go for YouTube face.
Shocked YouTube face.
Yeah.
Okay.
You ready?
On 3. Go on, you count us in.
Right. 3. Are we going on 1?
Yeah.
Okay. 3. Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
I went for the kind of shocked Frenchman with an invisible baguette. What did you go for?
I went for Macaulay Culkin in Home Alone.
Oh, nice. Yeah. I was too focused on my own performance. I didn't see what you were doing there.
We didn't gel very well there, Neil. Right. If you, Dave says if you stick a grand in, Neil.
Oh, Dave, don't play that game. I've just spent £500 at the vets.
Oh, how is Gizmo? He's got severe pancreatitis, I believe.
Acute pancreatitis. Right. Yes. She's doing all right. She's on painkillers, and we've got pills to kind of give her appetite so that she can eat a little and often without putting too much stress on her pancreas. But she's just a little space cadet at the moment. Like her whole personality is gone. She's just sort of zoned out, sat in one spot, staring at the ceiling. So hopefully she's on the mend. So we got painkillers till Monday, and then we'll see how things are.
We our last cat, Gus the huge cat, which is, by the way, is still the name of my Wi-Fi. Gus was poorly once, and we had to put him on diazepam.
Mm-hmm.
And you've never seen a cat so high and obviously tripping. It was hilarious.
Yeah.
It was so funny. But yeah, I miss old Gus. Cats are such a worry.
They become part of the family. I mean, Gizmo's 13, so she's been through thick and thin with me. So yeah, love her.
Yeah, that's a reasonable age, but she's got a few years left on her, I think.
I hope so. Yeah.
Oh, good luck with her recovery.
Thank you.
She's I don't know if you realise what a big thing she is to especially to cat lovers that watch the channels. They do become part of the fabric of it.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody really does care. So yeah, I really hope. My cat is a psycho. And
all the time, or just in sort of wild spells?
All the time.
Okay.
And I've tried. She's had like a small appearance in one video where she's like walked past, and I'd managed to get her on. But I mean, she's just completely unpredictable. She's very young. a murderer, part Labrador, and and broken, just broken severely inside. She's the least affectionate cat you've ever seen in your life.
Gizmo's been to the cave once. It's a half-hour drive to the cave, so it's not a pleasant journey for a cat to sit in a car and go to the cave. But it was when we had the last heat wave, and on balance, it was like, it is so hot in the house, you know. And she's not a slim cat; she's quite a large cat. And I thought, on balance, the car journey to an air-conditioned cave is going to be better for her than sitting in the house all day. So she had a whole day of just sort of sniffing around and exploring the cave. She enjoyed it.
Yeah. Right, I've got 2 auctions ending now.
Okay, what's ending?
In 3 minutes. So these 2.
Okay. Do we need links in the chat for any last minute flurries of bids? I did hear you say earlier you don't expect auctions to end in the same way as a normal one would, because you know,
and then it did.
Nobody's trying to hide their bid, but you never know. There might be a last minute flurry.
I can't do that. I've got the chat open on the laptop, and I just tried to drag
Okay.
from one computer to the other, and I realised that no, that's not going to work.
Oh, Neil will keep us updated, I'm sure. Although he did
I'm sure.
BRB a minute ago, so when he's back, oh, there he is.
There he is.
He's posted
he's
a link.
Put the links there. So I think that's my.
I did see that I need to put my mug prices up. £60 a mug.
Yeah, I think you're onto a winner there. I'll keep you supplied.
So I've got a big red bar at the top of this one, ZX Nightmares. You've been outbid. I did bid on the book that I donated. 40. There you go. It's just jumped up from £40 to £46.
£46. I need to open both of these.
And that one is signed by Graham Mason. Nice book, that. And then the other one is at the astronomy, not astrology, as I said in our video. £50. Wow.
Yeah, that's amazing. So what we got? 1 minute and 10 seconds left. For anybody that's interested in those. They're both really nice things. Did you expect to go for anything like that?
No, and the one that really surprised me as well was the Magic Roundabout one, the game.
Yeah.
Because I just picked it up because it's Magic Roundabout and it's Spectrums and it's British, and it's like, yeah, there's not much more British than Magic Roundabout. We all remember that. Spectrum
Apparently.
is... Oh, hello, you're going to correct me. Is it like Belgium or something?
French.
It's French. Okay. Okay. There's nothing we all think is more British than Magic Roundabout, even if we're wrong. So I donated that, and then you said, "Oh, the price has jumped up." So I looked it up on eBay, and there's like a couple of others listed at £90. Oh, I had no idea that this game was rare. So actually, the price it was the other day was a bargain for someone. I don't know what price it's at now.
We will come to that in a minute. Oh, actually, I can find that out now. £37. That has gone up a bit. It's
Still
got
a
half an
bargain
hour
for
to go.
someone, but yeah.
Someone can make a profit on that one.
Oh, book's £49 for ZX Nightmares. 2 seconds, 1 second. Ended.
The other one, the astronomy book, has just jumped
to
£101.43p.
£101. So there you go. And the other one was 49, so that's £150 on books. Wow. There are some amazing people here, Lee. You brought them all together. And Dave.
I'm not going to say too much because he's going to be on next. And I don't want him to give me a hard time, and I know he can. Thank you, the winning bidders. I wonder if I can see. Burgess. I'm assuming that's you. And Cathers. One a book each. I can't believe.
I really hope the person who's won the coding book will show us some of those codes typed in. Show us the programs.
Yeah, there is one that's you pointed out one on the video when you were flicking through the pages. There's one that shows something from 2020. Oh, there goes my name.
Oh, it was Halley's or Halley's, however you pronounce it, Comet.
Yeah.
flying by. Yeah.
This is getting silly. Neil says it will take a few minutes to recalc the totals. Did you hear that Lee tried? Oh no, this is a message to you from Chris. Did you hear that Lee tried smashing your mug today by dropping it?
My mug or your mug?
Your mug.
I didn't hear
Well, now
that.
part of this is probably an unconscious effort by me to win the who's best mug. You know,
I think it's if he failed, then it's testament to the quality of my mug, and you should all buy one when you visit the cave.
There you go. I can't argue with that, really. And you can't buy mine because mine is actually unique. There's only one. Well, you can buy mine. You can buy this one. But it's going to be tricky. Good luck winning that bid. I've been watching this stream all day. This is from Neil Feltham. What you are doing is absolutely brilliant. I think 10k is on the cards, by the way. Better go do my bit and make a donation. Yes, thank you, Neil.
Yes, let's get it to 10k. Fantastic. So,
Lee,
what? Oh, sorry. Carry on, Lee. I don't want to
sorry,
interrupt you
one more message. Lee Thurston and I have 4 cats and wouldn't be without them. Each have differences, but wonderful and best company. Cats are the best.
I grew up with dogs, and the only reason I had Gizmo is because I was shopping in a supermarket one day, and this little kitten kept coming through the automatic doors. You've probably heard this story. It was the 5th of November, so it's fireworks night. And it was raining, and this little kitten kept coming through the door, and the checkout staff kept picking her up and chucking her back out into the car park. And then the next time she came in, I was like, oh, I've got to do something. So I was wearing this great big hoodie with like a zip-up pouch on the front. So I grabbed her by the scruff of the neck and put her in my pouch and zipped her up.
You went shoplifting for cats?
I did. I was a cat burglar. And then, you know, I scouted out the local area to see if anyone had lost a cat. Nobody had. Put posters up for the next couple of weeks. No response. So, and you know what it's like. You're like, okay, well, we'll take her to the vets. We'll get rid of her in a couple of days. And then you become very attached to them very quickly because they have their little personalities, you know. So from that day forward, I was very much a cat person.
I didn't know that. That's the first time I've heard that story. And okay. I didn't think you could go up any more in my estimations, Neil. But that's a lovely story. You stole a cat from what was it? Budget
Liddles.
Liddles.
Liddles in Chard in Somerset.
Budget cat. Obviously didn't have a name. How did you get to Gizmo?
Because she's sort of gizmo coloured and has great big gremlin-like ears. When she was a kitten, especially, her ears were far too big for her head. So. But, you know, I think Gizmo's quite a common name for pets, I've since discovered. There's a lot of Gizmos.
Yeah. That's the first one I've heard. We've got a total. Neil has posted a total of £8,345.61. The mugs are in 10 minutes, and they are currently £155. When I bought the mug, I you know, got this my best mug from Vistaprint, and I just basically, you know, just put my picture on, my logo on the thing and sent it off, and it took quite a long time to come, and I'd forgotten about it. And when it turned up, I was so chuffed with it. I paid quite a lot of money for it. I'm not going to say how much I paid for it. It was more than you would expect to pay for a mug.
But do they have local craftsmen and global delivery?
No.
Vistaprint? No.
They don't have global craftsmen or local delivery.
They're not even my sponsor anymore. It's just habit.
They're not your sponsors anymore.
One Click Print used to be, and they do mugs.
Oh.
But yeah, Vistaprint you go to for one-offs. You know, you're not going to Vistaprint to stock your shop up. It's just to do a nice one-off thing. Yeah.
But yeah, the money I paid for that, I did not think I was going to make too much, but I thought that would be part of my contract. I mean, to be honest, and I'm going to blow my own trumpet just a little bit here. I put in quite a lot to this. There's quite a lot of my old stock gone into some of these machines. So
sure, yeah.
But
and
you know,
your time. Don't forget the amount of time you've put into these as well.
I had fun. Time is not the thing that bothers me too much, because what else would I have been doing with my time?
And skill. Probably. You know, you've created things that clearly people want to have. we're supporting you for the charity, and we all know how close to your heart this charity is. But you've created things that people also want. They're not just going to buy it and put it on a shelf. They're going to buy it and use it day in, day out.
I hope so.
Yeah,
I really do. And
especially the mugs.
My wife watched the video, your amazing video that you did on your channel.
Fun. Yeah.
And she had one comment.
Go on.
Which was when I said that I would offer like lifetime support for whoever won the machine. She was like, "What?"
It's there.
Are you sure about this?
It's there. The evidence is there. Lifetime warranty.
Lifetime warranty. Yeah, it's not just 1 year like it says on the box. Duncan is here. Hello, Duncan. You know Duncan.
Duncan Styles. Yes, producer Duncan.
Producer Duncan is here. I was raving about Duncan's editing.
He's fantastic.
Earlier. I can't think who I was talking to because everything is just one big blur to me now. But I did say that for someone that edits a predominantly audio podcast, his video editing skills are without doubt some of the best I've seen. He's a marvel.
And you've been inside the sausage factory now because you recorded an episode with us, so you see where we get things wrong, and we talk to Duncan. We say, "Oh, Duncan, cut that out," or "Duncan, sorry about that, Duncan." Sometimes we record something 3 times because we keep screwing it up, and every time we screw it up, we egg each other on, willing each other to screw it up again, as Dave will confirm in the chat, and Duncan, of course. So he makes it all look seamless, and he does it week in, week out. And as you say, it's predominantly audio. But every week he's like, "Oh, guys, I've just added this effect to the video." Like next week, he's added like this kind of purple static effect over the intro, and then it goes into the cube and spins. And nobody's asked him to do that. He's just gone, "How can I make it a little bit better each week off his own back?" So he's very, very hardworking. Thank you, Duncan, in the chat. Yeah, editing legend. And he does, he does other podcasts and things as well. So God knows how he finds the time to do it all. But he does. He obviously loves what he does.
He must do, because it's not an easy thing to do, and we both know how much work goes into editing. And that actually leads me nicely onto a question I have for you.
Go on.
Do you still? We've got 5 minutes, by the way, before the next auction, so let's let's fill it with this one.
What is the next auction, by the way, that's ending?
The mugs.
The mugs. Get your bids in on the mugs. Maybe NLK Neil will post a link in the chat to the mugs.
Yeah, please. I'd love to see these go for 200. That would be hilarious.
Right, hit me with your question, Lee. Go.
Editing. So when as I grew into my editing style, I always tried to, and I suggested this to other people that were getting into it as well. Add something every week. Find something new and add a new thing, and keep experimenting and changing and until you hone your craft. Do you feel that you've honed your craft now, or do you still feel like you're learning as you go?
No, I'm always learning. I'm completely self-taught on everything from filming to lighting to audio to editing. And
Really?
with I actually, a lot of people say that the editing is their least favorite part.
No,
I love it. I absolutely love it. I think it's it's a chance to be creative, and I get more frustrations out of losing memory cards when I'm filming, which my Discord chat has heard me scream about many times. But when it comes to editing, I love it, and I'm always trying to improve it. So I think just a couple of episodes. Well, in fact, with your episode, I introduced kind of those red captions that appeared when Thomas was playing. I've never done that before because I just wanted to play with different sort of looking captions, and I wanted to add a bit of a breather to an episode where we're talking a lot. So a bit of a musical interlude, but also some information appearing on the screen. So it's not just, it keeps people's attention, because you know how YouTube is. You've always got to keep people engaged. So I thought, okay, let's have a bit of a audio breather from the chat, but give people some facts on the screen, and sort of came up with these red captions. And And that's just one very small example. Over the years, I've had to get used to color grading. You know, my early videos are very, very yellow, if you go back and look at them. Experimenting with different microphones, from shotgun mics to lapel mics to slightly better lapel mics, and then post-processing the audio. I use Premiere for all my editing, so different effects to reduce the reverb and things, which all changed again when I moved into the current cave, because it is so much bigger than the old cave. So, you know, you've got different acoustic challenges to lighting. So yeah, there's a lot of challenges, but I really do enjoy it. Yeah. And I took the pressure off of myself 2 or 3 months ago, because I was working to a schedule of 4 videos a month. So sort of Thursday was my release day.
Yeah.
I explained to the patrons at one point, look, I'm finding myself at times really trying to work to this deadline, to what feels to me like it's at the detriment of some of the videos. I just want a couple more days to do some research. I just want to shoot a bit more footage. So I'm sort of trying to do 3 a month. Sometimes you get 4, sometimes you'll get 5, but I'm not putting the pressure on myself to do it every week. If I need a bit more time, I'm allowing it. And I think the channel is slowly starting to benefit a bit more for that.
I've got to that point probably a bit earlier than you did, actually, and I think that's probably, I'm fortunate to be part of this collective group of YouTubers that share their experiences, and we always, you know, when people pop up in our chat and say, I'm really struggling with my schedule, that we say, bin it then. There's no point in making worse videos more often. Where are you going to end up?
And you're putting the pressure on yourself because you're trying to feed the YouTube algorithm, because you know that if you tickle the algorithm, you end up getting recommended, and then you get momentum, and then your video takes off. But actually, when it comes down to it, it's not about numbers. It's about quality of audience, not quantity of audience. Go on, speak.
10 seconds.
Put your finger up. 10 seconds.
£185
on the mugs.
Yep.
I hope they don't get broken in shipping. Wrap them up well.
Oh no, it's not 10 seconds. It was a minute, so we've got 50 seconds to go now. So
that's all right. We can count it down. There's still a chance to get a bid in then.
There's a snipe ready to go. Come on.
Now, was yours an 11-ounce mug or a 10-ounce mug? Can you remember?
What in volume?
Yes.
Or weight?
Volume.
They look exactly the same.
They look like 11s, I think.
Which is which?
I can't really see because I've only got you as a small thumbnail.
Oh yeah,
I'm seeing the
web.
What's this? Oh, Ninja Video Ninja. You're using. I've never used this system.
Yeah, it's really good.
It's good.
Well, that is the website. It's like a open source type thing, and it works really well. But there's no lag. You know, if I'm showing you like the browser.
Oh my god. £261.
Oh, I don't want to touch them now in case I break them.
Wow.
They're going in the box.
I did give you a box, didn't I? But
you did.
But please wrap it up even more.
I'm gonna
the box in a box.
They're going. Oh no, the delivery is £3.93 express delivery. I might have to increase the shipping on that one.
I mean, I think you should just hand deliver them, to be honest, at that price, and put some tea in them.
If the person is within an hour of me, I'll do that.
Well done, everyone. That's awesome.
That's amazing. There goes yours. Not saying my box is better than your box.
We'll see when they arrive.
Although your box did protect it, so that's a good thing. So we've got one more to go, which is probably my favourite one, the Magic Roundabout. Which I asked, who do I asked? I asked Mark from the Retro Channel, and I asked Jan Beta if they had any inkling of this Magic Roundabout phenomenon. I had no idea what I was talking about at all. Not a clue. let me put that back. I did have my iPad set up so I could, do the change of the scenes and everything, but it started flickering madly, so I had to turn it off. Right, we are up to 135 viewers, which is lovely. There's 106 likes on the video. I must stop banging my desk because I know it sounds on the microphone.
Oh,
Sorry.
I've not been hearing that. It's fine.
Oh, really?
No, I've not been picking up on that. Maybe the chat can comment, but I've not heard you smacking your mic.
Okay. Smack at the mic.
It's something I normally pick up on when we're recording the podcast. I'm like, Dave, stop hitting the table. Or more often than not, Dave's cat likes to come and rub its face. Dot likes to come and rub her face on the microphone.
He shouldn't have such a appealing microphone. He probably covers it in catnip just to get the effect. Retro Bites John says, more fun gluing it back together.
It's a jigsaw puzzle if it arrives like that.
Some assembly required. More fun fixing them, mugs. Yeah, thank you. That is from Simon Flibblesand. Simon, my brain has completely fried now. Where are we? We're at 7:30. I've got a way to go. And I wanted to say thank you to some of the people that have helped and donated along the way. Simon, what did you donate? I've completely forgotten. I have a list.
There was a little request in chat, by the way, just in case you missed it, from Derek, who said, can you make sure that you sign the Spectrum coding book for Chris from the Cave before you send it? So he wants to put a little message in there to say, to Chris from the Cave.
To Chris, what? Right, to Chris from the Cave?
That's right. So he's got in speech marks, Chris from the Cave. So I don't know if that's to Chris from the Cave or Chris from the Cave. Maybe Flame Lily, maybe Derek can clarify there. If you put in quotes exactly what you want Lee to put in the book, let's help.
If you email me, Lee at morefunmakinit.co.uk, all of your requests and dreams will probably come true. I will put whatever you want on there. You want me to sign the box or the mug? And which mug do you want me to sign? Do you want me to sign Neil's mug?
Oh.
Do you want me to deface Neil's mug? I'll do it. If we get 10 grand, I will do what you want.
Super slow-mo video of smashing the mug.
I don't want your mug signed. Thanks, Paul. Who won the mug? Who won the mug? It was it was Paul Universal Retro. He said he was going for the mugs. Paul Universal Retro Boss. I'd be really, really interested, Paul. And I would be interested. And don't feel pressured into revealing this information. If you don't want to, I totally understand. But I'd be really interested what your top bid was. So yeah, Paul, that is nailed on. I will be hand delivering these mugs because he lives literally an hour away from me, and I've been to his house a few times now. And he's the guy that bought my pinball table.
Oh yes, yeah,
and supplies me with all of my retro repairs. So,
super. So you're going to deliver the mug, and then you're personally going to make a cup of tea in it for him.
I will do. I'll put anything he wants in there, within reason and decency.
Steady now.
I will stir it with whatever he wants. You can tell, when
the filters have all gone.
Yeah, social. Yeah. Okay. 10k, and you drive to the cave and physically sign Neil's face. Says Simon Flibblesand.
Yeah, sure. Sounds
I did
like
have. I did have a. I was going to, it's like when you go to a big day. When me and Thomas came to the cave to film with you, it was a big day for us. It was an amazing day, and I had all sorts of things in my head. I was going to do like a vlog style video of the trip on the way there with me and Thomas, and a little bit of video outside the cave greeting, just all out the window, getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning, driving 4 hours, straight out of the car, straight into the front of a camera, microphone in front of your face, and away you go. And it was just like a blur.
Oh, time
Literally
goes so quickly, and there's so much to squeeze in. What was our video? Was it 30 minutes long, something like that?
Yep.
And we spent, a working day on that. Doing the chat and then all the B-roll, and everything else, setting them up to record. There's a lot goes into these videos, as you know. In chat there, it says Chris from the Cave won the book. I would just like Lee to sign it before sending it. So there you go.
book, not okay. So,
Just want you to sign the book.
Right, I'll have to make sure that. Thank you, Chris from the Cave. Is that Chris? You're Chris, the volunteer, Chris.
Yeah, Chris, who is wonderful because if it's there's two Chris's, but I think it's Southampton Chris, which means he travels like 2 hours to come and volunteer on a Saturday.
I did ask him how far away he came from, and he told me that.
Such a nice man, yeah.
He really is, and him and Derek are the ones that have been there both times that I've been there as a visitor.
Yeah, Derek's lovely. Sometimes Derek brings his daughter Beth along, who's been doing her Duke of Edinburgh, so she's been volunteering at the Cave to get those that experience down for that.
It's lovely.
Yeah,
they're both really nice guys, and I should say that Chris was very kindly donated one of the flight cases because I only had
he
two.
did. Yes, he dropped it off for you. In the chat there, you got another donation.
Oh my god.
So look, Lee, you need to just take a moment to be really proud of yourself. I'm not a big YouTube channel, but I am a YouTube channel with a sizable audience. I do a charity calendar every year. And it's a wonderful thing. I think the most we've ever raised with that calendar is £5,000, and here you are staring down the barrel of £10,000. You've done, just to give you some perspective, you've done an incredible job. You really have. So well done.
Bloody hell! Thank you, Neil. It's really kind of you to say. I am super proud of what's happened, and it's not. I can't take all of the credit, but I'll take a bit. So I'm just going to go through some of the donations. We've had some more. There's Costado, thank you, who I met in real life on my first visit to the Cave, and we spent some quality time together in the bar of the Bear in Rodborough.
Oh yes.
If you go to the Cave, if anybody in the chat is in the in the vicinity of the Cave and wants to go and visit, and you need somewhere to stay, I'd highly recommend the Bear. It's a lovely place. Thomas and I stayed there on our visit, and we just had a beautiful evening, father-son evening together, which was something I will always remember. But thank you, Costado. Thank you, Anonymous, and the next Anonymous. Thank you to Enz, who donated from America somewhere, saying excellent work. Thank you. And Neil Feltham, thank you. I really hope that you hit 10k. It's not much, but hopefully it will help. If everybody donated even half of what you've donated, Neil, then we would be flying past 10k. So you are making a huge difference. Andy McG, thank you. And Guy, holy moly. That's
£100.
We've had 2 donations this big, but Guy has donated £500. I'm not naming anybody else's because numbers, like I say, the small amounts will add up.
And then you get the gift aid on top of that as well. So it's actually £625.
£625.
Yeah.
Where are we, Neil? Neil needs to do some maths.
I saw Dave Wild on the list there as well. So Dave's from the YouTube channel Retro Workshop.
Excellent.
He featured many years ago. We did a retro road trip where he showed us his Sinclair C5, and I went out for a drive in it. And he does lots of Spectrum repairs and other things like that. So
yeah, I'm well aware of his work. He's an
Workshop,
excellent YouTuber.
Nice guy, Dave.
Yeah. Have I missed some chat there? No. The current total as of a few minutes ago was £9,199.
10k is there. 10k is
and
there.
91 pence. We get. I believe now. I believe
We can do this. You can do this.
we. It's definitely a we. It's not a you.
It's all on
4
Dave.
minutes.
It's all on your next guest, Dave. Dave, don't let us down. No pressure.
Don't let us down, Dave. Dave would never let us down.
He's going to shake people down, Dave is. Come on.
He's got that gruff, Scottish demeanor that's going to go well. You know, it's going to help us raise this money. Let's share this tab and get you back on the right thing. Browser being a guest. Oh, I have to concentrate so hard on everything. Talking for this long is not an easy thing to do. I thought I might struggle a little bit, but I'm starting to get there. So £41.89 for the Magic Roundabout. Let's get the right image.
Bargain, an absolute bargain at that price.
That's you can make 50 quid profit on this.
You could, yeah.
It's did you test this? Do you know if it works?
No. I just grabbed it from the storeroom.
I don't think I've got 2 minutes 20 seconds. It's going to take longer than that to load it. So
worked last time we tried it. Just pop that in the auction quick.
I have actually put untested. I think I've
no
put
returns.
Yeah, I've put in the auction description. You can see down here. I've not had a chance to test it yet. So let's sell this as a curio item. If I get a chance to load it, I will update the listing. I didn't get a chance. But to be honest, if you want to, if you're going to own something like this, it's not to play it, really, is it? It's not like you're gonna.
No.
I think
a lot of the games that we buy and collect now to put on our shelves, we kind of buy them on the assumption that there's bit rot, that there's, that the disc may not work, but we just want the thing. We probably won't even use the thing when we want to play the thing. We'll stick the ROM on an SD card and play it that way on our, on our hardware. But it's just still nice to have on the shelf.
It is, and that is certainly an unusual thing. Were you aware of the Magic Roundabout as well? Do you remember the Magic Roundabout as a?
I remember the show. I mean, the show was re-aired long after it was originally aired.
Yeah,
it was there when I was a kid at school. There's this period when I was at school of just programs before school, and I used to make a habit of getting up at like 6 a.m. to watch things. I don't know if Magic Roundabout was on that early. 47 seconds to go. Get your bids in. But certainly things like Jason the Wheeled Warriors and
I hated that show.
You hated that one? And
Ulysses something about that.
And things like that. They were on like super early on Channel 4. So I used to get up early and watch them. Yeah.
Was Jason the Wheeled Warriors, did they have like wheels for hands and legs? Or am I
They were like
fever dream.
They were like kind of organic vehicles that looked kind of part car, part sort of fleshy and plant-like.
That's putting me off even more.
10 seconds. Right. We're up to £56. Boing,
still a bargain.
Goes Zebedee.
Come on. Let's go.
56. It's ended at 56.
56. Someone got a bargain. That's
got a bargain.
That's still a good price.
Let us know if it works.
I'll test it before it goes out. I probably should have tested it. I reckon we would have got more if I'd have tested that and sold it as.
I think there's a tiny little crack in the case. So if you've got a spare case, you might want to pop it in that as well.
Yeah, I'll have a look. There's definitely some around here. Oh yeah, there is across the front of it. Yep, I'll make a better case for it.
Somebody, Lee's just saying there's another $500 donation.
What?
So, yeah, well done whoever bid on the Magic Roundabout there.
So, oh my God.
And the Spectrum also finished.
So Anon says they were outbid on the mugs, so here's my donation. And it's $512.
Wow.
Is that... Jeez. We've got to be getting close now.
You are so close to 10K. It's just amazing. I mean, do you think, Lee, that will cover the raised beds?
I think they're gonna they'll be all right for the wood at least. Maybe for
like
the materials.
a 50-story raised bed at this rate.
Gold.
You need a ladder to get up there.
Oh my god. Lee, see the comments. Yeah, I'm trying. It's really hard. Last try I'll drop. What? Whoa. Spectrum 4E4. Last try I'll drop £1,500 on the Spectrum now if you promise to fix my 2 broken Spectrums free of charge. Done. Deal.
Do it. And also, Devilish Design says £410 for the 48K Spectrum. I think that one's ended now.
Oh, yes. There was another one. It's the Blondie.
So they get
I missed
£410. So that's got to take you now over the 10K?
Well, that was already probably a couple of £100. So we're getting there, I expect. Let me I'm sharing this window. I probably shouldn't. That's active.
Lee, why haven't you got like an air horn soundboard or something? We need like explosions for the 10K.
What? Where's the ones that have sold? Drafts, it's scheduled. Sold. Yeah, £410 for. Neil's having a nightmare trying to work out the totals for this. So £9,707.81. We're going to get there. That's full on gazebo range. What? I don't understand.
Spectrum 4E4 says, "Great, I'm on it." After offering the 1,500.
Wow. I can't see anyone outbidding that. That Spectrum is mine. Right. So DBS 1010 says, "Woohoo! That Spectrum is mine. If anyone sees my wife, I paid a lot less, but it is worth it. Thank you, Lee." I had to go back to that one. So if you saw the video, whoever that is that won it, D-Boss. I'm going to call you D-Boss. At the end of that video, I said that the power it was drawing was too high. I went back and I fixed that. It was because the Spectrum I didn't realize this with issue 4's the 4S doesn't need a DC-DC mod, but the 4A does, and I didn't realize there was a difference. Applied the DC-DC mod, all the power issues went away, and it's now drawing very little current. It's got Traco in it as well, which I'll replace with the original voltage regulator if you want. Entirely up to you.
Neil says current total. Do you want to read it out, Lee? I don't want to.
£9,726.43.
I mean, that's.
And Rudy says he wants to pee, but doesn't want to miss anything. That is what bottles are for. Take your phone with you. There you go. At least you can do that. I can't take the microphone and cameras. Oh, God. Use the horn, Neil. Dave. I like Toasty on your streams.
I need to do a stream soon. It's been a while. I've been distracted. Yeah. And I've got videos people have sent in to use. I need to use them.
I might have time to actually. I've got an idea for a submission for your one, and I just didn't run. I ran out of time, so I couldn't do it. Oh, we've got 10 minutes now, and no auctions finishing for a while. So nothing now until 8:45 when the one I've labelled ZX Sexy.
This one. The Purple Beauty. Peek through the smoked plastic to see the purple beauty within.
Look.
Oh.
It really is a gorgeous thing. Ooh, get in the shot.
It's almost too nice to use. Did you replace the foot on it?
No, that was the Mectrum, and I did.
Oh, okay, yeah.
This one has a full complement of foots. So that's I don't know. What are we up to on that one? I've already stopped sharing that, so let's go back to the list. That one is currently at £620.
Well, there you go. There's your 10K. You've done it.
No. These are he's all the time.
Oh, it's all factored in so far. Okay.
Yep. Otherwise, we would be quite a bit past 10K because the The Vectrum is currently £740.
The Vectrum is just a beast. It's just, yeah, got a life of its own. And there's the orange one, which it surprises me that it works so well. Orange keys on a Spectrum, but it does.
That was I was a bit unsure on this one. This is that microphone's
Mine, it jumps out at you. Be careful.
It does. Keeps hitting me in the head. That was NLK Media Neil's donation. One of his donations. Donated loads of stuff.
You can use that while eating Whatsits without worrying. It's ideal.
See, this is how you've got so far in this game, Neil.
Always one step
ideas.
ahead.
Yeah, ideas like that. I mean, you bring the smarts to the game. All right, so £260 to go. Says Jeremy's Vintage Hillbilly Shack. Karsten is here. Hello, Karsten. He's one of my oldest supporters.
Hello, Karsten.
And really nice guy. Really nice guy. All of do you get attached to the people that support you?
Yeah. New and old. I mean, I can tell you that the first patron that I ever had many years ago was a chap called Dustin. And it always stuck with me. I always remember.
How long ago was that? How many subscribers did you have before you started, thinking, I need to put a patron up for this?
I don't even remember. I'm not a person for stats. I really don't monitor them at all closely.
I'm happy with guesses.
So it must have been like 2017, and I don't know. Let's say 10,000 because I had like a sudden surge when I did the first Amiga video of like 10,000, which was just insane. And then I kind of sort of grew gradually from there. So let's say 10,000 at a guess.
What was that first big surge on the Amiga one? I need to ask you this one because this is something that happens to me, and I've spoken about it with some of the other guests that have been on today. When you watch your stats flying up suddenly from nowhere, how long did it take you to get to sleep that first night?
Well, the thing is, I didn't notice it. I was so new to YouTube, and all I was doing was making my videos, uploading them, chatting to people in the comments, and not paying any attention to the stats. That it was about 3 months after the video that I was like, oh, there's this like analytics section, and what's all this about? And hang on a minute, what's that massive spike on this chart? That's not me just downplaying it. I genuinely was just in my spare bedroom chucking videos out, chatting to people, really paying no attention whatsoever, and then suddenly noticed, hang on, that's not normal. So I didn't really have that, oh my god, sleepless night, what's happened sort of thing. It was.
Have you had it since? Have there been any other big surprises?
Yeah, I still anticipate the release of a video and get excited about it, and the response to it. But you never know what's going to happen. No matter how good you think a video is, you never know how it's going to perform and what's going to happen. So you've just got to put it out there and sit back and see what happens.
Excellent. How's the latest one doing? I haven't had a chance to look at
the latest one. Is that still that's our one, isn't it? Hang on.
You had some special guests.
Because we've got the next one's on early access to patrons, and then your one has done 19,000 views.
Nice.
On average, people watch it for 10 minutes, which is a good duration for a long video.
That's not bad.
And 5.9% of people click on it when they see an impression.
Very nice. That's decent for that many.
And that's clicks. Because the thumbnail is the white one that you just held up. So there you go. That's the sexy one that I've put on the thumbnail.
So actually, that keyboard is the backdrop to my logo.
Ah, okay. Looking at the stats, it is a monetized video. It has made £57.11. So that is what I'm going to donate, or I can wait a little bit longer. And whatever that video makes, I'll chuck into the pot for you. There you go.
Thank you, Neil. That's really kind. I watched before this started, and then the blur of activity I had before trying to get everything ready, I got a notification that This Week in Retro podcast, this week's one released today, and because some of the question that we asked on last week was to do with friends, and I just realised that I haven't asked you anything to do with the theme of the show. And we've only got 4 minutes left before Dave is going to barge in here with his elbows out saying, it's my turn.
Before you do, Neil, NLK Media, can you post in the chat the link to the Just Giving page, please? Because I need to know it so I can make a donation. And others might do too. Okay.
Current total. 10,000.
Yes.
And £73.93. Yes.
Wow. 5 figures, Lee. That is a hell of a raised bed. There'll be nothing left at the center. There'll just be a raised bed. Yeah, well done. I think the chat should just tell Lee how proud you are of him.
I didn't donate it.
You made this happen. You made this happen.
Sorry. Neil, tell us. You've obviously prepared a cutting anecdote about your friendship stories. That you're someone who is always highly prepared. Tell me a story about your friendship and computers. Oh my God!
Friendship and computers.
Stop over here.
Well, I met you through computers.
Oh.
I met Thomas, my best mate Thomas, through computers.
Thomas, yeah, I'm clipping that bit out.
A large part of my current friendship group is actually built around the friends that I've made through retro computing, which is incredible. But if we want to go back in the 80s, I grew up on a typical 1960s, early 1970s housing estate. And I think, like a lot of people in the chat, I knew exactly on that estate where every single system was. So I had an Amstrad CPC. I knew the guys with the Spectrums, the Master System, later the Mega Drive, the SNES, an Archimedes. I knew the guy with the PC. I could go whatever I wanted to play. I would just go and knock on the door. Go on,
Do
Lee.
you realise how unusual that was to know so many different systems? Like in my era, I'm a little bit older than you. I still consider you to be a father figure, though. I will just point that out. In oh my God, £10,113. In my area and in my era, that everybody had Spectrums and nothing else. You might know someone who had a dad with a BBC.
Yeah.
But everything was Spectrums. You had all of this wealth of technology around you in that area, and you were able to just go and access it.
Yeah, and we were all willing to just share it with each other, go and try it out. Invariably, it involved also raiding the parents' fridges and making like a triple-decker sandwich of everything in the fridge, and then playing Clumsy Colin or whatever, Action Biker. But yeah, I had access to all of them. I've got to say, as the Amstrad CPC owner, not many people came to my house.
Oh, I'm sure that's not.
But when
true.
I got the Amiga, people came around and I'd put the Mega demos on and stuff. But yeah, I think I've got to admit, I think my favorite was we went for a long period of playing Streets of Rage on my friend's Mega Drive. Loved that. And Snake, Rattle and Roll on my friend's NES. Both great games. The Spectrum owners, I have to say, they were the ones that made me sit and watch them play.
Bastards.
Very rarely did I get to play on them. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. I'll take that on the chin.
Yeah. I see I've hit 8 o'clock. If Dave's ready, I'm happy to hand over. If you want me to stick around, I'm happy
I could sit and talk to you forever. I just wanted to say that it's no wonder you ended up like what you did. I just need to turn something down because I realise I've left my focal length too wide, so I'm not in focus. It's no wonder you turned out like you did. If you had such an access to a wide range of different computers, and you've ended up offering this to everybody else, you've carried that experience through to the cave, and it's just one of my favourite places in the world.
Thank you. Yeah, and sharing everything in the cave is without doubt my favourite part of where I am right now. You know,
that's the thing. I'm not jealous necessarily. Well, yeah, I am kind of jealous that you've got the cave. I mean, I'm not going to actually pretend I'm not, but I'm more jealous of you've got that ability to share this passion with everybody that is able to access it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Neil.
Thank you, and I look forward to seeing you at the meet at the end of this month. Is it
7th of October?
7th of October. So I look forward to seeing you then. And thank you for having me on, and just well done again. I'm so glad that we hit that 10K. And Dave, we will pass the baton over to you, who's going to take you up to 20K. No pressure.
He's going to probably make you donate even more.
Thank you, everyone in chat. Bye-bye.
Cheers, mate. Right, it's time for me to remember how to press the buttons. Dave's already here. Let me. Why has it got that in the way? There we go. Copy that one. Let's put you where he was. Dave is coming. Dave is entering the chat. Dave.
Hello, how are you?
That.
How are you? I can't follow that. I was thinking to myself, am I going to come on just before the 10,000? Am I going to get all the credit for this? And no, Neil stole it. Neil did it.
He's like that.
Well
he's
done.
a man that likes the limelight, and if he can manipulate large crowds of people into doing what he wills, then more power to his elbow. I can't fault him.
Yeah, he's good. I don't like him hearing me say this, but he's good. No, amazing. It won't hit you until all this finishes. It won't really hit you how big you've managed to take it. I mean, you were hoping for 4, and you must have been secretly thinking we'll go beyond 4, but 10, never 10, never 10.
Not in my wildest dreams did I think we would get to 10. It wasn't even. I didn't even dream about it. It wasn't even considered. I hoped that we would get to 5, and we've doubled that. That was my hope, but and that's what kind of way I set it at 4, and hoped we would get to 5.
Because you don't want to come in under what your target is. It looks a bit bad, so you always want to set it to something you feels comfortably achievable. Yeah, I did want to look at the camera directly and say to people that, if you've been watching, if you've been enjoying, and you've been intending sticking some money in, but you haven't got round to it, do it now. Do it right now. Go and do it. Don't forget. Get your money in. Don't put more than you can afford in, even if it's just a little. It all adds up. But go and do it. Don't forget. Just do it now.
There's been so many people that have put in £5, £10. And if you add all of those people together, probably, I'm not. Well, it must be. I don't know. I'm now starting to struggle to put words together for 2 reasons. One, because I've been doing this for 10 hours, and it's getting tricky. And 2, I'm emotionally drained already because I can't believe how amazing everybody's been. Anyway. Thank you, Dave, for coming along. You are one of my most favourite people in the world. And the podcast that you're a part of, if people aren't aware, there's 144 people watching right now. I'm sure that we'll get lots of views after the fact when word gets around how much money we've raised, and people want to see what the hell was going on there. If you aren't aware of This Week in Retro, it's something that you need to be aware of because, in my opinion, the best retro-themed podcast in the world. And there are quite a few.
It's a funny thing because I always feel that it's much better than the sum of its parts. We do something, and what we do is we maybe we maybe spend a few hours every week doing the research for it, because we do have to make sure we try our best to find out what we're talking about. None of us are really, Neil's maybe, you maybe call Neil an expert, but we're not really experts on what we talk about. So we just have to do a bit of research. We do a little bit of research, maybe 3 or 4 hours. Sometimes we'll go in deep in something. Sometimes it'll be a shallow topic. So only maybe do an hour. And then we'll talk for an hour and a half. Duncan will edit it down to about an hour and 10 minutes. And what comes out at the end of it is amazing. And it doesn't, it's so much more than the sum of its parts. It's not as if we're doing, none of us are doing anything magical. It's just when it all goes together, it comes out great. But I love doing it. I really do enjoy doing it. Once a week, sitting down and making yourself have a pleasant chat with people is great. I looked back, actually. I thought you might ask questions about This Week in Retro, so I looked back to find out some kind of time scales on it, and it started 3 years ago this week, so the 12th of September 2020, and it started off with John, Boat of Car Scholler, and with Neil, and they did it for a few episodes before. About 60 episodes in, it was too much for John. John has a limited amount of time, plus he was recording at 8 o'clock in the morning his time. So John stepped down, and then Neil had the idea of getting a few guests on to see what stuck. He got Chris in first, and that stuck, and that was episode 61, I think, when Chris came on. And I did a guest appearance at episode 65, and then I came back on at 75, and then full on at 77. It's been the same mix from episode 77 until now. We're up at episode 130 odd, I think, now. So it goes well. It's great. I enjoy doing it, and people seem to love it. We get comments from people saying, "I look forward to sitting down to watch this on a Saturday morning." It's priceless to hear that.
Throughout last summer, my Sunday morning routine, I would save the podcast for my drive to the local car boot sale, and it was perfect because it's half an hour to the car boot sale and half an hour back, which was just about the right length for most episodes, and it got me in the mood to go thrifting for stuff. This Week in Retro. Oh, another mug. Did you see that Glenn has given me one of his merch mugs to go in with the other mugs that I've now got to hand deliver?
I'd like to say that I give this mug in, but I won't.
No,
because
don't.
It's a one of a kind, and
we've already sold that auction. It's not going to increase the value of it.
It came from my very good friend Richard Shears, who sent it to me for my birthday. It's a one-off. It's not merchandise. We don't have merchandise for This Week in Retro. It's got me on it.
Ah, nice.
And it's got the show logo, and it's got Dave's Housekeeping, my segment in it that we catch up on things.
Richard
Shears
is
lovely man. So yes,
such a lovely guy. I don't know if he's about. Oh, he is.
Well timed, Richard.
He appears in chat.
He'll be all embarrassed now. He doesn't like people to know he's nice.
No, I know, but Richard really is. I have had dealings with him, and I know of other people's dealings with him, and he's one of the gems of our retro community. Really, really nice guy. But so I'm not surprised that he did that for you, because that's just the kind of thing that he would do. Right, so where are we up to? £10,413.93. What? That was we've had a donation there from Ross B. Ross is I think that's the Ross is one of my viewers, and he is a lovely, lovely guy. Let me have a quick look, see if I can get So the current total on the Just Giving page, which I thought would struggle to get to 4,000 on its own. I thought it was going to need the help of eBay sales. Is now at £6,211 and is 155% of the target that I set.
Have you noticed that Neil has lied to you?
Yes. He's massively lied. Okay, so let's go through these. Oh my God. So let's move back to Rudy's Retro Intel. Has donated a big chunk of the of his Canadian dollars. Thank you, Rudy. Rudy is a super generous guy. Bastian Notchera. Shame the Menage. Oh, no, this is not in English. Enchanté didn't make it back to France. Right, the Magic Roundabout. So it was a French thing.
That's a nicer name, isn't it? Ménage Enchanté.
I love that. That's like kind of almost sexy. Say that again, Dave.
Ménage Enchanté.
Do it closer to the microphone.
Ménage Enchanté.
Oh, it's making my tummy go all funny. Didn't make it back to France, but hoping this makes a small difference. You made a big difference, Bastian. Thank you very much. Some guy called Velociraptor has donated and says, well done, Lee. Thank you, Dave.
You're welcome.
Neil didn't donate as much as he said he was going to donate. He said he was going to donate the
57 quid. He's almost doubled it.
Yeah, he's actually rounded it up to the next £100. Thank you, Neil. Jason Daniels. Okay, Jason the Fly. Jason Daniels is the guy that's going to be the living exhibit in the cave soon, in the RMC cave. He's going to be in the dev den where he's going to be showing how games were made with real hardware back in the 80s. So I can't remember the name. Brain is not working, so I'd love to give you more details, but something that I'm really looking forward to is going back to the cave. I think he's going to be there on our meetup day on the 7th. I hope so, because every time I've gone to the cave, I've bumped into Jason, and I know he's in a similar position in the family sense that I am with a family member with special needs. And we just got on like a house on fire. He's one of those people that I could just sit and talk to for hours and hours and hours. He's lovely, lovely guy. He's made a donation. Ross B made a donation. I'll win the mugs next year, he says. And Aunt Ove, Ovi, I'm sorry, that's not a name that I can do any justice to pronouncing. Somebody anonymous also must have donated, but they've kept the... I've done that so many times. Smack my glasses on the microphone. Thank you, everybody that's donated. You are guaranteeing I'm not going to be able to sleep tonight. It's not going to happen.
You're going to come off this. You're going to be exhausted, and then you'll sit down, and then it'll hit you, and then you'll get all wired on how much it was, and you'll be so excited.
It's going to be great. Going to be great tomorrow when this is all over. I can't wait to get back to some normal existence. Actually, quick look at the chat, and let's go from there. Where's Neil said something? Dave, where is Dot?
She is cuddled into the crook of my arm. You can't see her. In fact, maybe if I can adjust the camera, you can have a quick look at little Dot.
Oh my God.
She's cuddled in there having a wee sleep.
Oh.
She's my pal. If she's not being a terrorist, she's cuddling into me. She always wants to cuddle me. She's so kind to me, and she purrs all the time as well. She's great. The only problem is she bullies my other cat.
So cats are the best thing in the world, as far as I'm concerned. I will not broach the matter. They're also the biggest dickheads in the world.
Yeah, both of them are dickheads. She got out the other night for the first time. She's managed to sneak her way out. I went to bed, and I'm lying in bed thinking something's missing, and I got out of bed, got dressed, went to look for her. I'm looking out. It's torrential rain. I'm walking around the house twice looking for her. Couldn't find her. I'm saying her name, and then I heard this tiny squeak, and I couldn't locate it, and I couldn't get it to repeat. And eventually I said her name again. I heard a squeak. She was hiding behind the back wheel of my car, soaked to the skin, too scared to come out. I felt terrible. I felt like the worst person in the world.
You monster.
Yeah. So I got her back in and gave her a cuddle until she was warm again.
You're not a monster.
Nah, not really.
So Mark Oatley, awesome stream, and thank you to NLK Media for keeping us all up to date with the figures. Neil, you're doing such an amazing job. Again, I could not do this without you. Can you imagine the mess I would be in if someone wasn't there counting? I would just be like, "Oh yeah, there's some money coming in."
It's certainly driven the donations upwards, having that running
really has.
total. I mean,
Definitely made a
that
big
push
difference.
towards the 10k is because you've known what the total is. So Neil does need to take a lot of credit for what he's done today. He's been doing a full shift as well.
He's dragged a lot of extra people in here. So extra people is just going to be more donations. PDS system is the system that Jason uses for his software development.
Yeah, Neil's talked to me about that a few times. It hasn't been officially announced. Before it was officially announced, and always I can't say anything really. I don't think he tells me any real deep secrets, but things that shouldn't be announced. But that's going to be really quite interesting when it gets started. You'll get to see how it actually happens, and the hope is, I believe, he'll actually produce something that you can get and play at home, which will be great.
Why so you could actually go there, buy a cassette off of the shelf, hopefully in the shop, in the fake WH Smiths, pull it off the shelf.
Yeah, I don't know how far they'll get that way, but yeah, if they manage to do that, that'd be amazing. Yeah,
it would. Okay. PDS. Hey, RMC the K from Hags Lab. Thank you for your donation, Nicholas Jurovic. We must have gone up. Yeah, £6,337. Taz Fay Dodge. Thank you, Taz. Taz is a love. You must have come across Taz.
I've seen that name all the time.
He's a lovely guy. He's super supportive. He's someone that is basically one of the cheerleaders of retro YouTube. He keeps everybody going. He's one of the rocks. He says, "Keep it going. When do you want me to send my A500 pluses down?" Winky face, lol. Not yet. He's got a battery damage for A500 plus. I've got two here, but we'll talk about that. Karsten has donated. Thank you, Karsten. He won an auction earlier and he's still donated. Nicholas Jurovic and Dean Duke. Have I gone back far enough? No, that's not what I want. No, that's the latest one. And Chucky. Thank you very much. A couple of minutes ago, Chucky. Not a big fan of your films.
Chucky is he's a guy that does the Amigas among other things. He builds Terrible Fires as well for the Amiga. He's really nice guy, really funny as well. I think he's from Sweden, but he's also he's an honorary member of the Scottish Amiga user group.
Oh, you've claimed him.
Yes, he's been claimed. They've claimed me as well. Although I do have an Amiga now, so
I'm sure you're Scottish.
Yes, that's not a condition though, because the head of the Scottish Amiga user group is Rob, and Rob is Irish.
Oh, okay.
Although he does live in Scotland.
If you're the head of the group, you kind of get to make the rules, really, don't you?
Yeah. I don't know why Chucky's in there, but I think he's certainly welcome.
It's lovely, and do you know what that makes me think of is that it's actually really encouraging, because you think that you know the community, but some people are going to be on the periphery of those people that you know, and you haven't had close contact with them yet. And people keep popping up, especially through this whole thing. People have popped up and said, "I want to help," and I've got to know them through their efforts. People, I want to say another thank you to Fergus, who donated the Harlequin board that's inside the Mectrum. Just a lovely guy. He just wanted to help. But I'd never had any contact with him before. He probably seen some of my videos and cottoned onto the charity thing, and he sat there all by himself and thought, "How can I help?" Actually, he was drunk. I have to point this out. He's one of the special cases, because I can't go too deep into that, but it was a drunken offer, but he did actually stand by it and end up offering the kit. It was the Harlequin kit for me to build. Right, so oh wow, I'm way behind on the chat, so I'm going to have to skip ahead a little bit. Thank you, Challoner, for your kind donation, says Neil. So there's been another one. Let's have a little look. £6,382. Oh, that was from Ian and my friend Stephen, Retrograde Scene. Go and check out his channel. He's one of these small YouTube channels that makes content punching way above his weight. Some of the stuff he's done is such high quality, but because he's somebody that has limited free time, he doesn't get a huge amount of time like some of us lucky gets to burn into making videos. He has to make videos over a period of months. And he's one that I would highly recommend that people go and watch. But he's also a really nice guy. You might have seen his video earlier. Right. Current total is £10,633.52p. Gift aid is £950. Let's see if we can get that to 1k. Good idea. So to do that, you need to if you do that, actually I think we need to donate another. Oh no, that'll be 4k in total. So yeah, we're not that far off. 50 quid.
From qualifying donations that count for gift aid.
Yeah. What qualifies?
No, I know what qualifies, but may as well tell people. You need to be in the UK. I need to be donating your own money, not on behalf of someone else. And if that's the case, you can tick the button for gift aid, and the government will put back in the tax that you nominally would be expected to have paid to get that money.
Yep.
So you get 25% added back on. It makes a huge difference for these things. As we can see here, it's nearly £1,000. It'll be £1,000 by the time it ends of gift aid going in. So it makes a huge difference if you take the time to tick the box.
Bobus, we are going to have to kick Dave out of the ST user group at this rate.
Well, I built my Amiga. I built a lovely Amiga. I'm delighted with it. So it's an Amiga 1200 in a black Checkmate case.
Is it done?
Yes.
Oh.
I could point the camera at it. It's kind of sitting at a funny, jaunty angle just now. But you can see it.
Oh.
Can I... There we go there.
Oh.
So it is an Amiga 1200 in a black Checkmate case with a new old stock Gateway 17-inch CRT. The Amiga 1200 has a Terrible Fire 030 in it, a TF 1230, and I've got a Scan Magic Plus, something like that, a Scan Doubler and Flicker Fixer in there, so the VG output on it, it's beautiful, it's perfect. I've got an Amiga 500 keyboard in the Checkmate case, and I've got a wireless tank mouse connected to it as well, and an arcade or joystick. I've just got it working just now. I've just made changed the audio. What I want to do next is to install the Amiga operating system onto a fresh disc on module or SD card. I haven't quite decided, and then I'll make it my Amiga that way. But I've not abandoned the ST. In fact, I'm just finishing off the last touches to my perfect Mega STE by getting a Mega STE keyboard, putting in Cherry MX switches, and properly restoring it with Retrobyte until it's perfect. So both of them will sit next to each other, and they'll both be ideal. So I hope I don't get kicked out of either groups for cheating on it.
I don't think that's ever going to happen. I have found I went from Commodore 64 to Amiga 500 to Amiga 1200, so I was die-hard Amiga fan. Didn't know anybody that that owned an Amiga, an Atari ST. It just wasn't a thing in my area. I wasn't around, because obviously a lot of people forget that the Atari ST came quite a long time before the Amiga. During that period,
So I mean, I don't want to actually there, but the Amiga 1000 was released in 1985 at the same time as the Atari ST. But
Okay,
the Amiga 1000
before
was
the Amiga 500.
totally out of reach for a kid's Christmas present. So the Amiga 500 wasn't even really in reach for a kid's Christmas present until maybe Christmas 1989.
Yeah. Okay.
So
and
yeah, you're right. And yeah, you're right.
So the nobody in my area owned an Amiga, an Atari ST. Not until I started the retro hobby and collecting did I even touch an Atari ST. I find now that if I was going to go pick up a machine to have a little play and explore, my first instinct is to pick up an Atari rather than an Amiga, purely because I've got more to do with an Atari. I've got more to discover.
Yeah.
Not necessarily because I think one is better than the other, but it would be like saying a ZX81 isn't as good as an IBM XT.
It's not a serious argument to actually have. It's one to have for a bit of fun, perhaps, but there's no serious argument to make about one versus the other. It's the Atari ST came onto the scene for people like us of our age group. It came onto the scene before the Amiga did. Sure, you'll get people who had an Amiga early, but they'll be the exception. And then the Atari ST really hit a wall in 1991, 92, and it wasn't very attractive then. And then the Amiga was still going, and there was lots still to do on the Amiga. So they weren't really direct competitors, except for just that small window of time, kind of 1989, 1990, 1991 is where they really competed. The rest of the time, the Atari ST a bit before the Amiga, and the Amiga lasted a bit afterwards.
Couple more donations. I can't remember where we got to. Retrograde Scene, was it? Mike DX, who did the vinyls for the cases. He says, just giving you a gentle nudge towards the next milestone. Don't forget the other bits I sent you. I can't remember what the other bits are, Mike. I'm so sorry. What did he send me? He sent me.
You're falling apart.
Oh, mate, it was happening a long time ago. I know he sent me some stickers, and they're in the bottom of this box, so I can't get to them. So these stickers, I've got a bunch of these. I'm going to put a load of these in with the auction. So he sent me some. Get my eyes out so it'll focus. There we go. More fun making it stickers. Actually, that was one of the defect ones. So there's some better ones than that, but they'll all be going in. Is he put here? Dave, tell him it's the stickers. Thank you. I did remember the stickers. Yes,
it's the stickers. Yeah, I told him.
So yeah, that was Mike. Thank you, Mike, for your donation and all your help. You've been another amazing helper and cheerleader as well. He's kept me going in my Discord. Bill Cav has donated, saying, excellent cause, keep up the good work. Thank you. Hags Lab has donated, and thank you very much. That's really kind. I've seen you popping up in the chat a bit. PJ, sadly, I didn't get the mugs, but here's the money. I bid on them anyway. That's an anonymous amount, so I can't see how much it is. Thank you, PJ. I'm assuming that's quite a big lump if you were bidding on the mugs. Retro Combs, from one parent to another. And Retro Crazy, my friend Retro Crazy, again from your neck of the woods, Dave. Let's make this even higher, folks.
Lots of us
All
around.
good for a good cause. He's a lovely guy. Now, actually, that's a good point. While he's around, I did put it somewhere where I could hold it. Here we go. We've got something else. I showed the Spectrum that Lee Smith
the Metron
sent me that needs repairing. Can't find it now. It's somewhere around. You'll like this one. He sent me that one. That's going in a box. That's going to be up for auction as soon as I've fixed it, and that's going to be added to the total. We've got this.
I don't know. You've got the auction still on screen.
Yeah,
so I don't know.
You might have to look on the screen.
That is a CPC 464. It's got a tooth missing. It's lost a
It's
fight.
in there.
Is it in there?
It's
Oh,
I bought one. And he's also sent the belts for the tape deck, so I can refurbish the tape deck. But it's a talkie.
Is a talkie? I was going to ask that.
Talkie.
What kind of keyboard? A talkie. The talkie is the one you want to have. So when they first made them, they made them with a PCB keyboard and slightly taller keys, and it's much nicer to type on than the revision where Alan Sugar cost cut. It's a funny thing because Alan Sugar made these hi-fis. They were always called the Mugs iFull, were the hi-fis that looked the part, but they were very much basic, very much it'll do the job and it'll be okay, but it looks as if it's much more expensive than it is. But when he came out with the CPC 464 and then the 6128, especially the monitors, they're fantastic. They're much better than they needed to be. I mean, they were priced competitively as well. If you didn't need to buy a television, then you were buying the monitor that you didn't need. But if you're buying a computer for your kid and they didn't have a TV in the room already, then the Amstrad was the one to buy. And it was competitively priced, but it was so well made. They're really hard to break. They're nice and simple. They work well. They look the part. They're fantastic machines.
I've got the green screen and the color monitor.
So do I, yeah.
My color one doesn't work, and it's going to be my first foray into actually CRT repair, and I'm terrified. I'm even now thinking about it.
There's a bit more power circuitry in the monitor than you may find in another monitor, because it's then the power supply for, and depending on which one it is, the CTM 640, that's the right model, only has 5 volts out, and the 644 has 5 volts and 12 volts out.
And 12,
yeah. So it may be that. I don't know. I hope it's something simple. I don't really know much about it. But the quality on those color monitors is incredible.
Paul J spotted on that CPC that it's a French one. Really, I mean, I don't know how you spotted that, but it is. So Retro Crazy, he was in France on holiday recently, and he came back with a whole bunch of CPC 464s, and he just picked one out, didn't even look at it, boxed it up, and sent it to me as a donation for. There's a workshop for that, Lee.
There is a workshop at the Cave on basic getting started in CRT repairs.
Yeah. I might bring it with me on on October the 7th. That's not a bad shout, actually. Fantastic. Oh my god, the chat is flying past. Sorry if I can't get to your messages. I'm really trying my best, but holding a conversation with someone and reading the chat and trying to keep up with everything else is really hard. My voice is starting to go now. Jan Bater is still here. Jan's, what a trooper he is. He was on at 3 o'clock this afternoon, and he's still here.
He's talking about the Thalion crew are great. They started out on the ST, and eventually they moved on to the Amiga. They were on the Amiga towards the end. I think it was Blue Byte they ended up being after they were Thalion. But they did Amber Moon. I know Jan's played Amber Moon on Twitch. I think it was on Twitch. He's played it live streaming anyway. They did some RPGs for the Amiga that actually they didn't come out eventually on the PC. I don't believe they did. And there's a remake we've talked about on This Week in Retro. Thalion are fantastic to look into. They were a ST demo scene that went through a kind of evolution over the years.
Okay. There's an interesting comment here from Imperial 109 who says, my CPC 464 from 1987 still works, and I've done no maintenance at all. Amazing build quality. Jinxed it now though. That is the reason that you don't see retro repairs. I mean, you could throw a stick at the retro YouTube scene, and you're going to hit 3 or 4 C64 repairs, but you don't see repairs for Amstrad CPC 464s because they never go wrong.
Commodore were very forward-looking that way. They put in horrible cheap RAM so that it would fail and give you something to do.
Yeah, they're just expanding the experience for you. So much chat. Yeah, retro crazy. What have I done now? Lee fixed my 464-2 and my 464 plus. I think that was me. That was for Flibblesand. That 464 plus was great fun, and Sam, I promise it's high on my list to finish that. I've got to add the floppy interface to it, and I've got one more video to make on that. It will be coming, and that video didn't do so well at the start, not super popular, but it's gathered pace as it's gone along. And one of my best thumbnails where I had Mr. Flibble.
I love when you talk about videos, when YouTubers talk about videos as if they're your children. It didn't do so well at the start, but it's doing well now.
Don't make me choose. I haven't got a favourite.
Neil's favourite is the Pandora one. That's his best work. The Pandora
video.
Yeah,
I think he peaked, personally. Yeah. That's why everybody watches it.
Yeah, it's his most popular one.
I think everybody go to Neil's channel after you've finished on here, and you should watch that video because it's some of his seminal work. It's
I
think
if they had to reduce the YouTubers down to one video to say this is them in one video, for Neil it would be the Pandora video.
Yeah, it's pure.
Yeah.
I don't think it's like essence of RMC. It's like ground Neil.
Load of retro.
Dehydrated Neil. No, Dave, no.
Explain to anyone who's missing the joke. Neil made a video on this Pandora's box, which is an arcade emulation thing built into a joystick, and it was fine for what it was. I'm sure he had Mark Fitzy stuff on it.
I enjoyed it. It was a good video.
It was a fine. I enjoyed it as well, but it wasn't a trash to treasure. It wasn't an in-depth research thing. He didn't tell the story of a machine all the way through, so it's not really a seminal thing. And it's been super popular, and he gets angry at super popular because he's put so much more effort into other things that aren't quite as popular.
I've asked every other YouTuber here what their biggest unlisted video is, and that one's on the edge.
Yeah.
of being unlisted. I've got a feeling that at some point he's just going to go, nope, enough.
If it ends up being his number one, I think he might unlist it until it's not, and then list it again.
I did this.
Really?
In my when to become a YouTube partner at the time when I did it, you had to have 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 minutes of view time. But before that had happened, I'd unlisted my most popular video because I hated it so much and it was dominated my channel. Whenever I go to a YouTube channel, a new YouTube channel, I will look at their videos and I will sort them by most popular to see what the best one is.
Yeah.
And anybody that was doing that was going to my channel and clicking on this video that I hated, and that would be their representation. That would represent my YouTube channel for them, and it ate at me. It really did, and so I unlisted it, and then I got my 1,000 subscribers, but I was short on the minutes, so I relisted it and got it over the 4,000 minutes. Became a YouTube partner, which is not to make money. It's so that you don't, if you're not monetized, you will not get the boost from YouTube. People won't watch your video. 6 minutes to go. Not for me and you for the auction. And as soon as I got into the partner program, I delisted it again. So if you look on social media at my site at that point, there's a way and then a dump.
At least tell us what the video was.
The video was a cheap arcade encoder, like a USB encoder. I've got a similar video now that's doing well on my channel.
An arcade control encoder, so like a joystick.
It was using an Arduino Nano as an arcade encoder, so you could just wire straight up to the Nano. Because at the time I was using like what they called zero delay encoders in my arcade machines, and I wanted a better way to do it. And these were really cheap at the time. The Nanos, they were like less than £3 each to make a really nice, very low latency encoder. I think you can do a better job now with the Pico.
So why did you what was wrong with the video that you disliked it enough to delist it?
I spoke about this earlier.
Oh,
And
see.
it was it's fine. I don't mind going over it again.
No, I remember you saying it. You thought, did you think you sounded pompous or something?
I did right at the start. I made an off the cuff. I tell you what I'll do. I'll share that because the video's still there. It's just unlisted. I'll share it with you directly later.
I wondered if you were overthinking it. I get what you were saying when you said it earlier on, but I wonder if you're overthinking it. But then again, you did say it's you that sees it all the time, so you don't want to see it again.
Yeah. Lots of people said, "Don't worry about it. It's fine." And when I was talking about it with other people and asking their opinions, and they said, "No, it's fine. It's part of your YouTube history." But sorry. It was honestly, it was eating me, and I couldn't let it go. So I need to share that tab and get the browser.
The sexy one.
Sexy spec. Look at that.
I like the zoom in and the little 2 wires you've got. Is it the composite mode? Oh yeah. Look how neat those are.
Oh yeah.
Is that hot snot for strain relief there?
Yep.
Oh,
it's kind of because this board, when you push on the RCA jack there to plug the cable in, the board wobbles because it's only anchored in the center.
Got you.
There and there, so it's pivots, and you don't want that. So I put some hot snot there, and it stopped it. I love hot glue. I know it gets a bad rep.
People are wrong to give it a bad rep. Hot glue is great. Hot glue is not a sticky. People think it's a sticky mess. It's not. It turns into, it's like wax, and you can cleanly remove it from anything apart from fabric. You can snap it off. You can get a screwdriver under it and snap it off, or you can use a little bit of IPA and it comes right off. You can heat it and reform it. It is great stuff, and I think people who haven't used it have this conception that it turns into like copy deck type stuff. Yeah, it's not. It's great.
The best way to use hot glue. I've got my piece here, and I don't know if you can see that, but it's kind of tapered and chewed up. I don't use the hot glue guns anymore. I chop bits off and put them on cold, and then use my hot air gun to melt them in place, so I can get them exactly. In fact, inside this, I had to take the slot off of this detonator the other day and replace it. But because I had to move it out because it wasn't fitting into the back of a Spectrum in a reliable fashion, so I had to move the slot further out. But that left. I was worried about the weakness, so I lined the top and bottom of the legs that are attached to the board with hot glue and just melted it in place, and it's a perfect, neat job.
I'd never crossed my mind. There was a stick of it here in front of me that Dot was playing with the other day, last night, and I can't find it now. I was going to hold it up the screen to show you mine, but I would not have thought of that. But it's a great idea. I'm now going to start putting slivers and chunks of hot glue on things. I know you can do it with the soldering iron, but it's not very neat to do that.
That's going to make a stringy mess. Hot air is it works perfectly. I got that from Gadget UK.
Because there's a big difference between the melting point and the burning point. So you've got a lot of leeway to get it done right.
Yeah, I usually go about 150, 160 degrees with it. 9 seconds on the Sexy Spectrum. £680. That is already much more than I thought it would go for.
Boom. 680. There's your dinner. There's your dinner. Brilliant. It's a lovely looking thing though.
I'm numb. I'm absolutely numb. I made that.
I could make that. It wouldn't look as good. It wouldn't look as neat. Someone else could make that. Unless you've made lots of stuff that you have, you couldn't make it look as neat.
I'm super proud of that one as well.
It's lovely.
That one was a real work of passion because I put that one. I pretty much put together by myself. And I'm really glad that it's finally this case has finally got a computer inside of it that does it justice and is going to go to a lovely home now. Oh, I will miss you.
Am I right to say that there's no Amstrad Spectrums in this?
No, there aren't.
Is that a choice, or is that just chance?
Just how it happened.
Okay. Because the Amstrad community is deeply offended. We are affronted by it. No, we're not at all. Just wondering.
I don't care.
Yeah, I know you don't.
Right, so let's have a quick look at the chat. Yes, Glenn says, got that trick from Gadget UK, Hot Glue. Definitely one from him. He's somebody that I've learned a huge amount from, Gadget UK. He doesn't make videos that generate lots of clicks. He doesn't go after the wide audience. He makes videos that teach
Gadget
you
UK.
stuff. Gadget UK, yeah. Lovely guy as well. He's
he would do you a favour if he could. Yeah, he would.
He absolutely. I think he would bend over backwards for anyone in his community. Hot Glue and beer, a fun Friday night. Rudy, you know how to party. Where would we be without hot glue, gaffer tape, and blue tack?
I've been using blue tack this week on keys when I'm retrobrating them.
Got my piece here. It's never far away. I've actually had to use some of it to stick some stuff up on the wall. Like I've got the list of people. Cable ties and zip ties. Says Yambeta.
Yeah. Strain relief and all sorts.
Yeah, I wonder what Sir Clive would think. Brand new Specky from 2023. This was inspired. This one in kind of I saw the white one that he got as his millionth Spectrum, and I didn't want the pure white case. I've got a pure white case here that Flibble Sam gave to me. That was handy actually. Oh, I must have put it somewhere.
Did Sir Clive ever comment on the Spectrum community? I know he was famously not up for having interviews done and so on, but did he ever say anything about the Spectrum community in recent days? I know he's passed now, of course.
I don't know.
That'd be fascinating to find out.
Yeah, I'm not sure. That would be nice to know.
Nice to know if he had an opinion on it, if whether he thought this is daft, why are they doing that, or whether they thought it's fantastic. Because I mean, it's an engineering marvel. The Spectrum. It was made to be as cheap as possible without being too cheap, and it got into so many people's homes that would have had nothing if it wasn't for the Spectrum. Amazing.
Yeah. So Simon Ginger Hippie Gaming says, Lee, you may have an NMSX to fix up soon. He's got one for me. And I've got my name on it. I'm waiting for things to calm down a bit, and then we're gonna sort that out.
We're nearly at 11,000. I'd like us to hit 11,000 in the next 11 minutes.
Well, you've got 11 minutes.
Just for vanity, my own vanity.
Is anybody waiting on their donation?
Stick your hand in your pocket. Get it done.
Come on. Get us to £11,000. So the total is now £10,976.65. Don't forget Evil Johnny, who's now one of my favourite people in the world. He's given so much in this fundraising drive. Pointed out, don't forget blue painter's tape. Mike says, don't forget the Kapton tape. I don't use Kapton tape that much.
No?
It's very handy, but...
for SMD stuff, it's handy, yeah.
Yeah, for SMD stuff. I don't do so much of it, but when I do, I'll always use Kapton tape. But this, I use every day, multiple times a day for multiple different things. It's one of the handiest tools in a workshop that you will find. There's so many different uses for it. And you get the good stuff as well.
Labels, sticking things together, covering things up, all sorts of stuff. Neil said in the chat, he understands that Sir Clive Sinclair didn't use a computer or the internet.
Okay. Well, I'm not surprised. He was a bit of an odd thing, wasn't he?
Yeah. I know that Alan Sugar, he's going to answer a question that you sometimes see Alan Sugar tweeting about the Amstrad, but he's now been interviewed about the Amstrad. There's a special edition of Amstrad Addict coming out from Pixel Addict and Amiga Addict, and they've got an interview with him in it. So I'm really looking forward to see what he thinks about the Amstrad. Obviously, he's quite a divisive person at times. I'm not sure how likable Alan Sugar is, but I'm fascinated to see what he thinks.
I lost the battle with the Lees already because the Spectrum is definitely going to sell for more than Sexy Spectrum, which is okay. I'm all right with that. At least A Lee won the day.
Yeah, the Spectrum is special. It's
the star of the show.
Yeah.
Getting really close to 11k now. I understand he did. All right, so that's where you got up to, and he absolutely hated that the Spectrum was used for playing games. Yeah,
did he?
Yeah, he really did. Well, I think there were interviews where he kind of pushed back when people suggested it was a games machine.
Do you know? I don't think he hated that it was used for playing games. I think he hated it that it was only used for playing games and seen as only suitable for playing games.
That it wasn't seen as a serious machine.
It's almost as if he tried to settle that with the QL, because the QL was there was no use for playing games really compared to other things like that. The QL was meant to be a low cost budget business machine, where the perhaps the same idea as the PCW, but didn't quite it didn't cut
it. Electric tape, super glue, epoxy glue. I steer away from glues. Unless, I use quite a bit of epoxy for my repairs. I used some in this actually to do the little tab thing. Love that Gadget UK dares to attempt battery destroyed Acorn Archimedes. Not many people would be able to. Yeah, he does things that the rest of us wouldn't even consider.
Is it not the IC that dies with the battery damaged Archimedes, and once the IC dies, there's nothing else you can do because you're missing out that little unique chip for it? I don't know. That's what I heard. I may be wrong. Chat will
probably
wrong.
Thank you, Glenn D. That pushed us over the 11k mark. Yes. We are £11,007 and 90 pence. Before you get out of here, let's have a look. Yeah, come on. Right, so we were up to Retro Crazy. Oh my god, it's going nuts. Imperial 109, thank you. He says, or they say, awesome live stream. Congratulations on smashing the target. Anonymous donated, thank you. Mark's Miscellaneous Mix, or Mark's Misc Mix. Ain't the retro community. No, ain't the retro computing. All right, so, okay. This isn't me.
Would you like me to do it?
You could do that if you want, but good luck reading those words.
Mart's Misc Mix says, ain't the retro computing community the best? From an Amiga fan who has never laid a finger on a Speccy or a C64 ever, as far as I can recall, though I once did build a ZX80 from a kit for my boss.
Oh, what a thing to have done.
I didn't do any better, do I? I did just as bad as you.
You didn't embarrass me, but and you also didn't embarrass
just as bad
Mark, because he did write one of the words wrong and you corrected it. So I didn't want to point that out, but I kind of did. But I'm not going to. I'm not going to
split hairs.
Yeah. Glenn CRG, he's already contributed some money towards this. I've forgotten something. Let's do this because I have a list. Where's my list? Damn it. Oh, it might be in a different window. Here we go. I've got a list here of people right at the start of this. I was talking in my little YouTube community about doing this and saying that I would like to put a Harlequin inside the Spectrum. And I set up a room in our Discord saying, please, MFI's charity thing. And I casually said, could anybody help out with some of the costs towards this? And overwhelmed with the support that these people gave. So Tech Made Easy Matt contributed. Control Alt Reese, who I'll come back to, contributed.
I need to say a message from Reese. He's just asked me. He says, "Tell everyone that Reese says hi from Calico Ghost Town, somewhere in the desert east of California."
Ah,
and he sent me a picture of the desert, trucks parked in the desert, just like it's on a film.
Fantastic! I can't wait to see his slides. Stephen, Retrograde Scene contributed. Retro Bits TV, Matt, who's up next in 4 minutes, contributed. Steve from Steve's Tech Shed contributed. Timberwolf, CRG Glenn, and Mark from the Retro Channel, who was on earlier, all chipped in with money that covered all of my costs for buying loads of stuff. That I mean, I've also done some myself as well, but just it wouldn't happen. Not to this level. This wouldn't have happened without their help.
It's been down to. I mean, all this is down to you, but it's not just you. There's lots of other steps in the way that have happened, and I don't quite know why. Oh, hello.
This did this earlier. I don't know what this is about.
Yeah. So I don't know how it's quite caught fire the way it has, but it really has, and so many people are enthusiastic about it. I was happy about it until you and Thomas came on This Week in Retro, and then after that, I was right into getting this success. Is everyone going to hear this echo?
Yeah.
Ah.
Hang on. I'm hoping it will disappear if we're quiet. What on earth is that? Yeah, I think it's gone now. That happened earlier. It just came out of nowhere. I think it might be the Video Ninja. I just need to say that Reese, when I told him that somebody had matched, because he gave me a good chunk of money. He's a lovely guy and he's very generous. He gave me this lens on this camera. He's just so super generous. He gave me a certain amount of money, and I told him that somebody else had matched it, and he was so annoyed that he gave me another £1. That sums up Reese for me.
He does it for fun, though. He's doing it for fun. He knows. He's not doing it out of nastiness. Yeah. No, Reese is great. I speak to Reese all the time. Reese is great.
He's a lovely.
I can't believe the hour's nearly gone.
I know, we've only got a couple of minutes.
Cancel your next guest.
Some guy called Adrian.
Cancel. I'm not finished.
Should we just keep talking and ignore him?
Yeah. I thought you were going to ask me questions about friendships and all the rest of it. I had a few things thought up and you didn't.
Go.
There's no time. There's not been time.
Oh, I'm so sorry. We've been having such a lovely chat, and you have got 2 minutes to go if you want to.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I have really enjoyed being on here. It's nice to get involved in this somehow. I've contributed nothing other than appearing on here. I've given you nothing. I've not been involved in the start and all the rest of it. I've done a little bit of cheerleading for it, but it's great to get involved in it. Speaking to Thomas was amazing, though. He'll be so happy tomorrow. He understands these things, so he'll be delighted tomorrow.
He will be. He's I did have to explain that he wasn't getting the money.
He'll see the benefit of it, though.
He will definitely see the benefit of it.
It's the hanging gardens of Babylon he's going to have, not raised planters.
I think he was expecting a check. Thank you so much, Dave.
That's a pleasure. It's lovely being on. It's been great.
You're such a good sport.
Thank you so much for chat, for donations and all the rest of it. It's wonderful. Good luck with the rest of it. You're on the home straight now, so the tiredness won't matter. You only get 2 hours left, and then you can sit in a chair and be baffled about it all.
I'm giving up with words, so I'm just going to act out what you're saying. Thanks, mate. I really appreciate you coming on, and thank you for having me and Thomas on This Week in Retro.
I thoroughly enjoyed it. Everyone enjoyed it. The audience enjoyed it as well. I will see you soon. Goodbye.
Cheers, mate. See ya. Wow. Have you worked out how to hang up? Oh, he's gone. There's me echoing again. What on earth is going on? I'm going to try and track that down. Give me a sec. Oh, it's gone again. Let's find the control room. Matt's next. I did say it's Adrian next, but again, I thought I was on the last hour. Let me get Matt in to the scene. And here we go. Nearly there, Matt. Nearly there. There we go. Mute that one. It might be that coming from that. Here's Matt, everybody. Say hello to Matt.
Hello, Lee. Hello, everyone.
Oh my God, you're so loud.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Oh, I can't hear you.
Oh.
That's interesting.
Let's, I'm going to, oh, I might have, hang on. How's that?
I could hear. That's better. Now I can hear you.
Hang on a second. What about if can you hear me now? No.
How's my volume?
I've got two things, and I think because I keep getting this weird echo thing going on, so I'm sharing my screen and my virtual camera coming from OBS. Yeah, there's still a bit of that echo.
I'm afraid the echo is probably me since I am using an open mic here and not using headphones. My apologies.
That's okay. I'm sure people can understand because. Nobody in here probably knows very much about this, but Matt's actually got COVID at the moment and still turned up to help us in the charity thing.
Yeah, it was an unfortunate side effect of VCF Midwest happened last weekend, and apparently a lot of people who were there got it. I was another casualty of the event, but I'm on the mend now, so I'm hoping to be able to make it through. I've got my cough drops. I've got my hot tea with honey, so we'll do the best we can.
Hopefully you'll get through it really, really quickly. You said you had it before and it only lasted 3 days.
Yeah. The first time I had it way back, it was just a scratchy throat 3 days, and this one's been a little worse, but definitely on the rebound now. So yeah, hopefully that it's all gone in a couple days. So
we got a big thing for us. My sons both had their COVID jabs yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
So we for the last couple of weeks, because there's been a little bit of a spike in COVID cases going around. There's still some echo going on. Honestly,
yeah, that's probably me. My apologies for that.
If you turn down your speakers just a bit, and to the point where you can only just hear me.
Yeah.
That's all right. I'll just ignore it.
Yeah, I turned it down a bit.
Yeah, we've had to hide at home for the last couple of weeks, but now they've had their jabs, we can go back out and get back on with some real life again. So that's a bit of a relief.
That's good. Yeah.
Yours is not too bad. How was VCF?
Oh, well, if you've seen any of the videos from the prior years, maybe like LGR's video from last year, you kind of know what to expect, only even more so. It's just very, very well attended. There is so much to see, so much to do, so many people to talk to, so many interesting things. There's just simply not enough time to do it, and it is very, very, very crowded. So it's definitely an experience. It's my first time going to Midwest. It's my second VCF overall. Yeah, it was great. It was a great time. I got to put a lot of faces to names that I've met on the internet. I'm going
to give you one now. I'm going to give you a name because Jeremy's Vintage Hillbilly Shack says, hello, Retro Bits. It was fantastic meeting you at VCF MW.
Yeah. Jeremy, I ran into him right in the parking lot before the doors even opened at 9 a.m. So yeah, we had a discussion before. There were the event was so large it actually spilled out into the parking lot. There were vendors setting up out there, and so yeah, I ran across Jeremy before even getting inside. So
excellent. Right, it's people saying that the echo is on my end, so I'm just going to turn because you are.
Is it really bad?
No, that's fine. I've turned you down because again, like you, I can't wear headphones for 12 hours.
Mm-hmm.
So I've had people have been coming out of the one of the monitors, and it's not the best kind of speaker, but it's good enough to do a conversation with. But every now and then, I think the microphone's picking it up. I'm really sorry, everybody, but that's just the way it's going to have to be. The total is £11,082.90.
Absolutely amazing, Lee. You should be very, very proud of what you've done. It's just, people don't know how much work you put into making the systems, making videos about making the systems, promoting it, galvanizing the whole retro community around this project, putting on this event today. It's huge, and you should be very proud about what you've done. You're an absolute rock star. This is just awesome.
I am extremely proud of what's going on. I was already proud when what did we start today? About £2,300, I think it was.
Did you have any idea that it would go this big?
No, not in my wildest dreams. Not even in my wildest dreams. In my wildest dreams.
Yeah, it's insane, isn't it?
It's mad.
That is just something to be really proud of. That really is
I'll
amazing.
never forget this. This is never going to be topped by me. It's I mean, we'll try and top it probably financially, but emotionally, this is Dave's just converted it to $13,727 US dollars.
That's awesome.
Right, so I've got your channel up here. Congratulations on 20K. You've recently gone over. I wanted to talk about, what was it? What I've done is I've gone onto these pages and I've hit oldest because I want to talk about this sort of thing. You started 3 years ago, similar sort of time to me, 4 times the subs. What's the secret?
I don't know that there's a secret. I can say for sure that subs come in waves and not when you always expect them to, and not on the videos you expect. Things that you think are going to perform well often don't, and things that you don't think are going to perform well often do. And I've just made things that I was interested in at the time. And I didn't try to chase subscribers, just tried to do things that were interesting. And somehow certain things resonated with people more than others. First of all, I do a lot of Commodore content. You're well aware of that. And there's a really large Commodore community out there. So that's probably, that's probably the first thing that helps. And I dabbled in Mr. content. Largely because I received one as a gift, and it was something I was interested in. I put together the very first video about it because I had the parts, and that kind of took off, and it had a little bit of a life of its own. One interesting thing about that is that when you kind of diverge from your core content, you do tend to bifurcate your audience a little bit, and you create multiple groups. Mr. people don't want to see non-Mr. content, and Commodore people don't really want to see Mr. content. And so the number of subs doesn't have really a lot to do with the number of views you get.
No, it's a vanity figure.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. And so you can't please everybody out there. You just have to, do what you love and make the content you want. And I mean, Reese learned that lesson, with his solar series, right? That just absolutely massive, took off. But then he made the decision to stick to his core stuff, and that must have been a really tough decision to make. But overall, I think that's the right thing you've got to do.
I think it will pay off for him in the end. He's and I definitely think it's the right thing for him to have done. Especially, for himself, he needed to do that. He needed to bring his channel back to what he wanted it to be, and
to his core competencies, right?
Yeah. But you say that you've got these different, disparate cores of community in your subscribers, and like you say, when YouTube sees you release a video, and you've got a section of your subscribers that won't watch it, then YouTube will look at that and say, bad video. So for you to actually still put out a video on like the Sega Master System there, for it to still do really well is quite impressive.
That was one of those surprises. I wanted to do a video on the Sega Master System because I wanted to do a video on the Sega Master System, and I didn't think anything about it. And almost overnight, it became the channel's best video, which is something I didn't want to have happen. I'm not strictly about gaming. I mean, I enjoy gaming. I'm more interested in the hardware and the games that showcase what that hardware can do. That's where I really derive pleasure from trying out all these different games on different platforms, because they really do, show the history of home computers, home video game consoles, and showcase the power from generation to generation, and what clever programming technique can be extracted from that hardware to make it perform its best. That's where I really enjoy trying out all these different games. Not so much because I'm very good at any of them, but yeah, the Sega video became the top video on my channel almost overnight, to my surprise. And that certainly was cool, but it's not something that I wanted to have happen. And it certainly, the subscribers that I may have gained from that aren't going to come back for Commodore 64 content, at least not in large, not by and large.
I think there's a good amount of crossover there, that people that will, they might not necessarily have had a Commodore 64 if they owned a Master System, but I think there's enough people there that you've added a good amount of subscribers and people that want to watch that content, and they probably went off and watched a lot of your Commodore 64 content off the back of it as well.
Well, I certainly hope that they do come back and that they enjoy expanding their horizons on some other stuff. And to be perfectly frank, I got a lot of great comments on that video of people who shared their experiences, which was another one of the great reasons to do YouTube, is because you get to engage with the community. And they shared
100%.
all of their favorite games, many of which I had never played on the system. And so I went ahead and I loaded them up on my Mister, and I played all of them, all of the games that were recommended to me in the comment section. And there's enough content there for at least another video, if not two, of games that are better than I expected. So maybe there'll be a follow-up someday to the first one.
Okay, there's quite a lot of people are talking about the echo still.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's because Matt's got me on speakers and it's being picked up by his microphone.
Yeah, hold on a second. Let me make a call real quick.
Okay. So I'm gonna have a look at the comments that aren't about the echo. Jeremy's Vintage Hillbilly Shack says that in reference to the $13,727, that is almost what I paid for my house. Rudy says Matt needs to turn his speakers away from his mic. Echo.
We're going to try to fix that and get some headphones in the house. That's what I was just making a call for.
Yeah, cool. No stress, mate. Jeremy also says I will watch Retro Bits, Matt. No matter the subject of the video. It's again same here. I'm a huge fan of your channel. My favorite thing that got me into your channel is something you don't actually do anymore, and I've kind of nagged you a little bit to or trying to push you into doing it a bit more. Is the thrifting thing. I loved that because obviously for you, the biggest chunk of your audience, it's an everyday thing. They probably don't really think that's that great a thing. But for people in the UK to be able to walk around the thrift stores in America with you and see the bargains and go on that journey with you, I found that just brilliant content. I loved it. Oh, here we go.
All right, how's that?
I will talk, and can we hear an echo? No, thank you very much. That's really kind of you.
Oh, no, it's not gone to it's detected it as another device, and I can't switch midstream.
I can drop you out and put you back in again. It's not a problem.
Yeah. Let me see. Yeah, if you want to kick me out, I can try and rejoin, and then we can pick up talking about thrifting in a minute.
Okay, I will do that. Come back.
Sounds good.
There we go. You'll have to give us a second because I need to add him back in manually. hopefully they will add a way to do this. So they integrate this software with OBS, so you can just link up things, so you don't have to do this. It would be amazing if we could do that. All right. All right. I thought it had gone, but I've got him on such a quiet speaker to avoid echo myself that I couldn't really hear him. I couldn't really hear myself so much. Still echo. Woo, that's tempering. That's tempering, Dave, under financial fine according to US sports. What? Headphones will fix it once he rejoins. Ooh, if he can rejoin. The vacuum tube C64 video amused the hell out of me. I'll say that again when he's back in the chat. Rudy says leave the echo, like being in the retro cave. What's going on? Why can't he join? Come on, Matt, you can do it. Let's have a look at some numbers. The total now from Neil has just posted £11,082.90. Amazing, everyone. Thank you for your kindness. I am stag. Oh, he's back. There we go. Let me just.
Hello.
No
echo.
It came back in. It automatically put you in the right one. Are we sorted now?
Yeah, we're on headphones now.
Yay! Thank you, mate. That's really kind of you to go to the trouble.
Oh, no problem. No problem.
So yeah, we've got. Someone said here, retro bites, John. You know, John, the vacuum retro bites and retro bits. That always cracks me up that you've got such similar but slightly different names on your YouTube channels. The vacuum tube C64 video amused the hell out of me. That was a good video.
Oh, yeah.
Matt's videos, this is from Peter. Matt's videos are great. If someone is going to have a tantrum about having varied topics, then it's their loss. But Matt should keep doing what he's enthusiastic about. I agree with that completely, 100%. You've got to do what makes you happy. Everybody is telling us no echo. So thrifts.
All right. Excellent. Excellent. Sorry, guys. I lost the Firefox window earlier, so I was not able to see. It went somewhere off the desktop, and I was unable to see any of the comments. So I apologize that I was not able to keep on top of the comments. But thank you all for the kind words. And thrifts, yes. I really do enjoy thrifts. I will be completely honest here. I was really just... I loved watching LGR's thrift series. I mean, who doesn't? Who doesn't,
Absolutely.
right? And that's kind of what got me into thrifting. Plus the fact that I have kind of a thrift store within a 5-minute walk of my home that is just kind of in the loop that we do anyway. So yeah, I love going there. The problem with thrifts, and LGR has lamented on this multiple times recently as well, it's getting almost impossible to find things from the era that we are interested in. There's still PC stuff, but it's from the age of PC stuff where it's all just kind of incremental PC stuff. It's once you get out of the 386, 486 Pentium, the early era of PCs, the one that I grew up through. Once you start getting into Core 2 and things like that, it really just becomes iterative and it's not interesting to me. And that's the kind of stuff you find at the thrift store these days, is the stuff from that era. It's and even if there is a 8-bit or 16-bit console or game or something like that, Goodwill is well aware of the value of those, and they more often than not will auction them off on their Shop Goodwill website instead of putting them out. Or if they do put them out, the prices can be very high now. So something has been lost. And as much as I do love thrifting, I don't do a lot of it anymore because it's very hard to find things. And when you do, the prices aren't what they used to be. So as a byproduct of how popular the retro and vintage computing hobby has gotten, I think prices, eBay prices, thrifting prices, Facebook Marketplace prices, we all know where they've trended and to some degree why. and that's kind of another victim of that.
Kind of our fault.
Yeah, kind of. I blame LGR though. He's the big you know.
He started it all.
He started it. Yeah, exactly.
And we're going to finish it.
Mm-hmm,
You went out of sync then for a little while, but it's caught back up. I think what's happening here is my setup is saying, "Are you really wanting to do this for 12 hours?" In the same way as my body is now shouting at me and saying this isn't a good idea.
You're hanging in there amazingly well. I am quite surprised you're still coherent at this late hour. So good on you for that. Well done.
That's kind of you to say so. I don't think I'm making any sense at all.
No, you're doing well. You're a very gracious host.
Rob Taylor, who is I'm pretty sure that's Peepo UK, the guy that did the Amiga 500 plus boards. He says he tends to find find mountains of FIFA games at car boot sales, and obviously car boot sales is kind of our thrifting thing here in the UK. And I'm not brave enough, and it's something I admire about what you do with the thrifting episodes. I'm not brave enough to go around a car boot sale with a selfie camera and videoing everything. I probably get lynched. People don't trust technology over here the same way as they do.
No, I feel the same way. It feels awkward, but so we do have community yard sales, which are kind of equivalent to your boot sales, and I do go to those quite frequently when I can. And we do find stuff, and yes, it's always sports games. It's over here. It's Madden, NFL, it's FIFA, and there's a lot of Sims games too. Those are what you find. But yeah, in terms of being kind of conspicuous with a camera in public, it is kind of awkward, and I don't like to do that. But I won't keep it running. I will find something of interest. When I'm out, I'm using my phone, and I'll just take a video of the thing of interest, and then I'll shut it off and put it away. I won't carry it around and take pictures of people. Early on, I made a video about a ham fest, and in order to do that, I actually followed LGR's script, and I got a pair of glasses that have a little camera in the center, and I used those for one video. I found that they were focused much lower than my eyes were looking, so everything was out of frame, and they weren't very good in general. I didn't enjoy them, so I never used them again.
I'm one person that is desperate for Google Glass to actually be a thing, because it's going to help me remember people's names.
I have the same problem as well.
Awful.
In one ear, out the other.
Someone will say to me, "Oh, hi, I'm such and such," and that's all I remember. Such and such. It's it's gone. It's in and gone. 5-minute warning on what we got. Tango is going at 21:30. Let's get that up. Tango, where are you? Opening another window. It's currently at £450. Let's share this tab and put it on the right thing. There we go. £450. We've got 5 minutes to go. So
that's amazing. That. Oh, it's so good.
That's if you are bidding on this one, it's got a different joystick. That one I found had a faulty cable, so I haven't had time to, or I won't have time to order a new cable and fit it before the auction ends, and before I want to send them out. So I've substituted that with one of these ones. Same joystick, but with pink buttons, and these are worth more. It's both of my pink joystick zip sticks that have gone out of my collection to aid the charity. So 27 bids so far, £450.
Guys, it's just in time for Halloween. You can't beat that theme. So bid early, bid often. And for everybody else who isn't able to bid on these auctions, don't forget, you can always donate to the Befriending Scheme using the link in the description below. Even $1 or £1 will help out. It takes a village. Many hands make light work. Do your thing. Make this happen.
You carry on.
Thanks, everybody. Your support is really appreciated. And, let's hear it for Lee putting this together. It's just amazing. Little hand clap for you there.
Thanks, mate. You're such a pro. You always nail the presenting. I'm in awe of your delivery.
You know, I hate being on camera. I really do. I've never liked that part. You see my hands more than my face on all my videos. A little bit like Robin from 8-Bit Show and Tell in that regard. I actually met Robin at VCF Midwest. Great guy. Didn't get to spend too long talking to him. It was the end of the show. I finally caught up to him. But yeah, if I could do it, I'd just be hands on camera. But, you know, you've got to make your brand. So.
Yeah, you have. Rudy says, Lee, to remember your name, just place sticker from their YouTube channel on their forehead. But I've put my one on. This is what you get when you go to the RMC cave. Neil writes your name tag, so when you're walking around talking to people, they know who you are. And I've kept mine. I've got another one over there because I've visited twice. I'm going to take it off now because I want to put it back on the wall. It's up on my wall of mementos. That's an amazing thing. He's Neil's just. I mean, he's got to be one of. All of us look up to Neil. And,
absolutely.
Clint and Adrian.
Yeah.
And all of the rest. But I've met Neil now, and he genuinely is one of the nicest guys I've ever met. He really is. I'm in awe of what he does, and I'm in awe of he manages to create videos most weeks, and that's filming them, coming up with the concepts, writing, and putting the actual thing together, recording it, actually doing the project, editing that, releasing it, promoting it, and he runs a museum at the same time.
Where does he find the time to do it all? It's just amazing.
The man's a machine.
Yeah. It's in the quality of his production is just, it's first rate. It's just amazing. Something we can all look up to, and we all enjoy it. I'd love to get over there someday and visit the cave myself. Obviously, it's a little bit more challenge.
But if you do, I'll be there.
I will certainly let you know. But yeah, that's definitely on the bucket list to go there and to see the cave and to meet Neil. And it's so great to have people who are ambassadors for our hobby that spread the good word. It really is.
It's people like him that lift the whole community.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the community is great. I mean, I don't have to say it. You've seen what's happened here today. The retro community is awesome. It really is. The people that make it up are just the best. So privileged to be part of it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It really is. It's a privilege and an honor to do all this. It's fun, isn't it? So much fun.
That's why we do it.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it if it wasn't.
Yeah.
What we got? How many? Well, 1 minute and 9 seconds. £450. I think people are keeping their powder dry for the Mectrum.
That's the big one.
Yeah, I'm expecting this one. I reckon this will go for 450.
You don't think there'll be a snipe at the end?
No, I think we've peaked with this one because I really think that they're lining up. You don't line up for this one because someone's already said they're going to bid £1,500 for the Mectrum. So that's. I should have written down their name because I've already forgotten.
Be in the chat scroll back. It's pretty far gone now, but it's in there.
Yeah. I'm sure that they'll be in touch at some point, and I will see the winner. So what are we up to? 17 seconds. I won't say any more until we get to the end of this one.
Until we cross the line.
Yeah, let's get this one over the line, and then we can concentrate on the next half an hour. I'm getting towards the end now, and I'm ready for it. My body is ready. 2 seconds. 1 second. Boom. £450. There we go. Yeah, that's great. That's still it's probably double what I thought that would go for.
That's still exceptional.
Thank you, whoever won that one. That was amazing. Right. Looking forward to the video on FM Towns or PC98, Matt. I'm sure they're on your Yahoo list.
They're on my search list on my Buy profile, along with a bunch of other stuff. But I'm taking a break. It kind of comes and goes in waves. I spent a bunch of money on Nintendo consoles recently, and finding places to store it all is becoming a challenge. So I'm currently going through all of my inventory and making a spreadsheet like I do, and I'm hoping to attend a VCF swap meet in October up at the New Jersey campus. So I will have a lot of stuff to sell to make room for new stuff that we can make videos about.
You got to get that turnover going, haven't you?
You do, yeah.
It's very easy to just get to the point where you can't fit any more in.
Yeah, amassing projects much faster than I can get to them. Case in point,
that's a healthy place to be, though.
Yeah. The system I'm working on, which is here on the desk right now, is a I don't know if you can see that. It's a heavy sixer, but it's a Sears branded one. I don't know if you can see, but it's
Sears.
Yeah,
look at that wood. That's like
the pattern's different.
It's walnut. That's a walnut veneer.
Yeah, so it's called a Telegames, and it's a heavy sixer.
Hang on a sec.
Sears.
Stay there. Let me get you big. That one.
There we go.
Wow.
Yeah. Telegames, and it's a heavy sixer with a walnut pattern, and it says it's called a video arcade, but it really is a Sears heavy sixer, 2600. And yep, I'm working on that. I picked that up years ago during the start of the pandemic. It was one of those where you put the cash on the hood of the car, and then the person sets the box down and walks away at the very beginning of the pandemic. It's been in that box ever since. Never tested it, but I thought with the introduction of the new Atari 2600 Plus, it would be a good time to dig it out and see if it works. So
yeah, you can ride the wave. It's going to be the time to release some Atari content for sure.
Yeah, I missed the boat a little bit because I was gone for a week with VCF. I made it into a week-long road trip, and then I got the COVID, so I wasn't able to record for the remainder of the week when I got back. So I'm a little bit delayed, and I apologize everybody who was waiting for a video.
Well, that would be me, but that's okay. I forgive you. You have some excuses, and the way that you got to that. To the VCF Midwest was really interesting to me. You went by Tesla.
Yeah, indeed. I've never had any experience with a EV myself. For those of you who don't know me, I've been before the retro hobby, which I've only been doing for 4.5 years, something like that. Now, I spent the previous 20 years as a gearhead doing car stuff, and so I'm big into building, tuning, modifying cars with gas engines. I don't know anything about electric cars, not really. So I rented a Tesla, the base Model 3 rear-wheel drive, and I drove it on a 1,600-mile road trip all the way from Washington, D.C. to when we went to Cleveland. Then we stopped off at the Cedar Point amusement park in Ohio, and then went all the way to Chicago, and then came down through Columbus, Ohio. So it was just kind of a round trip. I got to experience what it was like to have to charge instead of refuel, and I had a great time with it. It was a lot of fun.
Excellent. I was after an electric car recently, and things fell through. Would have been nice to get one. It's something I really am interested in myself. I'm gonna go to the chat again for a sec. I can't scroll back too far because there's just not enough time. Do you want Universal Retro Boss? Do you want me to bid £1,499 for the Metrum? Otherwise, you won't get the full £1,500. Otherwise, you need to bid. I want that, Paul. But there's I can't guarantee that they will bid, that could be that could get messy. But that's a really kind offer. Let's see. Whatever they win it for is what the value is. Let's not artificially squeeze all the money out of them. If they want to donate more money, that's up to them. But let's not make a false field for them to play in. It wouldn't be really fair. Roy Lake says, happy to be able to support a great cause. I'm assuming that's because they've supported a great cause. Let's have a look at the total on Just Giving is now £6,714. And we've had another donation from Anonymous, and another one from Ian Rockcliffe. Vintage Views, Rocky 2040. Oh, thank you, Rocky. That's really kind of you. People saying hello to each other. It's like a big, lovely community.
Way to go, everybody. Applause all
Greg
around.
Smith, FYI, do not edit this and chop it down. Editing removes the chat box. Should have mentioned that when I told you about the 12-hour archive. I will not touch it. I will leave it as it is. It's going to be here forever. A lot of people got it. Clint LGR picked it up too. I don't know what that is. That's from Dave.
COVID. Yeah, LGR got COVID.
Oh, right.
A lot of people did. A lot of people got it at the event.
Petrol head in British English.
Yes. Gearhead in American English, petrol head in British English. Yes. English.
Paul's sticking in a bid now, so I wonder what that's going to be. Pushing. That's going to be for the Mectrum. Let's have a look. Where have we got to? The last one. It's up to £760. Oh. Veronica Explains is here and said VCF Midwest was a ton of fun. Editing my video on it right now. Hi, Veronica. Thank you for joining us. Did you meet Veronica there? Did you see Veronica?
I don't believe I did. No.
I
met June from Nibbles and Bites. I didn't meet a Veronica.
Total remains the same from Neil. He's taken a break, so let's see how things fall apart from this point. We don't know what to do. Nice, that is fun to watch. Roy was pumpkin. Specky winner. Roy Lake, thank you for winning the pumpkin specky. It's not a pumpkin specky, it's Tango. I have named it. I might carve it in the bottom now. And Paul says he could always do with another Spectrum. He's already got a Spectrum Next from one of the very early ones as well. Fingers crossed that Mectrum goes for at least 1,000. Yeah,
When does it finish up?
Well, we've got 51 minutes.
51 minutes on the Mectrum.
£760 now. It's already a lot of money.
That's amazing. Yeah, so good.
I'm kind of spent. I've got an hour and a half, hour and 20 minutes to go, and
you can do it.
Yeah, I'll do it, but I've just seen. I haven't got it on screen. I've just seen the name of the highest bidder, and it's creasing me up. I'm wondering if that is Paul's eBay name. That's inventive.
Now I'm curious to see if the viewer in chat who said they were going to bid 1,500 is going to pull through and throw that bid up there at the last minute, or what's going to happen.
Yeah, I might not have got to that person in chat in time that said they were going to bid £1,500. Dave says he said he would bid £1,500. Not that he did bid £1,500. He did say last chance, so possibly he left before I accepted. So
yeah, or he could be the current high bidder, and his high bid is 1,500, but nobody's
that would make
surpassed
sense,
him yet.
Yeah, that is actually not Paul. I know Paul Universal Retro Boss's eBay channel name or eBay store name, so that's not it. Right, I went back in your and looked at your earliest videos.
Oh dear.
I'm not going to show them, don't worry. And
it's always a little cringe, isn't it?
You, like somebody earlier, like Mark from the Retro channel, you were fully formed. You came out a full adult YouTuber, hitting the ground running right from day one. Your intro is there, and the music is all there. exactly as it is now. So what got you on the road? What was the point where you said, I'm going to make YouTube videos about retro tech?
Well, watching other YouTubers. I mentioned earlier that Jan Beta is a big influence to me. Watching his stuff back then, really, it happened during the pandemic as a reason when it first started, and we were all kind of working from home and sort of staying at home a lot. I needed all my regular hobbies were kind of shut down at that point, and I needed something to do. I had just gotten into retro stuff. I had a machine or two. If you look at those early videos, I have a machine or two. Right. And there's some end tables next to them where currently there are bookcases. I was like, well, if I'm going to be sitting at home playing around with retro stuff, maybe I'll just film some of it. In terms of, the video editing that went into those first videos, it had been 20 years since I had last picked up a Premiere, but I had exposure to Premiere in the 90s in school. So I had worked at a video production company in high school. I learned a little bit from them. I did some video editing for fun throughout school, through college. And you may have seen, I did a video about how to do fan subbing of Japanese anime using Laserdisc and Amiga. That was also, I did other stuff besides that, other video production work during those 90s, the years in the 90s when I was in college using Premiere. And so that's kind of what I knew. And then 20 years later, I came back to it. And that's why I picked Premiere of any of the other options. It had changed quite a lot, but in ways that made it a lot less crashy and a lot more powerful. It used to crash an awful lot, even on the best hardware back in the day, like a lot. So, I kind of had watched a lot of YouTube videos. I had an idea of what made a good YouTube video, watching the high end, types of content that were being produced by the top retro YouTubers. And I said, well, I'm going to model my channel after what they're doing, right? Clearly I don't have the lighting or the camera work or things like that. And you said audio was like the most important thing. I didn't have the mixing right. The music was too loud, and I didn't, I was using $5 microphone and at that point, but try to improve a little bit every video. You try something new, you get better, and a lot of there's a couple tips I picked up before I started, and I'd like to share those for any aspiring YouTubers. One of them is start before you're ready. If you wait until you have the best equipment, the best camera, the lighting, how to do audio, you're emotionally prepared to put yourself in front of a camera, you have the best script, and you're never going to start. So start before you're ready. That's the first thing. The other thing is, just do what you enjoy. Don't compare yourself to anybody else. Don't say I have to meet this target or this benchmark or anything like that. Just do it for the love of it, and keep trying to constantly improve, but enjoy what you're doing and don't force yourself. That's to Mr. Lurch's point, where he is feeling the burn from trying to work a full-time job that's very stressful and meet some kind of scheduled release where you have to feed the algorithm. I've been in that position. I found it to be very, very difficult. It is very draining, and stepping away from Patreon in order to get back to the joy of producing videos and not trying to do them as work. I applaud his decision to do that. That is a hard step to make, but it's the right step when you're in that position, I think. So I hope the best for Jason.
He's such a nice guy. I wish him so much the best, because he really is genuinely one of the cores of the group. And I'm sure there's a big chunk of people that wouldn't be brave enough to make that decision. Probably will push themselves until they were completely burnt out, rather than doing the right thing. And I think he is. That's really good. So Veronica explains, says, your videos have always been a ton of fun, Retro Bits TV.
Well, thanks very much. I appreciate that. I try to do things that I enjoy, and I hope that other people can get behind them too. So
one of your best videos that I ever saw was not being seen by 99.9% of your viewers, and you know
I know which one you're talking about. Yeah, the Coco silent treatment video.
That was just hilarious. Matt shared. I was privileged to see a video that Matt just made for our little group of YouTubers, and it was just for our eyes only. So you guys, you're not going to see it. I'm so sorry, but it's just the funniest thing I've seen in a long time. And I encouraged Matt to add some more of that humor into his videos afterwards, because the guy is a comedy genius. His timing is stupendous. Best video was the X68K. Really enjoyed those two videos. That's from Neil, who's back. Thanks, Neil. I was starting to panic. Yeah, and what a tease. I am sorry. It's just, I'm privileged. What can I say?
Yeah, it wasn't on brand. Comedy isn't my thing. It's very straight-laced delivery of facts in my videos. I do try to add a little bit here and a little bit there, but then I watch something that Rose Tinted Spectrum makes, and I'm like, oh, wow. Wow, he's a natural.
I wouldn't. If only you could bottle that and share it around.
Yeah.
Because,
I'd pay for that.
Yeah. I'll put in some bids for that. Right, I've just got to shut my door. Because my neighbor is smoking about 3 meters that way, and it's blowing in here.
Oh, yeah. Well, at least nobody's mowing the lawn or using a leaf blower during your stream. Uncontrollable background noises. It always happens. You turn on the camera.
Yeah, I know that.
Lawnmower starts up somewhere.
I had a recent video that I made where I had a little outtake at the end, where next door we're having some scaffolding taken down, and it just sounded like someone was basically.
Oh yeah, I saw the outtake. Yeah.
And it's always going to be at the worst possible time it comes along. So I'm going to have to sweat for the last hour rather than breathe in smoke. Kevin Gonzalez says, honestly, I can't pick my favorite Retro Bits video.
Oh, thanks, Kevin.
Yeah, that's because what you make is brilliant. I hate how much of a curse that YouTube algorithm has become. That's from Peter. That is 100% true. The algorithm ruins so many YouTube channels, and so much great content could be so much better if that pressure wasn't there. And
it breaks people's wills.
It does. It hurts people so much. It's such a shame. But
directs them to.
It's possible to do it without. I mean, you're not gonna. If you're chasing numbers and you want to make videos that get seen by lots and lots of people, retro tech is not the the category to be in, because you're just not going to be it. So, and if you accept that at the start and know that you're not going to be seen by 1 million people, we're not going to get up to 8-bit guys numbers. It's just not going to happen. It's we can aspire to being as big as we can get, but that ship has sailed. We needed to be around 10 years ago to be in that particular boat. But yeah, if you just accept that and make videos for the right reasons, you'll be fine. You'll do it and you'll enjoy it. I've pushed the things a bit hard over the last few weeks, and I'm tired of making videos at the moment because I've
got to slow down a little bit.
Many.
Let off the accelerator.
I will be taking a small break after this, and I'll enjoy it.
But to put things in perspective, I can't say this better than the person who originally spoke these words, so I'm just going to paraphrase. But David Lovett from Usagi Electric, if you guys know that channel, check it out. It's really great. He does vacuum tube computers. He restores mini computers, the Centurion. He said something at the YouTuber panel on one of the VCF events, and he basically put things in perspective. If you're a fledgling YouTuber, or you've been around for a year or two, and you're putting together videos, and you're getting seen by 500, or maybe you get 1,000 views, and you're saying, well, the big guys are getting 1 million. Imagine yourself standing in a conference room delivering a presentation to 1,000 attendees who are all wrapped and focused on what you're saying. That's an amazing number. 500 people in an auditorium, 1,000 people in an auditorium. Just imagine that's exceptional. So there's no need to chase huge numbers. You know, do what you love. Don't burn yourself out.
Try not to compare yourself to anyone else. Your channel will grow if you do the right things. If you make the videos for the right reasons, you'll get there in the end. It will happen naturally. It's just, you know, it's quite frustrating to see some people that focus on the numbers too much. It really doesn't matter, and there's sometimes a little bit of envious jealousy going around when some people will see their other people are doing better than their channels, and you know, don't worry about that. Just make the best video you can make, and numbers will happen anyway. Yan Beta, that needs to be put in a bloopers reel sometime. So what's Yan said? What did Yan say? All right, Yan Beta, I had the neighbors singing ABBA songs on the other side of the wall when I shot a video a while ago. I should have put that in the outtakes, but I was too angry. I've never heard of anyone being angry at ABBA before.
I never get that. I just get the leaf blowers.
Right, let's skip ahead. Lee, your videos crack me up, especially the ones where your future twin is criticizing and poking fun at me. Yeah. My brain is starting to itch now. I've lost future me for a bit because I changed the way I do things, but he does make an appearance in a couple of videos, just like little bits. But I used to have, it was kind of a way to kludge together what I was doing, because I wasn't talking so much at the bench when I was making videos. I'd make my videos actually just record myself repairing something, and occasionally I would talk to myself and then use that in the videos. And as I got used to doing that, and had even planned some backwards and forwards that came off really well, I started going all the other way. So the Future Lee is basically the guy that talks at the bench now. Yeah, I've evolved.
You've learned to talk to the camera and operate your hands at the same time, and that certainly makes editing later and the scripting and the voiceover a lot less onerous when it comes time to it. So,
absolutely.
Yep.
CRG says, I make the videos I like to watch, and maybe not to everyone's taste, it does have its audience. In fact, in some ways, the slower growth helps build a better community. 100%. Sometimes you'll get channels that grow really too quickly, not too quickly, but grow very quickly, and then they will plateau and stagnate, and it can be a bit dangerous for a YouTube channel. Right, where are we up to now? I think there's.
Is it time?
No, you've got 7 minutes to go yet.
No, I meant for the auction.
No, that's. Where are we? The Mectrum goes at 10:30, halfway through Adrian's slot. So we've had Technic. He was. Yep. So we've got Retro Robbins. YouTube has also supported us. We're up to. Has that been refreshed? £6,734. Is the look, Neil's on the case. Sold eBay items £2,601.64. Current bid on the Mectrum is £760. Total eBay currently £3,361.64. Just giving total £6,733.27, and gift aid is another £1,010.49.
Amazing.
Total combined £11,105.40.
That's incredible. Love to see the generosity from the community. Love to see everybody come together. You guys are the best. You really are.
Rudy says he misses Future Lee. He was more handsome. Cheers, mate. Future Lee never appeared on camera though. But yeah, okay, I get that. Right. I'm gonna start. Do you know what I forgot to do?
What did you forget to do?
You need to quickly tell me what was your your gateway computer. What was the one in your youth? Obviously, in America, it's going to be different from what we got over here. What was the computer that was there through the big chunk of your childhood that got you into this hobby in the first place?
Oh, well, that kind of ties into the Friends theme too. So it wasn't my first or my second computer. Those were both family computers. The TI-99-4A was the family's very first computer in 1982, 1983, followed by an Apple IIc, which, I mean, we were rotten with Apples here, and they were in all the classrooms. Everybody had one, so they were very, very common here. But my first computer that I bought with my own money, that led me down the real path of all of this, is the Commodore 64, of course, which is probably why it features so heavily in the content. And of course, the reason I got into Commodore 64 is because I had friends who were into Commodore 64, and they showed me the light. They showed me the way. They brought games to school, and we played games on the Commodore 64 that was in the library, and I said, wow, this has better color and graphics and sound than the Apple IIc I have at home. Why is this so much better? It's a less expensive computer. I want one of these. I can afford one of these if I work a little hard to buy one. And so I did. And yeah, it was all downhill from there. Yeah.
What was your job? Sorry.
Worked on a farm.
You worked on a farm. Oh, right. Mm-hmm. What did you do on the farm?
Well, at an early age, it was just pulling weeds and harvesting things and slinging around boxes of stuff mostly. But later on, I got to do things like drive the tractor and do deliveries in the trucks and things like that.
Oh,
so,
nice.
So yeah, it was a good job for some. You can't legally work, in many industries as an 11-year-old, but you can do, you can mow lawns, or you can pull weeds and get paid under the table for it. So that's how I bought my first Commodore 64.
You were going out earning money at 11 to buy your first computer. That's incredible. That's a year or two before I was gifted my first computer. Fantastic. That's really that's heartwarming, actually. Good on you.
Well, if you think about it, I was making $3.75 an hour, $4 an hour, something like that.
Reasonable.
And a computer was only, the Commodore 64C at that point was $125. So it's not that many hours under the table to buy one. Of course, then you need to buy the disk drive, and you need to buy some kind of display. And so it's all summer before you've got a computer. But, that was worth it. It was totally worth it. And that's set me down a whole path of computers. And I'd love to talk more about PCs and all of the online gaming that we did growing up, and LAN parties. And I went to college just at the right time. We got access to 10 megabit Ethernet in 1995. So it was a LAN party every day, all night, because that's when I went to university in the dorms. Yeah. The entire campus was connected. So anybody hosting a game server anywhere, IPX game server, Doom game or a Duke Nukem 3D game, or later Quake,
wow,
you could join any one of those games at any time of the day, and it would be full of people on campus with Ethernet access to. It was a glorious time to be coming into that PC era of gaming, and everybody at my school was a nerd because it was an engineering school. So it was just it was amazing. I'm still friends with many of those people today.
I was just about to ask you, have any of those friends stuck?
Yeah, most of them.
Wow.
And all of these nerd hobbies that I got into, the subtitling things and making music videos and stuff, all the video production stuff I did in the 90s, it's because of meeting all of these nerds in college and sharing ideas and getting into hobbies that they were passionate about. And so it was a great time, great time to grow up through the 16-bit era, just hitting the PC era right at the right time. It was just amazing. So yeah,
I pretty much being an adult when that era came along. I still had a great time with it, but I would, it would have been, you know, I think that you had the better thing. Obviously, you missed out on some of the earlier stuff, but that early PC era is, and Dave, Velociraptor Dave has said this a lot, is the golden age, as far as I'm concerned, of gaming. That there was so much around, whether you were into your consoles or the PC, but that early 286, 386, 486 into the Pentium days was just will never be repeated.
Things changed so quickly.
Yeah,
evolution of everything just happened so fast. It was an amazing thing to witness, and I'm really glad and privileged that I was there to see it.
Right, so I've got two things to note here, two very just crazy things. Richard Shears says, although I wasn't aware of Retro Bits, so that's a new sub for me. Lots for me to watch later. So you got a sub out of this.
All right. Thanks, Richard.
Richard's a lovely guy. And Lee Thurston says, at RMC The Cave, I subbed straight after the video with Lee on your channel as never came across it thanks to YouTube. Here's a guy that has never come across RMC. How does that... YouTube, what the hell are you playing at?
Right?
Just discovered Lee lives in pretty much the next town from me. Which town? Oh, I wonder which... So we've got Colchester, Braintree, Bury St Edmunds, Stowmarket. I wonder where you're from, Lee. And another Lee.
It's Lee's all the way down.
Yeah, get in contact, Lee. Get on my Discord and let's talk. The final countdown has begun from Jonathan. Oh, we're into the last hour. I need to get Adrian in.
Yep.
Thanks very, very much, Matt, for coming and chatting. It's been a pleasure.
It was lovely to chat with you, Lee. Congratulations again on the successful campaign. You've done an amazing job.
Thanks, mate.
And everybody in the audience, please don't forget to contribute if you are able. Links are in the description.
I can see an Adrian sitting in the lobby, so waiting to go. So I'm gonna boot you out. Thanks very much, Matt. I'll speak to you soon.
Thanks a lot. Take it easy.
Hi, Adrian. I am just about to add you into the chat. I don't think anybody will be able to hear you until I do so. You are going to slot into there. Look, everybody. Here he comes. Any second. It's Adrian.
Hello. Is the audio working? Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, all loud and clear. Perfect.
Have you?
Well, how you doing, Lee? It's been how many hours now? On the
this is literally the 12th hour.
You still have a voice. That is actually amazing.
I've managed to keep myself hydrated. I've drunk quite a lot of water. My bladder is close to exploding, but I'm going to hold on to it for the last hour. Let's get this thing over the line.
Wait, I don't know if anyone's talked about this on the stream, but you haven't been to the toilet yet this whole time?
Oh no, I've been.
Okay.
I've been a couple of times, but not for the last 6 hours.
Okay, it's like a marathon road trip. It's like what you're on right now.
I'm all right. I think I'm absorbing it again.
It's reabsorption. It was fun. I could hear you guys talking. I just saw Matt at VCF Midwest just a few days ago, basically. So it's nice to see his face again.
So you managed to go there and not catch the COVID this time, but you caught it on the last one, didn't you?
Yeah, well, 2 ago, because VCF Atlanta is where I got it.
You missed one.
Yeah, and then I couldn't go to the one that was literally the following weekend. And actually, it's funny because I don't think, unlike this event, the one in Atlanta was not some kind of super spreader thing because none of the people that I was aware of that I talked to got COVID. So I must have caught it in the airport on the way home because no one else I knew had it. I mean, it was just me in isolation. But this time, it was like, you probably heard the stories already. Like, it was like, I got back and I was like, guess what? I tested positive. And I was like, well, I have immunity, I guess, because I've been totally fine. Not even the usual conference crud, which I normally pick that up, a little cough or whatever. Yeah. So anyways.
There's always a bit of conference flu about. The first time I caught COVID, it was almost a relief because we'd been hiding so long and we caught it and everybody seemed to be okay. for a while. This was October 21, and we were like, this, we should be okay after this now. We can go back out and start getting back to a bit of normal life. And then myself and both my sons ended up in hospital with it.
Whoa.
Yeah, it wasn't a good time. And it's kind of made us a bit afraid of taking too many risks. It's not the greatest disease in the world to get.
No, I think, whatever's going around this time, like I've talked to a lot of the folks who got it at the VCF event, and what I had too didn't come with all the breathing difficulties. So like I didn't have any of that shortness of breath or lung issues. And it was my first time having COVID. And obviously I'm a type 1 diabetic, so
yeah,
I got all sorts of health issues. So very early on, the doctors were warning me to be very careful. Luckily, where I live in Oregon, where you live in the US varies for people wearing masks or whatever, vaccinations and stuff. But here, people were very responsible, and most people had masks, and we did lockdown, all that stuff. And I won't get into that. Very political here in the US. But I personally have all my vaccines, 5 vaccines actually, because again, as a diabetic, I can't mess around. And I was literally the early batches of when they had the vaccines coming out, they're giving them to the nurses and the doctors. And then the next batch was people like me. So yeah, I was very glad to have it. And yeah, this was my first time getting it. But other than an extremely high fever, which is very dangerous in and of itself, right? And one of my weird things, I cannot take, as you call it in the UK, paracetamol, because of some of my diabetes stuff that I wear. It interferes with the sensors. So that's a fever reducer, right? You might take that if you have a fever.
So you just had to ride it out?
No, I can take ibuprofen. So at what we call Advil here, typically. Luckily, I'm very tolerant of that. That's the drug that a lot of people have stomach issues with. If you take too much of it, I don't have any of those problems, luckily. So I was popping those like crazy. But yeah, otherwise, it's very dangerous because if my temperature was approaching 104 Fahrenheit, which is the danger zone basically. So I was close to having to go to the hospital for the fever, but luckily the ibuprofen brings it down and I don't have the stomach issue. So anyways, long story short, the silver lining of me getting it was that I was able to go to the conference and come home completely unaffected. And most of the people I know who didn't get it, I don't know about Matt, but who didn't get it had COVID recently. So they had the immunity. So anyways, there's a positive sometimes.
Hope everybody makes a full recovery from it. It's a horrible thing. Have you managed to watch any of the stream up to this point? It's because it's 10 a.m. there, so you probably been sleeping through most of this.
No, it's 2 a.m. It's 2 p.m. And unfortunately, no, because I've been up and I actually just got home 20 minutes ago. I tried to eat some food really quickly for lunch and then come on the stream with you guys. But yeah, no, I haven't seen any. So how's it been going?
It's been going great. So Neil's in the chat, keeping things up to date, and the amount that we've raised so far. Bearing in mind, we started on the Just Giving page at about 2,300, I think it was this morning, and it's currently £6,784. Thank you to Steve Grundy for your donation. And the current total with all the eBay auctions that have sold for ridiculous amounts. We sold some mugs for £100 and something. £11,185.40. That's some serious change.
That is free, as I have to say, that is freaking awesome. That is absolutely amazing. Congratulations.
I got a freaking out of Adrian. I'm framing that one. Life Size Teddy Bear says that was 40 degrees that you hit, which is very much in the danger area.
Yeah, I'm one of those people too with my body temperature where my normal temp, in the US they call it 98.6 or whatever. I'm normally 96.9 or 7, around the top end 96. So I'm a bit lower than normal. So it's that much worse, when you're, if you look at the delta, it's significant. But anyways, I only had a little bit of paranoid delusions. No, or what's it called? Hallucinations when you get high fevers. Yeah.
They're not a lot of fun.
No,
261 for the mugs.
Wow.
What idiot bought those, says Paul Universal Retro Boss, who bought those mugs.
Absolutely amazing.
And so we've got an auction ending. I've saved just for you because you're one of my YouTube heroes, and I wanted to save the star of the show for in your slot in this live stream. So in 20 minutes, at 1/2 of the hour, the ZX Spectrum. This is the ZX Spectrum.
Okay. Oh, wait. Okay, so not what you're showing on the screen share right here. This is what you're holding in your hands.
Yeah. Oh no. Yeah. Oh, sorry. What I'll do is actually, I'm going to switch this over to Workbench. So, let's put you in there as well.
Nice.
So you should be able to see it now.
Yeah.
On the Workbench. That should be is that a bigger picture for you?
Oh, I made it full size. Yeah. So that's awesome.
Okay. Yeah, this is the ZX Spectrum. It's a 3D printed ZX Spectrum case with a mechanical keyboard with all of the legends printed in exactly the right way on the keys, and it's got a Harlequin motherboard 128 issue 2D. I forget inside, and I'm so amazed at how well this turned out. It's a Lee Smith from Lee Smith's workshop printed this and donated. This is the thing that started off this whole charity thing. He gifted this to me, and I showed it on a live stream. I thought it was for me to have a look at and send back to him, and he said, "No, it's for you to keep." And I said, "That's too much. Let's auction it and raise some money for charity."
Well,
and things just went.
It doesn't even look 3D printed. Like the case has a nice looking texture to it. That's amazing.
Yeah, it's a combination of three things. One, he's an amazing 3D printer. He's if you have a look at his channel, some of the things that he's made are just so clever. But it's also the texture of the bed on the on these facing bits here.
Right.
But even on the places where you can see the texture, he's using this filament. I think it's an Eri one. It's like everyone without the V. And it's kind of a glitter type filament that really hides the layer lines. But yeah, he's been really clever on how he's actually managed to hide all those.
Amazing. And the keys with those custom legends, how does those get made?
He had those specially printed. There's some guy in Spain that does these things, prints up keycaps for you, and they're all Cherry MX switches, and the PCB for the actual keyboard is from one of Don's Superfo's designs, where you can actually build your own Spectrum by using his Harlequin board and his keyboard board as well. So he's combined all of those things and turned it into something spectacular. That also comes with, as well as that, the flight case, a ZX Dandinator. Why is my camera pointing over there? ZX Dandinator expansion cartridge, and a Zipstick joystick. Ever come across one of these?
I don't know. Okay, here's the funny thing. I recently picked up an Omni 128, and it came with some joysticks and stuff, and I don't know if it's like that or what. I know so little about all the Spectrum stuff. That's the funny thing. I'm like the least knowledgeable person there is when it comes to Spectrum.
Oh, you've done some videos and good ones on the Spectrum.
Well, yeah, I know, but it was like kind of like bull in a china shop, I don't know, like smashing my way around. Like, I think this is how it's supposed to work. So
I didn't criticize you too much. Let's put it that way. You did a good job.
Yeah, that first one I got, which I brought back from the UK. Well, it's the only one I have, the original one. And I didn't really know what I was doing at all. And that like here, they're just so incredibly rare. Like they're just so not common here. So just even talking to people, oh, what are the common faults and stuff? And at that time, that was a few years ago, right? My channel was quite a bit smaller. I didn't know as many people who I could just reach out to and be like, what do I do here? So it's funny in a way. That kind of reminds me. It's one of the things that I don't do well, I guess is the right word, or I don't.
What?
Well, no. What I mean to say, okay, when I repair something, like sitting next to me on the table up here is the Apple II clone that I've had those videos on my channels, and like by the time my videos come out, I've already I've already worked on the machine. Like I did this Apple II repair like weeks ago. So even part 1 comes out, I've already finished 2 and 3. So people are like offering suggestions like, oh, you could try doing this. I've already actually gone down the road. But what I don't do well is I very rarely reach out to people. Like say I was working on a Spectre, I could like ask you, oh, like what are the typical issues or problems with this particular issue machine? And you just know it off the top of your head. I typically kind of just like stumble around and like, I can figure this out for myself, which can take me down like roads that take way longer to get to dead ends than I would have if I just asked people.
Yeah, but that's taking the fun out of it. If you get somebody else to do the work for you, then you're removing the bit that gives you the most joy. So
yeah,
I totally get that, and I'm a little bit guilty of that myself. I'm getting better. I'm trying harder to reach out and ask for help, but only where in places where I think I might do a bit of damage if I don't.
Right. Well, it's funny. Like 64s, yeah, I don't need to ask anyone for help on those. And like, and I guess the reality is you're right. Like maybe part of it is like the discovery process. And when I was recently working on a BBC Master, also 100% unknown computer here, there was a little bit of reaching out I did like to Ian over at Stardot and stuff like that. But generally it was me just like stumbling around in the dark, handcuffed and blindfolded, is what it felt like at sometimes. Because I was just like, everyone in the UK knows everything there is about these BBC machines, and I know nothing. Like I don't even know a single command. I only just figured out, well, after people told me, Stardot is like how you do a directory, like on the disk system, and that's where that name comes from with the forums.
I've got to say, I have a BBC B here.
Yeah.
I've worked on a BBC Master that had nothing wrong with it. It was brand new in box and in mint condition.
Amazing.
That was incredible. That was Yawning Angel Keith sent that over to me. He's got a YouTube channel where he does a lot of Amiga content. He sent me his BBC Master to have a look at the power supply and make sure that it had no reefer caps in it that were going to let out the smoke. But I bought for myself, and it must have been 8 to 10 months ago, a BBC B. I know nothing about them apart from what I've seen on probably most, because I forget things so quickly. On your channel, having seen that BBC restored on there, and oh my god, the way that you work through these problems, I don't know if you realize this, that that is something that not most people just can't do, that they can't piece together those pieces of the puzzle with the little bits of knowledge that you pick up all along the way. Honestly, it looks like magic to the rest of us. Is that something you've always been able to do?
I've always been inquisitive. So when I was a child, I didn't know how to fix I didn't actually know how to fix anything, but I had one of those little, Tandy Radio Shack electronics kits that you had little spring terminals you could put wires together. I know they sold those in the UK as well. So my father bought me one of those. So I learned like some rudimentary stuff about electronics. And I think I was always decent at troubleshooting or problem solving. And I didn't exercise that skill set on hardware repair, but more on like you're writing a basic program and you're trying to figure out like why it's not working properly. I kind of feel personally that like troubleshooting skills are pretty universal. Like there's a basic subset of tools you need to have to do any kind of troubleshooting, and then you apply your troubleshooting skills to whatever you're trying to fix, whether it's software or your car or a computer or the plumbing in your house or the electrical, like you turn on a light switch and the light doesn't turn on for some reason, right? Like that to me is all basically the same. So I think I've always been pretty good at kind of being able to figure out like, oh, this heater doesn't work in the wall. Like my old apartment had a wall heater. I did a little basic troubleshooting. I had just enough knowledge on like how to use a multimeter and stuff to not kill myself. And then like basically I just parlayed that into hardware repair. Well, and let me add a little preface is in the 90s, early 90s, I heard like Matt talking about his college days doing LAN stuff. I'm a bit older than him, I guess, because when I got to college, like we're on 286s and 386s still. There was no LAN parties yet, but I worked at a computer store and I just did PC repair. It was in high school. And but we're not talking component level repairs like we do, you and I are doing, right? It was just like this computer's acting funny. Maybe it's the power supply or the motherboard. But because I was doing this other job, I couldn't like spend 10 hours fixing a computer. I had to be quick about it. And I liken that to I watched some channels where these people were TV repair men in like the past, like they owned a shop or they worked in a shop fixing televisions, and they had to be quick about it. They needed to know how to fix a TV within like half an hour because time is money, right? And they need to turn those things over. So those people have incredible troubleshooting skills, and plus the knowledge of like knowing what are common faults on different sets, like, oh, this is a such and such set, these are some issues, let me go check that, check this, oh, here it is, it's this resistor that went open. I know that happens a lot, but nonetheless, that kind of quick turnover thing, I think I learned that a lot in high school working in this computer store. Is like I had to fix these things fast. And this is in the days where we had a motherboard, a bunch of cards, power supplies, typical PC stuff. So it wasn't like the Apple dealer where okay, well, here's a whole new computer. Someone would bring their computer into us and I had to like solve the problem. But I think I just taken it to the next level where instead of like replacing the whole motherboard with another motherboard, I'm like, oh, let's figure out what on the motherboard is wrong. But ultimately, I've never had any electronics training in my life of any kind. I was in college for computer science, so software stuff, but I never graduated anyways. And my programming skills are there, but they're pretty minimal. I've never had a job doing that. And every job I've ever had is like IT type stuff, not electronics. So I just watched other YouTube channels. Like I really have to give a lot of credit to like Dave Jones, Fran Blanche, the early channels, and Big Clive as well.
Oh yeah.
For all of that like explanation of like, hey, this is kind of how things work. And once you get the basics, like voltages and how resistors, and even now I'm still kind of learning on like the magical analog stuff. And I just sort of figured out how to do it. And the primary reason why I started doing this is I have all these like old computers, and you can only see a little bit in the camera view here, but I wanted to make sure that they continue to work. And they break all the time. And I'm like, there's no one else to fix them, so I better learn how to fix it. And then I was like, well, I can make a video about it. I started doing that, and then my friend Dave was like, well, you should turn on the monetization on your channel. I was like, oh, okay, I did that. And then I did that, and then it was Jason from Mr. Lurch's Things who was like, oh, you should make a Patreon. Like, I was like, I guess, might as well. And I did that, and I was like, oh, holy crap, now I do this full time. I quit my job.
I was, I knew that you struggled to go full time, and that must have been a big step. And I'm sure that you're still in the throes of that transition. But let me just wind back a little bit to something you said earlier. You're the guy in your social circle that fixes everything. I'm that guy here. I'm not obviously at your level, but I fix everything. I hate things breaking, and I can't stand to see something broken being thrown away. How many times have you fixed your washing machine?
Okay, here's a funny story about the appliances in this house. I've owned this house for about 12 years now. And when I bought it, so in the US, it's typical. The way the rules work here is if you see a house and you look at it like you're given a tour of a house that's for sale, what you see in the house comes with the house when you buy it, unless they specifically exclude it. So you're being shown the house and they're like, oh, that chandelier isn't part of the sale. Like, okay, but if they don't say that, and then you look at the house, then what's in it, is what you can have. So, and I'm talking about fixtures, as in things that are installed, not like a piece of furniture or whatever, but like a washing machine, or those things are considered fixtures. So when I looked at the house, they were like, oh, the appliances aren't included. I'm like, okay, whatever. And then when I made an offer and the appliances that were here are older, they're like from the 90s and early 2000s. So not ancient, but not, modern stuff. And when I bought the house, I put an offer in, and they were like, okay, good. We'll accept your offer. Would you like to buy the appliances? Like they would just add on a little extra cost. And I'm like, no, because they're old. Then they went, okay, would you like to have the appliances? And I said, oh, sure, I'll take them for free. And then if they break, then because I was just intending to buy new stuff anyways. Well, 12 years on, nothing has broken. Everything works perfectly. I had to fix, let's see, the washing machine I fixed, the clothes washer, I fixed one time. There's it's an old top loader. So it's typical in the US, you like put the clothes in the top instead of a front loader. And the door, which is just a metal lid, has a little switch to know it's closed or not. And since they don't spin super fast like front loaders, they don't have a lock mechanism or any of that stuff. The little switch just sort of came off. It like came apart. So I took the lid off. The washer took me like a minute, and I just put a zip tie on it. That was like 7 or 8 years ago. And then my dryer, I have a clothes dryer. It started making a screechy noise, and there was a little plastic fan that blows the air through it. And I took the front panel off. It's very easy to take these older style American appliances are really easy to take apart. You took the front panel off. I saw that the little fan thing had the plastic had just cracked. I went to the appliance repair store that was like 5 minutes from my house. $18 later, took a little bolt out, put the new one in, put them back together, and that was like 5 years ago. The dryer's been working. My dishwasher's never broken. The fridge is never broken. The stove's never broken. I mean, everything.
Keep those things going as long as you can, because as soon as you put a new one in, you will not be able to repair it. It's ridiculous.
I know, and everyone I know with newer appliances, everything is broken all the time. Like everything breaks constantly, and this stuff built in the 90s. Oh, this is a funny story. My dishwasher in the kitchen, which is next door to my office here, has a kick panel on the bottom, and you can take it off to if you're going to check the plumbing connections or whatever. I put a leak sensor under there for water leakage, just in case any water drips out. And under there, I found the schematics for the washer in like the late 90s. GE, General Electric, I just included the schematics with the appliances, so you didn't have to search for that stuff. Is this the auction now live?
Yeah, we've got 3 minutes and 50 seconds to go.
All right, everyone, if you're watching, go and bid it up, please. Bid it up.
This is the big one.
Look at that. I mean, it's amazing. I've never seen a Spectrum with an actual proper keyboard on it, because that's, let's be honest, is the Achilles heel of a Spectrum, right? So
absolutely
mechanical. I mean, look, the Spectrum keyboard is way better than the ZX81 keyboard. That is the worst garbage ever. But
there we go.
Look at that. I can't even believe it.
I mean, it feels so nice. You've got an Acorn Electron, haven't you?
I do actually, and it needs repair, so that's a future repair video.
They're really nice to work on. You'll enjoy that one. That's a great machine to work on.
I know it has the same key switches as the Master, or at least the Master that I have has the same exact.
Yeah, actually, some of the later ones were membrane on the Master.
Okay, so it might. I don't know. I never even opened it yet. It was sent in from a viewer ages ago, so I feel bad for.
You're probably okay. It was only the really late ones that it's actually quite rare. There's a guy that is. I'm trying to think who it is now. Brain's not going to connect the dots here, but he's someone that basically has collected all the different revisions of BBC and BBC Masters. And I shared the pictures of this keyboard with him with Twitter, and he said, "What the hell is that? He'd never seen one before. It had just like a membrane keyboard that was just really, really highly unusual." And it felt awful.
It's funny because Commodore 64s, right? There's a billion of them out on the planet, practically, or millions, right? And I got one once of those that had a weird keyboard that people had seen, but there's not a single picture of it on the entire internet. It had these instead of springs, it had these rubber foldy rubber. I don't know. It was just a whole weird thing, and it felt terrible to type on. And so it's funny how to hear that even Acorn was making weird. I guess they partnered with a company and they made a few keyboards, and then that was it. I mean, why is there so few of them? I wonder. How does that even come to be? You have these weird.
That was one of the last revisions of that machine, and it was almost certainly, because it was never used, something that someone bought in a fire sale or end of line kind of thing, and sold for a ridiculously cheap money. They've obviously got that, taken it home, realized it wasn't something that they could actually make any use of, and stored it in a cupboard or in their loft, and that's why it's absolutely pristine.
Amazing.
1 minute to go. £780. I can't imagine that's going to go very much higher.
It'd be amazing if last minute someone snipe this thing, snipe it.
We don't know what's going to happen, but it's exciting finding out, and the sense of relief I'm going to feel in 40 seconds time. Maybe my bladder won't hold.
Wait, doesn't it say ends in 1 minute and 30 seconds on my, or is this a delay?
No, it must be a delay. It's 29 seconds.
Okay. Yeah. So I guess what we're seeing on the live stream, it's about a bit of a delay.
Yeah, the live stream is going to be a little bit behind.
Okay.
That's interesting that you can see the actual time difference on that.
Yeah, 'cause it says 1 minute 14 seconds.
Yeah,
Or no, it
it's a
just
whole
says
minute
in.
behind us.
No, it's not. That's an in. Okay. Oh, look, Lee. Sweet. This is so freaking awesome. Here we go. 2, 1. There we go.
That's gotta be
Ended.
it.
Do a
Oh
refresh.
my god.
Amazing. Thank you, whoever the high bidder was. That is amazing.
Oh.
Are you okay there?
Okay. Thank you, everybody. It went to 1K. Another Adrian says in the chat, Adrian, you are a legend, and you really are. You're one of the reasons that I do this. And I know that's a fact for a lot of other retro YouTubers that I watched a recent video when you spoke at the VCF West,
in Atlanta, Southeast, yeah.
Okay. When you cited your heroes as Big Clive, Dave Jones, and Fran.
Yeah.
How do you feel that it's now you that's the hero, the person that everybody looks up to?
I mean, I can't deny that I have a little bit of like imposter syndrome feeling all the time, and especially these VCF type events, because in Chicago, I don't know what their attendance is. They don't charge for tickets, so there are thousands and thousands of people that attend that, and so lots of people come up to chat with me, which is absolutely amazing. It's the reason why I go to these events. Honestly, is to meet people, because as content creators, we talk into the camera. People get to know us, right, through our our presentation and whatnot, but you don't get to see them. And I mean, I love how Neil like gets together with people all the time, and that's possible. But the U.S. obviously is really a bit a big country, so it's very difficult to see my friends who live like in the far off places. Like
geography sucks.
Yeah, to fly, to go to the East Coast. And you're right, actually, the one I was talking about where I was talking about my heroes, that was in New Jersey, right? And that's like a 6.5 hour flight. It's like it's longer away from me than it is from New York to London. So that just sort of shows so all those people who are back there don't get to see. So the Chicago one is nice because it's sort of a little bit more towards the center of the country, still center east. But needless to say, it is amazing to finally get to meet fans face to face. I got to see familiar faces from previous years and then also new people. But point being is, like, I get people walk up to me and they're like, "Oh, I can't believe I'm meeting you. This is so incredible." And like it's really humbling to me. I mean, the funny thing is I'm exactly the same in real life as I am on camera. Like, there's no difference. And so when people meet me, they often tell me that, like, "Oh, you're just the same." And I know it's just the camera turn. I don't really script. Well, I don't script my videos, right?
No.
When you don't script your videos, you're just getting the authentic person. Needless to say, yeah, like seeing people face to face is just amazing. Yeah, lots of people. It's so encouraging when I hear people tell me they're not content creators, but they're just regular folks, and they're like, "Hey, I got my old Commodore 64 out of storage. It didn't work, and I got the courage up to try to fix it, and now it works." And like, they're like, "Thanks to you," and that's like amazing. Like, I'm all about trying to like reuse this stuff, save it from the landfill, save it from the skip, and anyone who's able to do that is doing two things. They're not supporting like the market of like the ridiculous prices on eBay. Now, look, I mean, you just sold this stuff now that's amazing, but that's different because this is for a real purpose, as opposed to someone who goes to a what we call a garage sale or like a car boot sale kind of thing, right? And they find a 64 and then they turn around and sell it for $200 or something. Where I'm like, that's a lot of money for something that there was a billion of out there, and if it's not tested, especially, it should be cheap. But anyways, them being able to fix it just means it's one less thing for them to buy, and then they're going to feel cool about and the nostalgia of using their old computer. And if I had something to do with that, or any of the other creators on the internet like you or anyone else, that's what I love. I love hearing that stuff, and I really love meeting young people who are in this hobby now too. And I met several families who like came to say hi, and with young girls, young boys who are like, "Hey, I love your channel. I love this stuff." And it blows my mind. Like meeting a 10-year-old who loves retro computers. Like, how incredible is that? We're all going to die, sooner than later, right? We're getting old. And we need young people to at least care a little bit about this stuff to continue it on, or at least like preserve the knowledge and the history. And like, I hope that these videos we're making is going to have some kind of a record for people in the future who find some dusty old ZX Spectrum in the bin, and they're like, oh, let me see if I can find a way to fix this. Oh, look, there's these videos on it. Like, maybe I can fix this stuff.
It's quite reassuring to know that what we're making on YouTube, hopefully, if the world is any way fair and just in any way, then these things will be around for a good long time. There should be some record of them preserved somewhere, at least in years and years to come. It does warm my heart that what we do does help or will help people in the future. And good on you for engaging with the younger audience. I've not managed to come across them myself yet. I'm still working my way through the crusties and the fogies. I'm trying to angle downwards into the younger ones. So hang on a second.
Yeah.
Evil Johnny, who offered, I think he is the one that won the Metrum. I don't know. His eBay username doesn't match up, but he offered to spend £1,500 on the Metrum if I fixed 2 of his ZX Spectrums for him, which I agreed to. But the auction obviously didn't go for £1,500 because it needed somebody to bid against him up to that point. So what he's done is donated another £500 on top of his over £1,000 eBay purchase to the charity. Thank you, Evil Johnny. That is incredible. That is incredibly generous. And guess what? The new total is now £12,050.40. How did it do that?
Wow.
Just
it in this day and age, sometimes I get down on humanity a little bit and society and just stuff, but then stuff like this happens that restores faith a little bit, that we have so many good people out there.
Yep. In this community especially, there's that is amazing.
What a total.
There's what's going on there. Well, we've made £12,000, and that I've seen what the difference that's going to make. I can't wait because they won't know. I don't. Maybe somebody from the Befriending Scheme is watching this and seeing how much money is being made. If there is anybody, then say so in the chat that if you're here. But I can't wait to tell them. I can't wait to tell them how much money I've made because the last totals I gave them was about £2,000, and they were blown away. And we're adding 10 grand on top of that.
That's amazing.
That's just thank you, everybody. I don't know what to say. We need more goodwill in the world, says Jeremy. I'm happy with my little slice of the world here. And people like you, like Adrian said, restore our faith. Everyone gets points for being so cool and supporting in whatever way they can. Yeah, the amounts are irrelevant. The fact that so many people have helped us, pushed us along a little bit more each time, is incredible. Thank you, everybody. So for the first time today, thank you, Adrian, for coming along. You're not going yet. You're not getting out of it. We've got 20 minutes to go.
No. Yeah.
I have you booked. We've now got more likes than viewers, which is really cool.
Well, it's hard I get it's hard to watch long streams. Yeah, so people probably come then might have to out.
It's a natural thing. I'm sure that some of the people that have been watching earlier will want to see what's going on and how far we've got. So they might come back and and watch their favorite YouTuber having a chat with me. I was going to say with Adrian, but that was really a cheap shot.
That's funny though, actually. Yes, to stay hydrated. One thing Lee, when I go to the events like at BCF, I always lose my voice because I can talk a lot, but I'm not a very loud talker. And in the conference center, of course, it's really loud in there, a lot of people. So you have to project like your voice over the noise to talk to someone. And then by the end of the day, I was like, uh-oh. And I think it was at VCF East in New Jersey. I think that talk was like the next day on Sunday. And I was like, oh no, I'm going to have like no voice. But luckily I had like drank a bunch of coffee and stuff and it like restored my voice a little bit. But yeah, it's bad.
You speak. That's one thing because parts of my videos, I usually do a scripted intro and a scripted outro. But big chunks of my videos are scripted. I would love to be able to do your style of delivery because you've honed that over the years. It's something that I'm extremely envious. And it must make editing videos so much easier if you haven't got to cut out all of the ers and rs.
Well, I was going to say my biggest secret is I edit quite a bit still. So, it's like a stream of consciousness, right? And then I try to turn, because I go into a video not knowing if it's going to even make an interesting video. And half the time I have no idea if it is interesting or not. It's like, I could see how they make those movies, like, big box office type movies that are very lame because everyone's working so closely on it. They've like lost sight of like whether it's even good or not because that's all they're focused on is the movie. And with me, it's the same thing where I'm like, well, I'm fixing this computer. Is this even going to make a good video? I don't even know. Excuse me. So I try to edit it all together in a way that's like interesting, but without changing the flow of like how I worked on it. Like I don't like reposition sections and stuff like that. And I know it's weird. It's easier and harder, Lee. Like I would imagine when you're scripting, I know I've done some voiceover stuff, so I know what it's like. You can chop around, but the one thing is that I give myself extra difficulty with is I'm usually on camera, like I do the split screen stuff, right? So there's like very little time where you just see the thing I'm working on, which doesn't give me as much of an option to slice and dice the audio around because then it's super obvious. Like if I'm moving like a little word here to there and all that stuff. But obviously when you're doing a voiceover, you can do that much more easily without it like interrupting the flow of the video portion. But yeah, no, I still screw up the lines a lot. And I might say the same thing like 5 times. And while I'm editing, a trick I have is I learned to like see on the timeline, the audio part where I like, okay, I can tell I tried saying this like 5 times. And then at the end, there's a whole bunch of talking. So I'm not even going to listen to this first 5 times. I'm just literally chop that right out. And I start right at the part where it looks like I got it right.
You can see the pattern of that initial bit of the waveform.
Over and over and over again.
Oh, yes. It's there again. So let's skip. Oh, no, there's another one there. Oh, no, there's a...
with little
I do
gaps.
exactly the same thing. I do something just like Adrian. Hey.
Yeah, no, I mean it's just the way it is. And I've really been trying to cut down on that. And my second channel is way less edited, and the whole point is for me to not worry as much. If I make a mistake with a word that I say, I just say, oh, I meant this. And it's hard. It's really hard to deprogram that in your mind to like say the sentence over again. I'm trying, and to be honest, like doing something like this live, we can't edit what we say, right? So it's no different than this, and I don't really have trouble talking in front of people. So I don't really understand why I have trouble talking in front of a camera. But I think the only difference is you and I are not talking about factual things. Well, we are, but not about like this computer comes from this place, and this year and all that kind of little details where if you say the wrong year, you're like, oops, I meant to say 1983. Let me go back and say it again. So that's a bit different. But yeah, I've never been much for scripting. I like how it sounds. I like watching scripted videos, but it's difficult it just takes a lot of time to make. So I was just like, it's quicker. I just do it this way. I'll just bleh.
I think I like doing the scripted stuff because I've been interested in writing. I've done a fair chunk of like creative writing in the past. And I was involved in someone writing a an actual novel. I got a novel dedicated to me.
Nice.
That was one of the highlights of my life, by my friend Richard Horsley. Everybody go to Amazon and find his book called Static Push. It's a fantastic science fiction novel, and it's dedicated to me. And Richard's one of my best friends, and he's someone that I know from. Getting back to the theme of this stream of friendship, Richard is somebody that I met through computers. I'm trying to think what game we were playing at the time where we got together as friends. I honestly can't remember. We've played so many games together over so many years. It was after World of Warcraft and all that sort of thing. But yeah, I was quite a bit of a serious gamer in not in the worst sense of the word, but it wasn't pretty at times. But yeah, Richard is one of the people that has become one of my best friends, and we still, even though we don't play games together all the time, we still talk regularly, and he's still involved in a lot of parts of my life and helps me out with a lot of things, and I'm blessed to know him. Do you I mean, growing up in the US, your first computers were things like, I think you had the VIC-20 first, didn't you?
Yeah, I actually grew up in Canada, so I'm Canadian, but I moved.
Oh, sorry,
I moved here when I was 11, but yeah, VIC-20 in 1982. So similar time to the ZX, right? It would have been the Spectrum, I guess.
Yeah.
If they had it here, yeah, that was it, and then Apple IIs from there, because those were really popular in the US and Canada early on, and hence why I have a bunch of those. But yeah, and then Amiga, blah blah blah, a bunch of other stuff. But I always wish I had access to these other computers growing up, but you didn't. You had friends. You'd go to their house, and I'd use their Commodore 64 or C128 or whatever, like insert other computer. And I was like, I wish I could have had this computer. I had a friend with a Texas Instrument TI-99 4A. That was at the same time I had that would have been 83. So I would have had my VIC-20 at the time. And I was like, I wish this computer's better in some ways than my VIC-20, except for the keyboard. But now I have everything. It's great. It's amazing. And I've been able to fix them all too. But yeah.
You just touched on something that Neil said in his slot, that when he was growing up, he had his Amstrad, and all of his friends in his area where he was, everybody had different machines, and he was able to go around and experience all of those other systems and see all the different games, and and everybody shared in that way. When I was growing up, 1982 in the UK, the home computers were just before 1981. Just not a thing. We just didn't have anything. Computers were for business.
Right.
A home computer would not be seen until the Clive fixed everything for us and made computers cheap enough for average person to purchase and experience. And the UK exploded into this incredible micro computer scene. But in my area, you would not see anything but a ZX Spectrum. I never saw, apart from at school, we had Dragon 32s at school. I never saw anything else apart from the ZX Spectrum. Everybody, because you wanted to be able to share games with your friends, so you got a ZX Spectrum. So you experienced the other side of that in a similar way to Neil. You saw other computers and other scenes and had shared. Did that hurt your ability to share the games that you played with, or do you think it expanded that horizon for you?
So here's a funny weird thing that I remember, and I don't remember the specifics exactly, but Canada had very lax copyright laws early on, like in the 80s, that
I
mean, the US and the companies here have really pushed the world copyright laws to the direction that benefits them, right? Which, like Disney and stuff. So what was going on in Montreal at the time when I was a kid, and this is when I got I had the VIC-20, and I actually had the data set. And that here in the US, like cassette storage for computers, very unusual, or Canada and the US basically the same. I think people's disposable incomes were higher here, so it was very common to have floppy drives. But so I had the data set, so I didn't really know anyone else with the VIC-20. But then when we had an Apple II Plus in the house. This was our like family computer with floppy disks. And we went to this store that was in downtown Montreal somewhere, and they had every single game you could imagine pirated, like illegal copies, and you could borrow them or rent them for $1, and you would take home this disc, which was like a pirated copy of the game. Of course, at home you would just copy it, the floppy disk, if these were already cracked, so there was no copy protection. And then you brought this copied disc back, so it wasn't even the original game. It was literally like their own label on a copy. And this store, Neil, I mean, it was a huge store. Like, just you go to a record shop and there would like be those bins filled with records and then later CDs. Imagine floppy disks in those similar things, all alphabetical, like, well, games, Apple II, Commodore, they had them all sectioned by computers. So we go to the Apple II section, and you just like, oh, look, Load Runner, and oh, look, whatever. $1, if I recall correctly, this was $1 a disc. And somehow this lending situation was allowed. I don't really understand the copyright legality of that, but this was a regular storefront, not some kind of illegal backstage. So needless to say, we had everything. Like we had a huge disc box like filled with copied games. And then my brother, who was older than me, he was in, I don't know, middle school or high school or whatever at the time. He's about 5-6 years older than me. So if I was 7, he was a teenager. Well, he had friends with computers, so he was getting copies from them and yada, yada, yada. So I don't think it really hurt me. And then the fact that my friends had different computers, because I got into BBSing really early on. My first modem was a 300 baud modem. It's hard to download like big programs with that, but very soon we had like 2400 baud modems, and we'd be downloading like games and stuff from from Apple II BBSs, because I had a bunch of Apple IIs and then Macintosh and stuff, and my friends had PCs. So we would sort of compare notes. Oh, my computer's better than yours, that whole thing. But basically, we always, so many people had computers in Canada and the US, and I moved to the US in 1986 when I was 11. And I had lots of nerd friends who had computers, and we would all talk at lunch at school about it and compare, and those of us the same system would copy. So that was all going on like big time. And I don't know if the US was the biggest computer market, US and Canada combined, in the world, but it was pretty huge here.
Without doubt. Something you've just said there about the BBSs and having access to an online world from such an early time was what I think, in my opinion, accelerated the computer scene and the computer markets in America and Canada in those years. Over here in the UK, we were completely hamstrung by the telecoms company.
Like what was it? What's it called? What's the phone company called there?
BT.
BT, British Telecom. Yes, they charged you for local calls, even per minute, right? It was free for us to call local, unlimited. So I could just leave the computer on all night downloading software like to a local number, which was like, within 10 miles or 15 miles. And I lived in Los Angeles. There were a lot of BBSs, and in Montreal within that radius. So you could just download for hours. And
you've no idea how jealous I was of people being able to do that.
Yeah.
And we knew about this at the time. We were fully aware that this was happening, and it was infuriating that we couldn't. You didn't. For up until I don't know, the late 80s and early 90s, being connected to a phone line with a computer was just not a thing at home because it was so expensive. We used to have. It's kind of a meme that your father would be looking over your shoulder when you were on the telephone, the rotary dial telephone in the hall, talking to your mate down the road.
Like it's costing money here. Like
we used to have locks. That honestly, this was a thing, a little key, a little padlock thing that would go on the dial
to
so
lock it. Couldn't dial anymore.
So you couldn't dial it. That was a thing. So woe betide you if you needed to dial 999.
If you want to be even more mad about this, that not only was it free calls for local, they had a type of phone line you could get called measured rate, which did charge you per minute for outbound calls, but had no charge for inbound calls, and it was like $4 or $5 a month. So you could run a BBS with a phone line that cost like $4 or $5 a month, and that's it, because you were only getting incoming calls. So me and my friends ran BBSs because we all had like measured rate lines, and you had a regular phone line for making outbound calls, or you'd use your parents' phone or whatever. But for incoming calls, it literally didn't matter. And it was like I think it was like $4.50 a month, if I recall. That's how much it cost for the measured rate line back in the day.
Sorry, I'm a little bit stunned because we just had the biggest donation of the day. Life-size teddy bear just donated. I don't like to say the amounts because I don't want to shame anybody that's donated less, but I'm just going to say it. Life-size teddy bear donated £750.
Wow. I mean, that's amazing.
Thank you. What? We are currently at £12,902.90.
Wow.
Thank you, everybody. I honestly don't know what to say. I said this earlier when we were just creeping over £8,000, and when we were just getting over 7,000. I'm so stunned, and what do I do? How do you cope with something like this? This just is absolute. Yeah, Hags Labs just summed it up. That's crazy.
I mean, it's bringing a tear to my eye, to be honest. It's staggering.
Thank you. Steve's text shed also. He donated earlier. He gave me some money to get this thing off the ground to help with the initial costs of some of the items that I built. And he's also donated some money as well. Thank you, Steve. He says, love this today, Lee. Thanks for your effort and enthusiasm. Even after 12 hours, I'm almost done.
I could tell.
Life-size teddy bear said, what an amazing event. Thank you so much. It has been amazing. This has been stunning. You've dabbled a little bit in live streaming recently. I think it was a patron only thing. I am a patron of Adrian's.
Yes.
By the way.
Thank you. Yes. It was just a one-time thing. I'd like to try more. People seem to enjoy it. I talk a lot, so I don't know, but no, this is amazing. I mean, this is such a good cause, Lee. You've done an incredible thing here, and I just hats off to you for organizing all of this and bringing it out, getting it off the ground. And then thank you to everyone else for doing this. It's just absolutely amazing, absolutely stunning. Yeah, thank you, everyone.
I can't actually. I don't know. I can't get my head around that. That all of that money is going to be available to the Befriending Scheme. Keith and Ashley are the two people that Thomas named actually. When he said goodbye on the This Week in Retro podcast, he said, goodbye, Keith, goodbye, Ashley. £93 and 93 pence £93 and 7 pence to go to hit 13,000, and we have 2 minutes. Well, we don't, but and we're going to get 13,000 because I've got some more auctions to actually sell.
Oh wow.
There's another whole Spectrum thing box I need to fix the Spectrum. I ran out of time. There's this I showed off earlier. CP. I can't get it in. Can I put it in diagonally in the frame?
Why don't the keys look weird? The colors? What's happening with the color?
It's really weird. They're kind of yellowed. I'll probably sunbright them. I might vapor bright them, but it's a bit risky on dark plastics.
I have a CPC 464, which also rare here, but the keys are like a more green color than that. They're not that like.
Well, this is one of the earlier ones. This is what they call a tool key version. This is like a similar to a Commodore 64 PCB with the pads, the graphite pads. It's a much nicer machine. I can tell you that this was Retro Crazy is a supporter, and has his own YouTube channel that people should check out. He sent this over, and I had a quick peek inside, and this is the computer that I've opened it up. I've never seen a computer so full of dust bunnies as this one. It's like someone's used it as a Hoover bag or a vacuum bag. It's absolutely
shock.
How do you remember
So-
everyone's name who gave you the donate that stuff? That's amazing that you do.
I've worked really hard to try, and I know I won't have mentioned everybody. There have been so many people that have donated, and I've made lists of things here and there. But I'm looking at a sea of Chrome tabs here, and I don't know where it is in amongst all of that sort of thing. But what I'm going to do at some point is I'm going to make a video about all of this, thanking people. And I'm going to try. I'll probably forget someone, and it'll give me sleepless nights. But I'm going to try to thank everybody in that video and show what they donated. Try and show what it went for, and kind of sum this whole thing up. And thanking all the people that appeared, right from Rose Tinted Spectrum, who I know you're a big fan of, and everybody should be a big fan of his because he's just.
Talk about funny. Talk about funny too. I cannot believe how funny he is. It's crazy.
He's just and genuinely a lovely man.
I bet.
We've done it. We've done 13,000.
Oh my God, that is incredible, everyone! Congratulations.
Thank you, Captain Ron. Every little bit helps. Enjoying the stream. Good luck. Thank you, Captain Ron. Andy Taylor, we can't stop before 14,000. No.
No, it's been 12 hours for you. You gotta, go get some rest now.
I'm dead on my feet. Fix 'em, dude. You guys are doing a great thing. Thank you for your contribution. And Lee Smith, my friend Lee, has also contributed. Thank you, Lee. You are genuinely a legend. And we're done. I'm not going to. We're 1 minute past the hour, and I'm sure you've got things to do. But can I just say, not just thank you for appearing on this stream and helping us raise so much money. I'm looking at the graph, and there's a big old peak where Neil comes on, and there's a big old peak where Adrian comes on. You two are my retro YouTube heroes, and thank you for doing what you do, Adrian. It genuinely changed my life, seeing your YouTube videos, and made me go down a path that what I'm basically saying is I've totally ripped you off. I've even got a second channel called More Fun Making It Too. I do want to find a better name for it that isn't quite as as copying as what that is. But
don't they say imitation is flattery, right? So
yeah. I am so flattering you.
No, and I didn't invent any of this stuff anyway. So look, I'm riding on the coattails of giants as well. So
and you're such a humble man as well. Thank you very much. I'll let you go now.
I just want to say, Leo, it's a pleasure to talk to you in person finally, and I'm really honored to be part of this. A little bit of it just to help out as far as I could, and thank you to everyone who donated money and whatnot. That is it's a great cause, and it's an amazing thing. And yeah, like I said, it really does restore my faith in people a little bit. Not that I'm a downer person normally, but the U.S. is kind of a crazy place right now. So it's nice to just see that there's good people. Yeah, the world is. You're right. Nice to see there's lots of good people, and yeah, I love this community. I love everyone. It's just, it's all incredible. So thank you very much.
Thanks, man.
Okay, cheers. Take care.
You're a star. Thank you very much. I hope to do this again sometime, and I will definitely hit you up the next time. We're doing Commodore next year.
All right. Well, that's in my wheelhouse. There you go.
You'll know what we're talking about. Thank you.
Cheers, everyone.
I'll speak soon. Bye.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Just me. The chat is just like going past me now, but I'm going to try and pick out a few more things before. Thank you, Mark. Round of applause for me. Everyone has donated, and thank you to NLK Media for keeping an eye on the numbers. Done a great job. Thank you, Neil. You are a rock. Yeah, and Evil Johnny saying thank you to Neil and Lee for helping run the chat. Those two guys have got my back, and it's just a pleasure to know them. Well done, everybody. Yes, thanks for the stream, Lee, and everyone else involved. Blah blah blah. Blah. That's Oz Retro Comp. You're all amazing. So Ross says same again tomorrow. No, not happening. So 3vi1j says there's probably a better way of saying that. Channel name suggestion, even more fun making it. I'm changing that tomorrow. Oh, yeah. Can't say that one. Well done, and thanks to all the guests. Yeah, thank you to everybody that joined. £13,027.51. What an amazing, and it will go up. There's more to come. How about calling it Lee's Digital Basement from Retro Bites John? There's an idea. Jamie's Hack Shack. This has been awesome hanging out with you all today. Take care, everybody. Yeah, thank you, everyone. Adrian, what a legend. I got to talk to Adrian. He's such a nice guy. Lee's Digital Basement would be great, says Jan. I've threatened to do Lee fixes stuff. But only in jest. Oh, I have to skip to the end because I'm done. I'm so done. Thank you, everybody, for taking part in what has been something I will never forget. The last fundraising thing I did was for the British Heart Foundation, and I sold an Atari an Atari 2600 for £250 on eBay, and everybody got involved in that. I didn't have a Just Giving page or any other way to contribute to the cause, and people like Lee Smith said to me, that's what you really should have done, and I took that on board, and that's why we did it this time. And look at the difference it made. Oh my god. But I'll never forget this. Thank you, everybody, for taking part, and thank you for keeping me company and keeping me going all day. Obviously couldn't do it without you. And I'm going to bed now. Thank you.